eyes remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. Silence. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent. The problems in her head pile up. Again and again she tells me how sick she is. Everything is so hard for her. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. Why don't you just tell me? Everything could be so simple, but you want to make it difficult for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself, for yourself. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I will take your heart, count the time of love until it is over. You should have thought about your problems wouldn't go away by themselves. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. I guess we will split our ways. No more of your makeup in my face. My feelings are replaced. Time to end this phase. Na 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 na. Silence. She looks deep into my eyes, remain silent.
हेलो गाइस, व्हाट इज अप। देख लेते हैं एक बार, आवाज़ आ रही है? बिल्कुल। कैसे हो सारे? आज फिर से आ चुके हैं वॉच पार्टी करने। दिस इज ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप वॉच पार्टी इन हिंदी बाय ग्लेजर गेम्स। तो चलो भाई, क्या चल रहा है? विगी भाई, ब्रो व्हाट अबाउट कस्टम? भाई होंगे यार भाई, कस्टम क्लोज हुआ। भाई ये सारी चीज़ों के बारे में ना आपको पता चलेगा थ्रिल के और ग्लेज़र के जो डिस्कॉर्ड में आप रजिस्ट्रेशन किया है, तो जिन एडमिन्स ने पोस्ट वगैरह डाली होंगी उनके थ्रू आपको पता चलेगा। आई एम रियली सॉरी, लेकिन मुझे इस सब के बारे में तो उतना डिटेल में पता है नहीं। अगर मुझे पता होता तो मैं पक्का आप लोगों की हेल्प करता यार। बट मैं यहाँ हूँ ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप के लिए, तो उससे रिलेटेड अगर कोई भी हेल्प आपको चाहिए आप मुझसे पूछ सकते हो। जेरी भाई कैसे हो यार, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम, नंबर 1 व्यूअर हो यार आप तो, क्या बात है। चलो भाई चलते हैं यार, स्ट्रीम ऑन हो गई है, बातचीत चल।
They announced the flashback's going to be coming back through. So with stage 2 kicking off next week, I'm hoping that we see a bit more stability from them.
Yeah, look, we'll forgive you if you didn't show up to watch their game, because half of DRX didn't show up to it either.
पहला गेम हम देखने वाले हैं पेपर एक्स वर्सेस सेंटिनल्स का। भाई साहब आज के दिन तो गेम नंबर 1 ही बहुत बढ़िया है यार।
EDG coming in looking like a team that could have a bit of a resurgence, but GenG probably still one of the strong favorites. So keep it Pacific looking
चलो
strong,
भाई
not leaving Paper X alone in their
पेपर एक्स देख लेते हैं यार, अपने दोस्त लोगों को बुला लेते हैं।
Yeah, looking at some of the
पार्टी करने का मजा ही अलग है।
And you do see the Sentinel and DRX game here. Sentinels are looking fantastic at this event so far, Kev. I mean, they are really back into top form. I feel like they're on an upward trajectory now that they're heading into playoffs compared to how they started out, kind of having some struggles against both BBL and then XLG.
Yeah, I think so. And it's really impressive as well because they did it overnight. We saw how they looked early on versus XLG, and it was like, okay, this team is really shaky right now. They won that game, but it wasn't pretty. XLG were honestly pushing Sentinel to the absolute limits. We also saw Sentinels lose in their opening BL1 to BBL, which was quite the surprise for many, I'm sure. Maybe everyone except for Mitch Man, who was dying hard for BBL. But for everyone else, especially over in Sen City, expecting large things out of Sentinels, myself included. I come into this event thinking Sentinels are probably my top 3. They do make it to the playoffs now. They do come through very strong looking yesterday. Let's see if they can continue that consistency today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we heard it there from Zelsis at the end of the series yesterday. He wants to get that rematch versus BBL. He doesn't think that they're that strong of a team, and he wants to get some revenge. We'll have to see if that's going to be able to happen as we go deeper down the bracket. Obviously, it is that single elimination, so it might take some time before they can get that rematch.
Yeah, 100%, and BBL will have to play their way through Heretics before they can make it there. And I do think that, for the most part, it's been pretty consistent that you'd had Heretics up the top of EMEA, and you know, your teams like BBL and Carmine Core have been a little bit further down the hierarchy. But BBL very, very close. I mean, usually they've been losing out to Liquid, but they finally overcame Liquid to in the qualifier to actually make it to this event, right?
Very, very impressive team. And, you know, like a team that really I'm looking forward to seeing where their heights really can be on that lower side of the bracket as well. BBL versus Heretics, really, I think if you were to break down the way the single Elam works, they probably have the slightly easier side. They get to dodge Fnatic, they get to dodge Sentinels, dodge Paper X, particularly Fnatic and Paper X, who just came top 2 in Toronto. So I think that's really important that if you're on that lower side of that single Elam, you've probably got a little bit more of a straightforward path. GenG, NRG, though, that could be really interesting. And GenG, obviously, as you would know, Seth, a bit of a powerhouse at the moment, so they could be one of the favorites coming through from that other side to reach the finals.
I mean, we sent you back to the A stream after the initial game, but look, you missed another really rough game for the Pacific boys. Team Heretics, particularly on Sunset, destroyed RRQ. This was not close until maybe the second half of Icebox.
Whenever we hit a break over on the A stream, I was tuning in, I was checking the stream, and I was just saying, "Oh dear God, this is what's happening. What are they doing to my boys? You know, look at how they've massacred them." It was very, very rough for RRQ. I think that they are still very much finding their footing and comfort when it comes down to these internationals. And it feels like the nerves are really getting to them, which obviously is a very big problem and something that needs to be solved if you want to have success outside of the region. And if you're having success within the region, you're going to end up outside of the region. So you're going to keep getting into this loop unless they're able to solve stuff there. But it looks like Heretics have started to solve their own problems, because for the longest time, we were seeing this team in a major slump. Boo talked about 319 days since their last international win. They hadn't gotten a map win in an international all year long up until that first series where they're able to find victory. So it seems like Heretics are finally kind of breaking through the wall, and that's a very scary prospect, because if they get back into form, okay, well, here you go. Welcome to the grand final. Here you go, second place at least.
They were asking us earlier today who's going to win the tournament. I just went and sent to Heretics off of some of the rounds I saw. It was not consistent that map to map, but the Sunset at least, that was looking like World Championship caliber event winning.
If we're going to play a BO5 grand final, 5 Sunsets in a row, then I think I would agree with the Heretics. In fact, Heretics might win that one 3-0 if it's just 3 Sunsets in a row.
I believe.
I am impressed with the fact that Heretics are making the bounce back. I do think they're breaking the curse, getting that win finally, giving giving them that confidence again. I saw the level of confidence rising in the team. We saw it from the energy. It's one of the benefits of being here on the B stage. You get the teams right behind. You get to see how they react to the wins, how they react to the losses, how they react to everything, how they handle the pressure, and where their mental state is just by looking at their faces. And for Heretics, it's night and day. Looking at how they work.
Amartya bhai, can you explain the tournament fixtures? अगर आप Esports World Cup की बात कर रहे हो तो for sure भाई क्यों नहीं? आज के fixtures हम जो देखेंगे Paper X versus Sentinels first देखेंगे, and then second game जो हम देखेंगे Carmine Corporation versus Fnatic का देखेंगे, both BO3 games. बहुत मजा आएगा यार. प्लेऑफ्स का डे 1 है, ऑलरेडी ग्रुप स्टेजेस खत्म हो चुके हैं. मुझे खुद चेक करना है, रुक जाओ मैं चेक करूं कि यार अभी स्टैंडिंग्स क्या चल रही हैं. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग बाय द वे. अमरत्या भाई कैसे हो? गाइस लाइक कर दो, आज हमें कैसे भी 100 लाइक्स सेट करने हैं. नो कैप.
We've missed out on Alex, the coach of Paper X. He gives the best reactions, as we all know. Win or lose, you know, whether Paper X win a round or not, it could be the other team winning a round, it could be their own team winning or losing a round. It's always boom, camera straight on Alex, see what he's up to. But no, we're seeing a lot of Heretics and Sentinels players in here as well. Teams that have had sort of weird game situations where they've lost or looked uncomfortable, and then you're seeing the big reactions on the comeback run. Sentinels coming through, winning massively yesterday. Heretics coming through, winning massively yesterday. They're hyped up. You can see that the energy level is different and the confidence level is different.
Yeah, Heretics have got some serious aura. Those guys get loud, Seth, like Jesus.
They really can, and again, it's good to finally see that again, because it's been so long since we've had that energy from them. They very much have been a team that have just blocked themselves off mentally, it felt like, for the last 2 international events. And now that they're here and starting to find that success again, I think that again we could see that massive
मैं तो
rebound.
बहुत
Get that
excited हूँ यार
Heretics that made
Sentinels
the grand final
के
champions
games
last
के
year.
लिए. कल बहुत अच्छा खेली थी Sentinel by the way. DRX को 2-0 कर दिया था.
We can see the teams are already getting ready for.
कल तो GenG भी बहुत अच्छा खेली थी. But Fnatic का मुझे देखना है यार, क्योंकि Fnatic का हमने अभी तक एक भी गेम नहीं देखा है.
So I think overall, if you're an EMEA enjoyer, you might look at this game overall and think to yourself, might not be as close. But Karmine Core have had a couple of pretty hot maps at this event, Seth.
अच्छा, after playoffs they go to finals or semi-finals.
Well, I'd say the one little
सेकंड रुक जाओ, अभी बता देते हैं वो भी आपको.
आपको.
भाई प्लेऑफ्स के बाद सेमीफाइनल में जाएंगे. तो प्लेऑफ्स में अभी हमारे पास 8 टीमें हैं, राइट? 8 टीमों में सबसे पहले सेंटिनल, पेपर एक्स, कार्माइन कॉर्प, फिनेटिक, एनआरजी, जेनजी, बीबीएल और टीम हेरेटिक. ये 8 टीमें हमारे पास प्लेऑफ्स में हैं. आज क्वार्टर फाइनल प्लेऑफ्स कह लो, क्वार्टर फाइनल कह लो. तो इसके बाद जो भी कोई यहाँ से जाएंगी 4 टीमें आगे, वो सीधा चली जाएंगी सेमीज में. वो सेमीज में जाएंगी, एंड सेमीज से जो भी जाएंगी वो हमें चली जाएंगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, एंड देन विल गेट आवर विनर. रुक जाओ, मैं आपको एक बार, अगर आपको चाहिए तो आई कैन शो यू. रुको, आपको मैं एक बार दिखाता हूँ. एक बार मैं आपको ना शेड्यूल दिखा देता हूँ. ओके, सो दिस इज गाइस, ये हमारा रहने वाला है पूरा का पूरा. तो सेंटिनल पेपर एक्स में से जो जीतेगा वो जाएगा सेमी में. कार्माइन फनेटिक ये फाइनल्स में लेंगे, ठीक है. सेमीफाइनल्स में जो जीतेंगे वो जाएंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में, जो हारेंगे वो जाएंगे डिसाइडर में, 3rd प्लेस डिसाइडर में. तो वहाँ से हमें 3rd प्लेस मिल जाएगी, नंबर 1 नंबर 2 यहाँ से मिल जाएंगे. सो यार वी हैव टॉप 8. देखते हैं क्या होगा अब आगे. 100 थीव्स बाहर चली गई है. एडवर्ड गेमिंग कल जेंजी की वजह से गई. ग्रुप सी से रैक्स रेगम क्यों चली गई है, ठीक है. टाइटन सी स्पोर्ट्स क्लब चली गई है. बट देन अगेन अभी हमारे पास वी हैव कार्माइन, वी हैव सेंटिनल, पेपर एक्स, फनेटिक, एनआरजी, जेनजी, बीबीएल, टीम हेरेटिक्स. चलो, इट्स गोना बी सो मच फन. लेट्स गेट बैक टू द स्ट्रीम. आई थिंक द गेम इज अबाउट टू बिगिन. चलो, Let's go guys.
I can see why Mitch Man loves his team so much. You know, if I came to this
जो भी वही आ रहा है
tournament,
गाइस, लाइक
hard
करो,
rooted
आज
energy,
100 लाइक्स हमें कैसे भी करने हैं, बहुत मजा आएगा। और अगर अच्छे से लाइक्स करोगे ना, हिंदी में कास्टिंग भी करेंगे भाई, बहुत मजा आने वाला है तुम लोगों को। ऑल्सो कुछ ही देर में पोल आएगा, तो पोल में बताना कि किस टीम को आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हो।
Before we head into BBL Team Heretics, both of these are quarterfinals and both of these are going to be elimination games.
I think this is
Go
also
bhai,
gonna be
kaise
a
ho?
nice
Thank you so
little
much
thing
for
where you
joining.
can
Please
do a side
do
to
not
side
spam.
in about a week's time, because Fnatic versus Carmine Corp is a match.
What
that's gonna
about
be happening
SATL?
starting
अमरत्या
in
भाई,
the
SATL
NBA.
Valorant में नहीं है, I
Obviously,
think
to be
उनका
on, like, the
Epics
patch,
में
you'll
है।
have Corrosion.
Epics
So it's
में
gonna be a nice
specifically
little
वो
side by
खेलेंगे।
side. We can say, okay, let's see what happened at EWC and let's see how different it looks now that we move over and have this little shift at the start of stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think BBL and Team Heretics as well. Those are both teams that have been floating up near the tippy top of EMEA. Obviously, Heretics may be a little bit of an echelon above there, but BBL criminally underrated and finally coming into form here in EWC, Kev.
I'm looking forward to it. Again, teams that I'm looking out for. So they showed a lot of promise so far, and I think they have the opportunity to go the distance.
Yeah, for sure. I think I've been enjoying some of their comps as well. I've been enjoying their Ascent comp. I know a lot of the EMEA teams do enjoy that. I'm hoping that we'll get to see a little bit of that later on in this series. We also get some interesting ones from Carmine Corp as well. I remember, I mean, interesting. I used to use interesting in the negative word when I was seeing, in the negative way when I was seeing things like Harper on Lotus and whatnot. But honestly, some of the double duelist stuff I've seen on Sunset has been working quite well for them, Seth. You know, they definitely have had some pretty good approaches, some pretty good unique reads.
ब्रो ये पीसी गेम है जी भाई। वाइट पैंथर लाइव, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। जी हाँ, पीसी गेम है, वैलोरेंट काफी फेमस गेम है, आपने भी फॉर शॉट सुना होगा इसके बारे में। तो लाइक करो यार, बहुत मजेदार गेम है और देखो, बहुत मजा आएगा बिकॉज ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप के मैचेस आज हम देख रहे हैं।
But overall, I've liked Carmine Corp. I think that this iteration of Carmine Corp has been very good at iterating on some minor changes and improving and building up these players. They have a legendary coach in Ang behind them, you know, former coach of Gambit. Trophy lifter in his own right, second place at the inaugural champions in 2021. And I think that the combination of him and Sadak together makes for just a very interesting team to watch.
Absolutely. Obviously, one of the only MENA representatives here as a player in Aves, and I believe assistant coach, right, for Carmine Corp. So I think they do have some backing here in Saudi Arabia. They got a couple of fans that have been kicking around, and you can't go past a couple of players that have been bona fide world champions, you know, and won some international events, not only Sadak, but also Sugetsu as well.
Yeah, and Sugetsu was one of the big keys to the success for them yesterday. I mean, he was going crazy. Yeah, the clutch was insane. Granted, yeah, they did just kind of face into him one after the other. But if you're going to give somebody like Sugetsu even close to that type of opportunity, he is going to close that out pretty much 100 times out of 100.
We talk about winning teams. You want to talk about championship teams. This roster, Fnatic, I mean, they come into this one hot off a second place in a Masters, and it's honestly a team that are good enough to win it all still. I think they've got a lot to prove here in terms of wanting to get that #1 that slipped away from them in just the event prior. Really, I mean, a team that has very few flaws, if any. They have a very wide map pool. Even in Masters, you thought, wow, they haven't played Pearl in a while. Guess what? Came through. Looked good on that one as well. Crashy's great addition to the team. Alfaya, always a strong fragger. Boaster, top IGL in the world. Really, you're not missing out on much here. Chronicle, maybe the greatest player of all time. Yeah,
I think, look, I understand Forsaken getting the MVP, but Alpha's numbers and even Texture earlier on in the tournament over in Toronto they were all fantastic. I think, look, overall as well, worth mentioning that Fnatic have a pretty good chance at winning this event, but also participate in a lot of other games. You know, they have their league teams, they have some of their other esports titles. So, you know, getting themselves 1,000 club championship points this early on in EWC, they could really be up the tippy top there.
It'd be a really huge boon. I mean, what did Falcons close out last year with just over 4,000 points?
Right. They were like more than double or something of the second place.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid was there about like 2,000 something, and I think Falcons had 4K. So if you can get a quarter of that just right here at the start in the first week, and then you have all your other teams to try to depend on, you're going to be in a very good spot.
Falcons are not here in Valorant, so this is some points that you could
There's
take.
a gap.
Yeah.
This is I think the hardest side of the bracket as well. Like we said, this is the Fnatic KC side, Paper X Sentinels as well. So you could very well have a situation where Fnatic and Paper X go head to head in the semis, a repeat of Toronto Grand Finals all over again very early on. One of them will make it through. It'll be a different grand finalists coming through from the other side.
Yeah.
So that could be a really interesting story going through. But I think you're going to see something really wild in the semis here, given how this side of the bracket looks.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. And a lot of those games, that game included, really could have gone either way. Like, I look at GenG, I look at some of the maps that G2 played. There were a lot of very, very tight series over in Toronto that really could have changed the outcome.
I mean, so many moments. I mean, even just the Liquid Paper X, that Lotus, that one shot that rung out from Patatek that just didn't connect onto Forsaken, didn't get that kill, gives up his position. It's moments like that that really tip the balance and completely change what could have been history. But looks like the map set is ready to go with Split being taken away off the rip.
Yeah, getting into the veto here, and you are going to see Fnatic taking out Pearl. So we'll see what we're going to get. Oh, okay.
So that's the thing. Because they took out the Pearl, Sunset's going to be available. Kami, they want to play the Sunset. They're one of the more unique teams. They're going to play Phoenix on this map as well. And honestly, if you look at Fnatic's past Sunsets, they haven't won this map in a while. It's been 5 Sunset losses in a row.
They haven't, but they did get very close to taking it versus Paper Rex, who's about to force it into overtime. And that's when we saw Jing and the rest of the team pull out the BLG, that Sage Wall in B main, that set comp coming through, catching them completely off guard. They're never going to get caught off guard by that ever again. You could hear Fnatic, you could hear Boaster say it as well. If you go back into the voice comms, he said they're doing the BLG, but it was after they had already gotten some kills. Like, as soon as they heard
Casey's not playing Sage, don't worry, so it won't happen anyway.
Sorry guys, मेरी एक delivery आ गई थी. But चलो, I'm back just in time.
Absolutely love at the
Game
moment. The
अभी शुरू
chamber
नहीं हुआ
fights
है,
with the
शुरू होने वाला
Yoru
है.
is the only duelist. It's kind of the next evolution of that
Split,
old
Pearl,
Deadlock
Ban,
Cypher comp
Sunset
that
and
we used to
Ascent.
see.
भाई,
And a lot of
Sunset
the
पहले ही
European teams
round
are
में आज
playing. I
हमें
saw
देखने को
BBL
मिलेगा.
dismantled DRX with it.
Yeah, the chamber is looking great, and in the hands of Alpha here, I mean, there's a few players that you could say would be able to manage that one better.
गाइस चैट देख रहा हूँ मैं, तो चैट में आप लोग लिख सकते हो जो भी कंसर्न आपका है, जो भी चीजें आपको जाननी है. अमरत्या भाई थैंक यू. अरे यो वेलकम भाई, यो वेलकम एनी टाइम. ऑल्सो यार अच्छा लगा है, लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो, बहुत मजा आएगा आज
They
तो.
brought that back against GenG as well. I mean, it's a heartbreak for you guys. I mean, looking over towards GenG, who had an insane lead on Ascent, but just goes to show how good this Fnatic squad is. Even in rough situations, you can have the belief that they can solve
The Icebox to close things out, and
इतना मजा आ रहा था लोटस
Fnatic
देखने
are on a
में.
heater on this map. They've had some closer series, even including at this event. They really struggled against 100 Thieves, but the GenG game after that was a bit more of a redemption. This is 8 map wins in a row, and the only time they lost it since just before that was an 11-13 to Team Liquid. They are on a heater right now.
Well, what I'm feeling after looking at this draft in its completion, Sunset is a must-win for Karmine.
Yes.
That Ascent is going to be studyable, but Fnatic looks so well drilled on it, they look so clean on it, that I'd be very concerned. And then if they are able to go to that Icebox as a third map, they need to have a level of performance, because the last showing of the Icebox here at EWC was not it for Karmine.
I will say, though, that Karmine, to sort of give them a little bit to work through here, they did beat Bilibili on the Icebox 13-5, shut down Bilibili's Harbor composition, given that Karmine Corp are one of the teams that really pioneered the Harbor. They knew how to pick that one apart. So that's not going to be what Fnatic are going to play, obviously, but it does go to show that Karmine, they can have some good performances on that Icebox. They can lean into that again, bring that to Fnatic. Maybe we'll see a different story.
Look, honestly, the map pool is looking very strong for Fnatic, don't get me wrong, but I'm seeing Karmine Core, they're getting their reps in
Bro, India नहीं भाई, sadly India की कोई भी team नहीं है.
Familiar with. You talk about Icebox, they are playing a similar
I wish होती भाई, I wish होती. अगर होती तो कितना मजा आता यार हम लोगों को watch party करने में.
The other day in this very tournament with, where they're playing the Omen as a bit of a playmaker. The only real difference being that they're rather the KO for a little bit more util than the Jet.
कोई बात नहीं भाई, सह लेंगे थोड़ा.
Maybe next year. That guy is always a bit of a demon on the Jet. So look, I think Karmine Core totally agree. If they can pick up Sunset, then this series gets doable, because I can see
Sunset, Ascent, Icebox.
Where, they played a lot of reps on both of these other maps, and they have shown some promise on it. But they're going to need to hit some top-level form today.
Fnatic are by far the favorites. I mean, let's not joke about this one. They just came off hot, second place in Masters, super solid team, one of the best teams ever assembled in terms of their previous results as well. Karmine are coming in hot. They look good versus Bilibili yesterday. I want to see if they can keep up that consistency and level up a little bit more, because they're going to need to. Fnatic also, by the way, bit of a break. We haven't seen them since day one, because they got that 2 wins on our opening day, qualified straight away. One of our first teams qualified in. They've had a little bit of time now to look over the other games, take a bit of a break, maybe scrim a little, and just chill out, and now they're back into play.
Game कब start होगा? बस भाई, I think
that we need to
5
focus
मिनट
in
के
on now to
अंदर
just look at
ड्राफ्ट हो
Sunset
गया है तो
itself
अब कुछ और बचा नहीं
others
है
on the Phoenix, they are
बस
playing
गेम
that
शुरू होने
double
में ही है।
duelist style. He is a bit of a
मस्त गेम
barometer,
होने
I
वाले हैं
would
आज
say,
के
for Kami Corp's performance. If he pops off,
लेकिन
he's
मुझे
going to
मजा
be the
तब
one
आएगा
that
यार
really puts
जब
him over the
एटलीस्ट
top.
100 लाइक्स आज
No,
हम
he
हिट
really
करें
has been.
अदरवाइज
One
मुझे
of the other
मजा
ones I
नहीं
want to have
आएगा
my eyes on, of course, is going to be Sadak, as we zoom in just there past Martin. I mean, Sadak has been having a massive resurgence at this tournament.
Yeah.
Formerly, you know, one of those players that, okay, he can really get his players in key positions, but his own fragging was suffering a little bit compared to when we had seen him in his heyday over on Loud. That's kind of been a big bounce back for him. Sonic was absolutely frying. I mean, that first map that he played was nearly dropping like close to 30 kills, dropped like 25 or something like that.
He clutched like three rounds, I think, as well. He was winning like 1v2s on the Sova. He was positionally very, very good. I totally agree with you. I think Sadak could definitely come in with some key impact plays. The calling obviously needs to be top rate against a team of Fnatic. They are just one of the most well-organized and best structured teams in the world.
Yeah, we saw on cam just a little bit earlier there as well, Chronic sitting over towards the left-hand side. Such a solid player in that previous match that we saw from them against GenG, one of the highest rated players in the lobby. One of the, maybe he is now the greatest player of all time. Just came second again. Looking forward to another potential top finish at this event. I mean, his entire rap sheet for wins is just so immense, and he's a powerhouse player, always strong in the clutch, always strong in mechanics, super experienced. You couldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to add yet another trophy to the collection, and it's the first year that Valorant's at EWC, that would go ahead and just really further solidify, I think, a lot of people's arguments and conversations around him being potentially the best of all time, because he certainly is the most accomplished with the 3 trophies that he has already.
And we saw it, by the way, over there, Kayak as well, new player on the team, a lot of expectations, and honestly, his mechanics have been super sharp this tournament as well. We saw what he could do at Masters, we saw what he could do coming into these international events as a rookie for the squad, into a very veteran team, and he's been molded into this team structure excellently. I mean, he's just performing so well. He's able to really carry on the legacy of that Fnatic brand and team and play to the level required by his teammates.
I mean, looking at the stats overall, you got Levin, who is really having a heat of this tournament. The Kayak's right there with him, and you add on top of that the Masters Toronto performance. I mean, it's not that long ago that this guy was definitely more of like a rookie argument, I would say, coming into Fnatic. Big shoes to fill, obviously, with Durka coming out of the roster. He's well and truly done it at this point.
Oh, I mean, I think if Fnatic continues to trend in this direction with their rebound, you know, after having missed Bangkok, make it to Toronto, make it to that grand final, if they're able to go to a grand final of champions and even, you know, especially if they lift the trophy, I think that Kayak very much steals the narrative of being that rookie of the year. I think he completely takes the wind out of Patman's sails in that regard because he has been so good. I rated him very highly going into Masters Toronto. I think I placed him within my top 3 players at that tournament. And even I was still caught off guard when I finally got to sit down and actually cast this guy because his aim, his mechanics.
Who's gonna win, guys? क्या लग रहा है आपको कौन जीतेगा?
So quick, just milliseconds for him, and all of a sudden you're dead.
Proven by the fact that this is a good stat bringing into this one. 11 to 5 first kills to first death with a +6. Best in the lobby, and that was Fnatic versus GenG. He's not playing against easy competition here.
Yeah.
He's up against some of the best out there. Texture's on the other side as well. So for him, this Kayak, this new young player coming on, to be able to show this level of mechanics at the international stage with this kind of pressure, that's what you're talking about when you talk about these split-second, millisecond
I think he was bedded in perfectly to come into this Fnatic team because I remember doing EMEA Ascension last year and he came straight from Apex. Like, you literally couldn't. It's not like a lot of the teams in Ascension are some of these more inexperienced teams, or they don't have necessarily players who have played in Tier 1 as much, but Apex is that team where he could learn from veteran players, he could learn how to play within a structured environment, and then you see him perform in that environment. He's pretty much ready to join a team like Fnatic from that point after winning Ascension.
No, absolutely. And I mean, everybody was, of course, having the conversation once Durka had announced his departure going over to Team Vitality. How are you going to fill this guy's shoes? We always talk about, you know, we're Pacific here. You know, we always talk about DRX training up people, getting these rookie players ready for the big stage. Obviously, still some more work to do there with Flicker. But I think Fnatic is another one of those ones that needs to be in the conversation when it comes down to scouting, when it comes down to development, to be able to take Kayak and then plug him into here and say, okay, fill in one of the greatest players' shoes and be our duelist alongside Alfier. That's a lot of pressure to put on a young guy.
For sure.
And Kayak has absolutely risen to the occasion. I think a ton of that has to do with just their scouting, their understanding that this is a player that is moldable, that is going to be able to fit into our system, and then just passing that over to Poster, who is able to just really foster that growth.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they're even outsourcing it. Like, DRX are really going through the hard yards. They have like multiple coaching staffs developing all of these players. They got their academy team. Fnatic's just like, yeah, I'll just poach your player. You know, what do you want? You want to come win some international events? Come on over, mate.
And they're winning. Well, there will be, maybe. We'll see how we go. Nearly got there before. They've been there, certainly in the past. And so high expectations.
Yeah, look, even for Carmine Core, you know, as I mentioned before, you do have players who have won international events in the past. So you got a lot of winners in this matchup, despite the fact that it does feel like a little bit more of a one-sided affair if you were to kind of look at it on paper. And especially, I think, if we were playing this in VCT EMEA specifically, I think it would feel a lot more like that. But at least here at EWC, you've had a lot of underdogs overperform. You've had a lot of teams, Carmine Core included, come red hot into this event. And let's see if they can maintain that momentum into this quarterfinal against one of the world's best. It's Fnatic and it's Avril.
Winners prize money क्या है भाई? $70 million overall है EWC की prize money.
Ready to jump into this
I
one.
wonder कि सिर्फ
Thoroughly
वैल्यू की I think
enjoyed the head-to-head
बहुत
of
हो
the two
गया यार,
IGLs in the
4-5
shot before we
million
headed
dollar
in
के हो
towards
गए.
Matt Boaster
तो
versus
को देखते
Sadak.
हैं.
And how we're going to navigate the sunset today. First quarter final of EWC, first time Valorant at this event.
भाई 1.2 million की है, ठीक है, 1.25 million dollars की है.
The first of two today.
भाई
There's only
साहब
two
इनसे
EMEA teams will escape
कितना हो
from this
जाता है?
opening
नंबर
round
1 जो आएगा
into
उसे
semis
मिलेंगे
tomorrow.
$5 लाख $5 5 लाख $5 भाई हो जाते हैं. $1 million अगर हम 85 का भी डॉलर पकड़े तो लगभग 85 lakhs. वाओ. जो भी नंबर 1 आएगा क्लब पॉइंट्स 1000 लेके उसे अराउंड 45 lakhs के आसपास 40-45 lakhs मिलने वाले हैं. Oh!
भाई
साहब पहले
Few
राउंड
love
में
taps in there, but it will be KC moving through. First orb from Avez. Look for how many runner backs we get. At least 3 for Avez would be absolutely amazing. First up, Avez. Kill to Boaster.
Wow.
IGL down. The rest of rotations, KC flooding in as well. Coming into assist.
Just the 2 players here for now.
भाई प्लीज स्पैम मत करो गो.
There's a quick peek at Kayak coming away with a kill. They're onto a lead. Drone out from Sadak. And look to try to play Martin in from Ali. Does get interrupted though. As swing onto the corner. Alpier. Head taken off. Martin finding the kill there. Site now open for the taking, or so they think is, yes, the final shots coming through. Crashes Kayak will hit the floor. It's just on Chronicle now in a 1v3.
Avez opens it. He might end this one as well. Again, paying attention to how many ults in terms of points he's able to get here. Chronicle has a lot to do.
No.
Won't be able to.
भाई
It's not going to be ready there. That left side peak,
Good
so
round, Casey,
Chronicle
good
does get
round.
taken down, and that's going to be the pistol coming through for Carmine Corp. So solid start. Looks like we might still have some minor investments here as Alfier considering the Bucky going into the eco.
Really, that opening kill coming through, shutting down Boaster instantly, then taking control. And 2 players going down there for Casey as well. Yeah, put the Vandal in the hands of your star duelist. Get him to work. And as you mentioned, Alfea on that Bucky.
It's going to send it.
Revealing area.
Running straight to Martin.
Swing in, and Kayak, hell of a shot.
Martin.
The weapon is going to be on the floor, and that's going to be recoverable here. Nobody else playing around that side of the map, so can just scoop up that Marshall. And immediately, Kayak just going to be gate crashing across to the opposite side. Still the Sheriff in hand. Push coming forward here into market. Sadak going to be taking that first contact. Needs a bullet to the shoulder, but Aves on the swing will be able to go ahead and stop Kayak's reign of terror. So B-side now open for the taking.
Now they'll be there. Retake now for Fnatic. Patient is going to have to be Chronicle and the rest of the squad. As you sort of mentioned there, at least the Marshal got put in the hands of Crash. He's a fair. Still looking towards his own Bucky. Chronicle will for Vez. Popping off right now.
That dodges
No.
the relay bolt, so Alpier is sliding forward to his own demise. Boaster does trade one back. Still an opportunity to do some damage as Crashies arrives and finds a headshot. Spike not yet planted. Still plenty of time to work with here for Carmine Corp, but they've already lost 3 players. Paranoia gets sent. Full util kit available here to Crashies, the drone, to lead out. Sugetsu backpedaling, makes it around the corner before the ping can come in. Recon out, Boaster with a Bucky, able to find one elite. Swinging forward, and will be able to find
No,
it. Nearly loses
close.
his life. Carmine close out the
Fnatic
ante.
भाई
But it's only
almost
a
निकाल ले
small
गई थी ये
vandal
वाला.
that they carry forward into the bonus.
Yeah, just didn't quite have the damage there. Almost had that one shot. Crashies. You could have seen that situation coming through from Fnatic so clean.
Absolutely.
They actually got the scan off, the drone, got the tag off as well, but because it is Crashies that has to use the drone, once he gets that tag, has to pull his Marshal and doesn't have time to shoot before Carmine can get behind the corner. It comes down to just a 1 versus 1, but we're already into round 3. Running back's already available. This is going to be a fast round potentially. Certainly KC know what the game plan is. Here we go. Good ball in hand. It'll be first peek coming through.
It's going to be flash exchange.
Kayak's already gone, by the way. Already get crashed out of here.
So curveball paranoia going to be used here. And Boaster able to just freely back away. And Kayak does return. Just a late linger here from Elite. Going to be waiting to see. He can try to push forward. Once his team starts making a bit of noise around this A site, get himself onto a flank angle, but that's all this site for Util.
Meanwhile, look over towards mid. It's got to be the drone out from Crashies. Down goes Alpha. Making that flank happen.
Camera's there. And now does get cleared out, so they're aware of this position forward at Tiles. Alfier gonna see if he can try to get the jump on anybody. It's this trip still nearby. If he goes fast enough, may be able to find a catch on Asadic, who's slowly pushing forward. Immediately the running back gonna be dealt with though. Boaster up on top of the box here. On that defender's side, able to come away with that shutdown. Elite now lurking, finds Alpha, trades it back, trades it up.
Crashies trying to find an opening here.
Martin.
Into the post plant, Elite.
भाई Fnatic का तो ये round भी बहुत
Can't come in
मुश्किल
late
लग
for
रहा
this one as well. Paranoid. Here comes Fnatic.
Still getting sent, but it's just the clone storming forwards. The scaling off the back of that. And Blind not really being seen quite just yet. I was about to swing out. Spots up! Oh! Two headshots connecting, and immediately Chronicle and Poster have to back away. Bonus conversion coming through. As that's going to be Carmine Corp on the hunt, looking for a bit more.
Yeah, Fnatic just unable to get anything done there. They might not even be able to get out with their weapons. Certainly KC won't allow this to happen. They've got so many members, Sagetsu and Martin, happy to hunt here, given that they got nothing real to drop. But as the timer fades, they'll pick up a couple of upgrades here, walk away with that one. A Vez insane double headshot to end any chance for Fnatic to be able to come back in that round. 3-0 to start things out with. Gun round failed by FNC. However, they hold on to 2 guns at least.
Still very rough position to be in. We'll see what the buy ends up looking like here for the side of Fnatic, but rough tidings so far for Chronicle and Alpha are not on the board quite just yet. As it was a decent start to shut down the run it back. Felt like maybe that would really slow things up, allow for everybody from Fnatic to get into position, but yeah, Alpha gets picked on the flank and Aves just has them lined up. 2 headshots, 7-1-0 so far here on the Phoenix.
They weren't even like properly lined up either. There was 1 high, 1 low, but still shots connecting. The spread helping Aves out majorly there. Run it down was at least shut down as mentioned, but that was all really that Fnatic was able to get.
He's already a third of the way to the next one after those kills.
That's the thing, right? Like I said early on, watch how many he gets and watch if Martin can get more done here. It's not going to happen. That's 1 rifle collected over. Or rather, they're not going to go for the rifle. They're going to swap weapons in terms of giving it to Alpha.
Plan to come through. Just checking out the angles here with the hot hands. Nothing going to be spotted. Curveball going to be sent. Relay bolt. Dissuade. Taves has to backpedal. Still plenty of players in position though. Try to defend.
Against PaperX. The divide doesn't look too shaken down on that stage. It's been all smiles for what was the defensive side. And a few sparks of hope scattered throughout a sea of despair for Sentinels. Now they move to their defensive side. And sure, this isn't their map pick. And this is somewhere we even came in saying PaperX clearly favored on this map. But if it's a blowout, then we throw into question how Sunset will go. And if Sentinels will be seeing their key crushed before long.
Yeah, the worry as well is you go back to their performances on this map at Masters Toronto, and it was that defensive side the Sentinels struggled on. So it's definitely not good signs on map number 1, but maybe they can get something started here. The positives, Nurate was the highest ACS player in that first half. Was one of the main reasons they
already 9-3 हो गया है Sentinels.
To look for that early fight. It's not pretty at all. Goodbye again. His sheriff's in the pistol rounds. It was 3 in the last. Well, he's already got 2/3 of that.
I'll tell you what, with what he said about BBL, I think they'll be pretty happy watching this spot back. For Sentinels, it's a shaky start, but it's not over just yet. The pistol round will give them so much more. Hope that's an audacious play. The rate's been good, but only one to be found. Damage done. But a lot of that is decay, and it comes right back online. Something healthy, Forsaken swinging, and it's left onto Zekin. A Sheriff in hand, but that will give him a one-shot body shot on something. Everyone else, especially for him to have a chance of the 1v3, he'll need to be clean and precise. Shots to the head.
I think he heard the steps. He at least knows there's a player towards spawn, so he's going to go looking. It's not pretty though. That needed to be a lot cleaner if he was going to have a chance in that clutch.
यार ये वाला तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है ना one sided होने वाला है.
10-3. That should be the map locked in. I think even if they had managed to win the pistol, it felt doubtful for Sentinels, but wow. This guy in pistols, they just seems to enjoy any brawly battle with the Sheriff.
A fight.
And I didn't even realize that it was Forsaken just spamming through the orb that ends up finishing off Narrate.
I think this might be like Serena GC, just Sentinel sat on the stage in between maps, getting that aim train and going, because they've not been hitting so far. And like, there's been rounds where Paper X just overwhelmed them, but equally there's been rounds where they have those opportunities and the shots just do not land. One man who has been reliable, as you said, Narrate, highest ACS in that first half for most of it. Get more kills than the whole team combined. Second, the right clicks are not kind, but Devi's gone down again. It's Narrate finding hope for Sentinels, even in these weaker rounds.
Well, one positive for Paper X is they haven't lost themselves a weapon yet. There isn't anything other than that Sheriff that was bought by Narrate. They can try and pad that gap, but they have faked this out. I like the idea. You see this quite often where a team thinks they're running into a stack, they fall back, and of course for Sentinels they go, okay, we've got to take gamble.
भाई Sentinels कल इतना अच्छा जीती है DRX से, and यहाँ Paper X PRX भाई.
He can even give.
Guys, 10-3 is insane. Guys, 10-3 is literally insane. Oh.
Once, but now the players will start coming out ahead. Jing with another, as blinded up as he is. He's not being dealt with. Still drawing breath, leaves it onto something. Spike up top, and look at the wraparound. Great reposition. I don't think they'll expect this, thinking he's still behind that wall. Bang. He's coming past the 9 in the right direction.
Hey, Guardians
he's looking away as something rounds the corner, and he doesn't expect that defuse to be stuck. He's now confirmed it isn't, and he will just play with the time. Easy peasy for Paper X now, with 11 rounds on the board. It looks like this map won't be on for much longer.
Yeah, it's a shame, because you take this round in isolation, and it's actually very good. They came in with barely
Guys,
anything.
ये तो लेके चली गई, easily ले गई यार Paper X. Seems like Sentinel नहीं भाई.
11-3 down.
GenG को आप देखो, GenG ने ये क्या किया? 1v3, wow.
To turn this back, it's going to have to be a ludicrous string, and I'll be honest with you, Patman's been fantastic, but something has had so many moments that have just got to have broken the mental of the opposing side. Zekin's going to try and take a leap out of his book. I think he's already been seen. I think something knows he's there, and he's going to have to fall back. Doesn't take too much damage at least.
Guys, PRX needs only 2 more rounds. सिर्फ 2 round चाहिए 1-0 करने के लिए Sentinels के against.
Patman's just waiting. Looks like John QT is going to give him the fight, but he'll give him the shot to the head as well. Returning lead in the other direction, and Paper X, they lose that opening duel. It is damn close. John QT was on 0 shield, just the regens, was on 5 HP. Needs Zelsis to hold strong or at least buy time, and that's exactly what the do.
कहाँ tag किया भाई drone ने?
Zelsis, however, has not still sat in the corner, and the swing alongside his teammate have given them another man advantage. Forsaken will turn the tide, but they're being flanked on. They managed to get past that turret, and it seems like Devi is completely...
Guys, Sentinel को ये निकालना पड़ेगा यार, अगर गेम में थोड़ा भी रहना है ये. Oh, GenG! Taken goes down. GenG and 4v4. Oh! Oh! What?
And now Bag is all that's left, but Devi
away with players in front of him. Just
ये
seems
कैसे
to
हारे?
decimate.
No.
It's 12-3. What looked like finally
No,
an opportunity
it's over,
for
भाई.
Sentinels
Game map 1
has
तो गया.
again been a death-dealing
Map
blow
1
from
is
Paper
over,
X.
guys. Map 1
I
is
can't
over.
believe they won that round. Divide, it did look like for a moment, didn't think
Bhai,
about the
it's
flank. I don't know if he heard the
Sentinel.
smoke or just
Sentinels,
suspected it.
guys.
But his
12-3
turret didn't
होने
catch them
वाला
on the
है.
cross, yet still he turns just in time. They're
Seriously.
suspicious, they're ready, and they win
Wow.
all of the fights from that point. And that really feels like what we've seen throughout this entire
Wow,
map.
bhai, wow.
And that's nothing to do with the battleground itself. It's to do with the players. Look at that. Zekin's clearing it. Devi's looking up top initially and just gets the pick and then finishes off bang as
Bhai,
well.
just wow.
For Sentinels, they did everything right there. They made the right plays. The timing maybe could have been better, but without them making steps, they couldn't have gotten there faster. And a timeout as their opponents are about to cross the finish line. I don't know that they can be the ones to wield their fate here as a weapon. I think that they have to hope that Paper X stall out.
Oh, there was once a small British man that took a pause at 11-3 down.
Time out.
Kaplan is trying to beat that by 1. Unfortunately, the small British man is now working with the team on the other side of the stage. So it's a difficult thing to try and come back from. Look, I rate Kaplan, but this might be a bridge too far. Especially with the weaponry not being the best, they've spotted at least one player, and already it's not looking good. The raid gone, bang gone.
भाई गया भाई ये तो
Maybe
game.
Kaplan said just lose at this point.
Easy win for PRX, guys. Easy win for PRX. Oh, something. What?
Wow. Zelsis.
Easy win, guys.
And
Easy
Timmy.
win.
Why is Patman
Easy win.
still there? 13-3, Paper X
Ah,
put on a
wow.
clinic in map number 1. And well, it was their choice at least, but they need a serious reset in the Sentinels camp.
Well, at least it'll be easy to forget. It occupies so little of
Wow.
their memory. That is demolition from Paper X's Sentinels. Bomb out of map number 1. Sunset, their pick, comes up next. It's going to take a lot to bounce back from this, but at least Narrate, he was on fire. Let's see
Guys,
if they can heat up in
13-3.
this series.
13-3 against a team like Sentinels. Wow. Absolute cinema, guys. Absolute cinema. क्या खेला यार.
हेलो
हेलो आ गए.
आ गए
लाइव चल रहा है.
मीडिया का
हाँ,
देख का है पर है
मैं YouTube पे ही देख रहा हूँ.
अच्छा मुझे लगा तू यहाँ पे चला रहा होगा स्ट्रीम.
रोको कर देता हूँ ना यहाँ पे.
ओके मैं भी अभी नगर पालिका से ही आया.
क्या करने गए थे? यार भाई अभी बहुत गंदा हराया यार पेपर एक्स ने सेंटिनल्स को. 13-3 कर दिया यार. वो चल रहा है ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप. हाँ
ठीक है
चलो
ठीक है.
भाई. गाइस चलो यार तब तक दूसरे पे स्विच कर देते हैं गेम पे, जब तक यहाँ मैच नंबर 2 शुरू हो रहा है. हाँ. ये कौन जीतेगा? फिनेटिक और केसी का. आई थिंक सेकंड गेम शुरू हो गया क्या यहाँ पे?
Gets the spot.
यहाँ पे सेकंड गेम
Not
शुरू
yet
हो गया
planted.
शायद.
Stuck here. In position, but Sadak
ला ला ला
Peels
ला
back
ला
some of
ला
that
ला
pressure.
ला 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 ला
living
ला.
poster to his own devices. The recon just a hair off, unable to find it. Swings in, and Sadak outdoes
अरे
it.
पहले ही चल रहा है भाई.
6-4,
इनका अलग ही
Armine Corp stretch the lead.
इन लोगों का अलग ही चल रहा है भाई. इन लोगों का भाई इतना क्लोज मैचअप चल रहा है, क्या बोलेगा कोई.
Now they've dropped a couple in a row as momentum
Yeah,
starts
link
to
send कर.
shift. This one is getting nice and close.
अच्छा
Alpha
लिंक ही भेज दूँ,
back
मैंने
into
शेयर कर
his
दी
hands.
स्क्रीन.
What can you do with this one again?
अब हुई हाँ.
Player for the side of Fnatic. Wouldn't want to see another Sagetsu clutch if
ये
you are Fnatic, but he's got it twice or 2 days in a row, same map as well.
Fnatic.
You'll say,
Oh.
okay, well, Billy
अरे
just
अभी
kinda like
उनका वो
face the
ब्रेक
World
आया ना,
Cup. This-
एक मैच हो
that
गया है
1v2 is a lot
सेंटिनल
more
और पेपर
impressive.
एक्स का.
अच्छा.
अभी भाई ये बहुत क्लोज चल रहा है. वो तो मतलब वन साइडेड रहा है यार. 13-3 कर गई पेपर एक्स.
Identified, so right now the stack being avoided. All on Chronicles to try to hold the lines. As there's the trick. Denies the run back. Evans forced away here for the moment. Quickly looking to refill this space.
That tag really forced things back as well. I mean, you start to see the slowdown there. The trips are just causing problems. Elite has been dropped off though.
FPP गेम में अलग ही मजा आता है.
This might
भाई
get a little
वैल्यू तो
tricky.
भाई टॉप क्लास है
Now
यार.
he's completely surrounded. Looks like Carmine going to be calling to slowly drift their way back into B main.
मजा तो आता है, फ्रस्ट्रेशन भी बहुत होता है पर.
Avaz in position.
Oh!
Elite holding his own. Suffers a bit of damage, but out the air.
अरे
From the market
अरे
side.
भाई.
Just managed to find him with the op shot. TP forward into the smoke from Suzuki.
क्या लग रहा है कौन जीतेगा फनाटिक और केसी में से?
This op. Both are
केसी
on top
लीड कर रही है
of the
यार अभी.
boxes.
अरे इतनी सी लीड से क्या होता है, एक दो पॉइंट की लीड तो कभी भी कवर हो जाती है.
Means they have to finish here. Boast has been cut off by smoke. He's going to smoke himself.
यार वो दूसरी स्ट्रीम पे भी नजर रखना है मुझे सेकंड मैप. ओह भाई
पेनल्टी जीत गया ये.
भाई ये कैसे हुआ भाई?
Tied up scoreline here at the half.
विद इन सेकंड्स भाई, विद इन सेकंड्स खत्म कर दिया.
Unfortunately, Elite reveals his own
तो कुछ
position.
भी
I
हो
think he might have
सकता
been
है.
camped. You could have had
Yeah,
a
bhai.
situation where, okay, drop him off, Casey pivot over towards A, but then you have this mid-round call where it's like, hold on, maybe we'll help Elite. But he dies, and you still don't have Casey quite on site yet. Sagetsu takes his position within the smoke. Now they're committed. They have to play the site. Patient is Fnatic, closing that one out eventually. Hunter's Fury, late into the round, no time remaining, pressure's on, and Casey fumble it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a saving Private Ryan
प्लान ही
mission
चल रहा है
there.
नहीं?
This time Matt Damon
वहीं रियाद में हो रहे हैं सारे मैचेस.
everyone taken down in
भाई
the
क्या
hour.
तो प्रोडक्शन है, देखो अभी दिखाएंगे ना.
Look at
ओह
speed things up.
भाई
My God, what a transfer.
गेत्सू भाई.
Finds Boaster crashes, gets himself a second.
एक ही बचा इनका
Leading out here now
पेनल्टी
in
का
a
ये राउंड
1v3.
है.
Needing the clutch already spotted,
देखते
tagged up.
1v2 कर
Here comes
पाता है कि
Sagetsu.
नहीं.
It's fortunate
यार
he was on the
ऑपरेटर है
same
1v3
gas.
कैसे
Getsu is
होगा?
on the approach just now, exiting out of Boma, wrapping
तीन है.
around into the defender's spawn, and Alpier, he doesn't even know where the spike is going yet.
No, Sagetsu TP'd for this one as well.
Save
using the
करेगा
ulti.
भाई.
Man, this guy is playing like a man possessed today. Scary moment
भी
for
करना
Fnatic when
चाहिए.
Sagetsu can do these things.
And that's off of a very slow start. It took him a while to even just get that first
गाइस
goal.
चैट में हाई लिखो यार जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो, एंड हिट द लाइक बटन.
And just absolutely electric.
Okay, looks like Alpha wants to go for this one. It will be 1v3.
अभी फनाटिक और केसी देख रहे हैं जब तक यू नो ब्रेक चल रहा है, मैप ब्रेक. 5 मिनट है, 5 मिनट में सेकंड गेम शुरू होगा, फिर स्विच करेंगे पेपर एक्स और सैन पे.
And that's going to be Carmine Corp.
You'll forgive me for not doing maths on stream, but
यार बैक एंड फोर्थ हो रहा है यार. देखना कितनी देर से बैक एंड फोर्थ ही चल रहा है. एक राउंड, 2 राउंड उधर, 2 राउंड इधर, 2 राउंड उधर, 1 राउंड इधर, 1 राउंड इधर.
as we reach the half-time here. Really insane finish, considering how close some of these rounds.
और ट्रेडर्स आपके क्या हाल है? क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Fnatic
Machine
bounced back
ही
with a
किया.
couple.
तुमने तो करा होगा ना?
Insane clutch coming in through for Sagetsu in the middle of that
अच्छा
one.
मुझे तो याद ही नहीं रहा भाई.
From Alpha as well, shutting down both duelists.
मुझे देखा भी नहीं, एक तो मैं अपना मेन वो चला नहीं रहा ना, मेन आईडी. उस स्टोरी नहीं लगाई तुमने? अरे स्टोरी लगानी चाहिए थी ना. पार्टी नहीं दी साले ने, पार्टी कब देगा? अच्छा अच्छा लगाएगा अब वही फ़ोन.
और विशाल
अच्छा अच्छा कल मिले थे तुम?
हाँ.
कहाँ मिला था?
घूमने ही चले गए थे ऐसे ही विशाल मॉल
I'll
में.
tell you what, there's a lot of
अच्छा खुद ही आया था? बढ़िया है यार. मुझे पता ही नहीं था भाई, मैं भूलभाल ही गया. तुमने कही तो थी कि जुलाई में आने वाला है. एक तो आजकल पता है दिन का नहीं पता चल रहा कब निकल जा रहे हैं. अरे
Pearl is the
बहुत
permanent
time
ban
लगता है
that
यार।
opens up the sunset for coming, and they really need to be able to come through, win this, to take this to 3 maps, because we're thinking the series, if Carmine can do anything, it's going to have to be 3 maps, because Fnatic, it's unlikely they're going to go out of this one.
He's also good
Drop it
to
out.
impressed at his own transfer.
Yeah, I mean, that was a sick transfer. This guy's looking pretty sharp today, but of course for
यार
Fnatic,
मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है यहाँ का एक गेम खत्म होगा तब तक सेकंड मैप ही खत्म कर देंगे सेंटिनल और पेपर एक्स वाले।
the series of Fnatic taking the sunset, then you
भाई
start to
उनका
see it
सेकंड
go
मैप
through
शुरू
the
होने वाला है।
Gotta remember, this is all off the back of Casey finding that pistol, finding the bonus conversion. So Fnatic in the end doing well to be able to get the 5 rounds that they do have.
इसमें वो बैटल रॉयल होता है ना?
The pistol here to
नहीं
start.
इसमें कहाँ होता है भाई? कस्टम होते
with
हैं।
their double duelist as well on this defensive side. He's already looking over through mid.
पेपर एक्स विन फर्स्ट राउंड। यस रेक्स ओपी, पेपर एक्स ने जीत लिया यार, तो हमने थोड़ा फेनेटिक और केसी पे स्विच कर लिया है। सेकंड मैप शुरू होगा यार उनका, तो बताना, मैं भी खोल रखा हूँ, आई थिंक शुरू होने में ही है। आई थिंक 2 मिनट और लगेंगे
जब तक हो जाएगा ये राउंड।
इस राउंड के बाद स्वीप। सेकंड खेल रहे हैं, सेकंड अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ है, आई थिंक भाई अभी शुरू होने में सेकंड वहाँ पे मैप। इस मैप के बाद इस राउंड के बाद स्विच कर लेंगे सेंटिनल वर्सेस पेपर एक्स पे। भाई बट क्या क्या गया है भाई, पेपर एक्स ने क्या खेला है यार। मजा आ गया यार देख के।
वो वाला देखा ही नहीं मैं।
यार ये कैसी जीतेगी तो बहुत भाई वन साइडेड हो जाएगा यार।
ये तो लग ही रहा है,
मतलब वन साइडेड तो नहीं बट स्टिल भाई प्रॉपर लीड आ जाएगी यार, अब तो इको भी बिल्ड हो जाएगी। चलो भाई चलते हैं, स्विच करते हैं। अभी चालू का हुआ है यार रेक्स भाई मैच।
I'm just wondering if history is going to repeat itself. Is it going to be a 13-11 win for PRX again? Because the first map was the same score, 13-3. I don't know. This is crazy. And, you know, we spoke about how Narrate was the person that needed to step up. And he did just that. Yeah. And the fact that PRX was still able to have such a dominant win when he was like, basically, he was popping off. The only rounds that...
अच्छा 1.5 मिनट है guys, 1.5 मिनट में शुरू हो जाएगा, चलो।
It scares me, it worries me going into the second match because it just makes me think that maybe Center just not confident.
This stream has ended.
I think it's important also to remember something that I believe it was actually Junkie T was saying in one of the videos that we showed at the beginning of the day, and is that especially in tournaments like this, and when you only have a chance, some teams might just have the day. And even if we look at playing it, we say, oh my god, Paper Rex are on such a run, they've been so efficient this year. It doesn't matter if like 1 in 100 times that they played, Sentinels might win. This could be that
one sided। हाँ यार भाई 13-3 बहुत वन साइडेड था। कोई नहीं भाई, 1 मिनट बचा है वैसे भी, और ये सेकंड मैप यार मिस नहीं करना है, पहला हर राउंड देखना है इसमें यार। आई थिंक अब शायद सेंटिनल्स का पिक होगा शायद, है ना रेक्स भाई? आई एम नॉट बैड, अब सेंटिनल्स का मैप पिक है। पहला पेपर एक्स का था। भाई चेयर क्या करते हैं यार यश भाई, कल हम देख रहे थे भाई, अभी देखना क्या चेयर की आवाज आएगी अलग ही लोगों की। चैंटिंग अलग ही चलती है भाई रैक्स भाई। लाइक कर दो यार फटाक से, और बताओ यार कौन सी आपकी फेवरेट टीम। क्या लग रहा है आपको, क्या सेंटिनल्स का कमबैक होगा या फिर पेपर एक्स ही लेके चला जाएगा?
1-0 Paper Rex. The tournament lives are looking good, and Sentinels on the line. Let's get to it.
ये कौन है?
Paper Rex
Teams
almost
Sentinel
looking as good as you, Digon. Thank you very much.
Admins
To
वगैरह
our
भी
analyst
रहते हैं
desk,
ना
it's
पूरे।
time to get back into this series. Sentinels taking their seats as we speak, and you have to hope that reset's being kind to them. It was a quick first map. Paper Rex demolishing their opposition, and it looked like they couldn't put a foot wrong, except for that 1B main push, but we won't talk about that. They highlighted it on the desk, Tom. The real concern isn't one player missing, it was one player online for Sentinels. Narrate was on fire, but the rest of the squad's going to need to catch some of that heat.
Yeah, I think though they've always been a team that's relatively good at having those sort of resets. Of course, that I love it. She's going to run out of space to hold on to. Of course, there's Jinx.
सनसेट है मैप भाई, पिक किसका है मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ। सनसेट को किसने, आई थिंक जहाँ तक मुझे पता है सेंटिनल्स का पिक है।
To be honest, with how things are going, she might have quite a short day. Like, it might be back
Sunset,
to the
let's
hotel
go.
very soon. we are going to be getting
Omen,
big things.
Cypher,
I was
Neon,
wondering whether or not we
Breach,
might see a
Fade
change
versus
for
Viper,
the side of
Sova,
Sentinels.
Sage,
Obviously coming in with the
Omen and Raze.
same composition that they were running over the last few times. Obviously versus DRX, they absolutely battered. So still feeling confident in their own map and in their own choice. We've seen them play.
भाई समथिंग को देखना है मुझे तो समथिंग ने क्योंकि डिसाइडेड मैप लोटस है भाई क्या लगता है डिसाइडर तक जाएगा सेंटिनल्स का पिक है तो सेंटिनल्स के पास कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा एज तो रहेगा यार मतलब उन्होंने खुद पिक किया है इसको इस मैप को आई होप कुछ तो एडवांटेज होगा उनके पास
And I do think that a lot of it comes down to just getting
अगर डिसाइडर तक गया तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई ऑल्दो गेम 1 के बाद बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा है डिसाइडर तक जाना
So I think the fact that it was only Narrate is definitely a worry. But if he can keep the same form and you get a couple of others, we have a game on our hands. If not, we could see the repeat because hey, you've gone to the other side. As said, over the last few months, it's 5-0 for the side of PaperX on this map, and we're talking good opposition. We're talking beating Fnatic, beating Sentinels, beating Liquid, beating DRX. Like these are all top tier opposition that they are managing to get past. So I think they're going to come into this one feeling incredibly confident, and it's up to Sentinels to prove that, okay, we picked this map for a reason.
Well, one thing that might be a little easier to deal with now is without something being on that quick escape agent, he can't get as aggressive as he did in that previous map because he was winning opening duels and getting
I'm not an expert, I am a mobile gamer. अच्छा रेक्स भाई कोई नहीं देखो मजा आएगा यार हम बैठे हैं ना यार कल तो नरेट का जो फॉर्म था जेल्सिस का जो फॉर्म था आज दिख ही नहीं है
But that's always the thing with them on this map. Obviously,
चेयर सुन रहे हो गाइस चेयर इतनी ज़्यादा मतलब चेयर कर रहे हैं लोग कैंटिंग सुनो नाम की प्लेयर्स के
It seems like they've got the same idea on the attack.
Tends to be the case. Get your priority zone down and lock it.
और एक्स भाई सेड भाई
straight through B main as a response. They take
मुझे आपने मेरा टाइम याद दिला दिया
Big swing, but it's expected. They were ready for that, and now there's a paranoia in response. Shock dart up close, Zekin barely makes it out. Luckily, he's quick on his feet, but Narrate can't quite get out to meet him. They need to take this battle at least until Narrate falls. Then Zekin has the choice to fall back, but he goes back in for another fight.
भाई क्या कर रहा है भाई Zekin?
Big mistake, an overheat with Patman dropping him. We're back to a 2v2. Decent damage done.
Damn भाई 3 के निकाला भाई अकेले बंदे ने अकेले
will be enough from these PaperX players, and so far they have been the ones, especially Patman and Forsaken, reliable in these sort of scenarios.
They are a little bit more
I love bro GenG वाला भाई too good no doubt भाई too good यहाँ लाइव देखा था हमने भी भाई मजा आ गया था बहुत शानदार गेम था आज भी देखेंगे GenG का मैच हम सेकंड गेम GenG का है तो उसे भी देखेंगे
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Not close enough to hear those steps. They will be making their way in towards that site eventually. There is going to be that realization. That's when they start putting on the heater to try and catch up that little bit more.
यार रीटेक तो मुश्किल हो जाएगा यार रीटेक मुश्किल हो जाएगा
Nice open plan too. You have to worry about everything here over towards elbow.
पर आ रहा है गाइस बैक
स्टेप you know he's the one that has the pressure.
हां भाई नेक्स्ट मैच है
steps made, they've heard him. They won't be giving him the chance to take him down for free. Hiding from the camera too. There's the shot from Patman. No. They know where one is. They haven't got the info in the second, and now they do.
What?
The round win for
भाई साहब
the lead early on here on Sunset.
यार अकेले बंदे ने 3 किल्स निकाले फिर भी निकल गया PRX
managing to get 3 kills in that round, a lot of it of his own individual.
क्या भाई कैमरामैन क्या मस्ती कर रहा है गाइस कैमरामैन
and it seemed like they had a solid read on what was going to be attempted. They went aggressively into middle, maybe expecting that okay it's either going to be mid aggression or it's going to be this aggression.
क्या तो एम है इन लोगों का डिले है स्ट्रीम आई थिंक थोड़ी सी मे भी होगी यार ज़्यादा तो नहीं होना चाहिए
looking like the same again. GenG
थोड़ा बहुत हो गया यार भाई 5-7 सेकंड का ओह
भाई is it better or worse
भाई
having
क्या कर रहा है भाई ये
pushing you as a raise? Oh sure, it's only a low buy, so I guess this round doesn't matter too much.
PRX अगर इस फॉर्म में खेलेगी ना तो फिर भाई 2-0 फॉर श्योर हो रहा है
That's what he does against a low buy.
थोड़ा तो सांस लेने दो सैन को
देख रहा हूं. What's he going to be like when they've got weapons on the other side? When that risk isn't as audacious to make it.
Zero damage.
This is the problem, man. You look at that first map, and there were a lot of fights like that. A guy pushing through a smoke, an angle you're holding.
नहीं
Somebody's on the
भाई.
left or the right. It's a
Not even a single kill भाई. Not even a single kill. भाई इकोनॉमी इतनी अच्छी बिल्ड हो जाएगी ना PRX की अब इस मैच के बाद. IPL कैमरामैन Esports World Cup. Legend भाई legend. भाई मेरे एक दो दोस्त गए हैं प्रोडक्शन में कहीं वही तो नहीं कॉल करके पूछ लेता हूँ.
Scoreboard looking fairly similar to the last map, at least for now, just with a different player on it.
Guys, hit that like button and बताओ किस टीम को सपोर्ट आप कर रहे हो, Sentinels या PaperX?
Taking any damage in the previous round, it means they'll have rifles alongside a singular stinger. In terms of the ults, nobody particularly close to Mozek, and this time is going to have a decent read. Okay, they're going to try and push us, they're going to try and disrespect us. I'll give a little bit of spam to that smoke, and they'll have the man advantage for it.
It's an interesting trap wire they've put down. It's going to allow PaperX to potentially push through mid and go to that left side, wrap around to B. Maybe just avoiding that early shock dart you'll often see thrown through. That little bit of information on the A wrap. It means someone has to keep holding it. Those players in market are always at risk of being wrapped. At least what we can see, that's not going to be the case. PaperX running into a three-man stack up. It's
second bhai.
Easily dealing with. He already mentioned one player on the board for Sentinel, similar to the last map, but not much has changed. The rate might be about to add one to the tally. I say
team help करेगी क्या?
Drops it, but a 1v4 is not to be.
It's not going to be the ace this time.
भाई एस था यार, मजा आ जाता है एस हो जाता तो, but भाई
stepping up into the game. Mentioned in the last map, his quietness was uncharacteristic. He's been someone that has been so enjoyable to watch.
Seriously भाई क्या खेल रहा है भाई
in
बंदा.
North America and back on the neon, he is looking incredibly comfortable. A lot of awkward fights to be taken, but he wins the lot.
यार single handedly round निकाला है भाई टीम के लिए.
Now at least on a map that we know,
single handedly round निकाला है भाई. Sentinel जीत गई ना ये तो बहुत बड़ा क्रेडिट जैकन को जाएगा. कोऑर्डिनेशन ऑन टॉप, एम ऑन टॉप, PRX इज कुकिंग. नो डाउट भाई PRX इज ऑन टॉप, बट जैकन भाई एक 1v3 पहले राउंड में ही किया था, 1v4 करके राउंड निकाल दिया. Oh, इस बार फेल. No, Zekan.
He did exactly the same in the previous round. That pathing.
Sad भाई.
I'm not even sure PaperX read into it. Just right place, right time. And a good shot onto John QT. Your breach is down. Your B side a bit more vulnerable. And the A side push up as a response. Sentinels want some space, but they hear them come back. The drone goes in. The right swings wide, but he's only good for one bang. It could be a surprise.
यार अर्ली अगर प्लेयर निकल जाए ना बहुत इजी हो जाता है फिर. हर राउंड भाई ये चीज़ कर रहे हैं, मतलब अर्ली में ही निकाल ले रहे हैं एक दो बंदे, तो उसका बहुत फ़ायदा मिल रहा है. 4K क्या? हाँ भाई क्या तो 4K मारा भाई, नो डाउट. सुपर 4K. गाइज और भी जो भी कोई देख रहा है चैट में से हाई एंड हिट दैट लाइक बटन. अपनी जो भी कोई टीम को आप पसंद करते हो, वेदर इट इज़ PRX, वेदर इट इज़ सैन, लिखो यार, नाम लिखो. कितनी बढ़िया स्ट्रीम चल रही है हमारी. भाई जैकन शॉर्टी पे आ गया. ओह बकी पे आ गया, बकी पे आ गया. नियॉन के साथ शॉटगन भाई सुपर्ब कॉम्बिनेशन.
If this ends up anywhere near as dominant as the last map, it's not like we're expecting.
लाइनअप सीख लो दोस्तों, लाइनअप सीख लो, सोवा लाइनअप. भाई सोचो पैरानोया कर दे इस टाइम पे, मजा आ जाए.
Bang goes down immediately, and
Hey, bang!
On its way, but Narrate has managed to thread the needle.
Oh no!
The showstopper lurking. He has to go back into the heavy pack, and Forsaken is the one waiting for him. He was between a rock and a hard place there, but he had to hit those first
close
shots.
Right, close
That's where
it.
it all comes crumbling.
Right.
He's running into the bookie. That could be a pick for Zeus. He gets nothing on the follow-up.
Yeah, they know that Celsius is there as well.
This is
Of course,
PaperX.
the PaperX wall is always something they love to put into play, but let's be real, there isn't even going to be an attempt at this retake. The round felt done the moment they lost those first couple
भाई
of opening
PRX
picks,
अलग फॉर्म में है
sure,
भाई,
they're
अलग
killer
ही
to
फॉर्म
bang
में
it.
है.
It just-
बाय द वे आई नेवर प्लेड दिस गेम फॉर रियल. अरे भाई क्या बात है, फिर भी आपको बहुत नॉलेज है यार.
favored, but
देखते बहुत
the
हो मुझे
second
लगता
one,
है
yeah,
आप
it was just
स्ट्रीम्स
an
काफ़ी देखते हो.
uncharacteristic whiff from Narrate. The stun just being held because they know they're going to be pressured. They have the trip holding, so the second that is broken, the
भाई
stun's going to be used.
PaperX अलग ही फॉर्म में है.
Hold on to these guns, at least bring something through to the next round. But
बहुत अलग फॉर्म में है यार. पहला 13-3 किया है, इसमें भी भाई जो तोड़ रहे हैं अलग ही.
As we said, it does seem like not much has changed. 8 kills for Zek and 2 for the rest of the squad. A new hero, but the same tragic storyline for Sentinels. This is what we feared. If Icebox was close, if there was a heartbeat there, then perhaps they'd be able to carry through some momentum. Perhaps we could believe in the counterplay. The VOD analysis working out in their favor, but you give PaperX a 13-3, you move to a map where they're not only comfortable but dominant. But it doesn't look too likely you'll be able to break the mold. But for Sentinels, a timeout early on. 4-1 down, it's not too late to grab a hold of those reins. Snatch them from the
टैक्टिकल
hands of
पॉज भाई
PaperX.
ले लिया है फनाटिक
What
ने.
we've seen so far, Tom, it looks like they may need a miracle.
Yeah, and they are getting to the stage where
भाई कुछ बहुत ही तगड़ा करना पड़ेगा. अरे सॉरी, सेंटिनल्स ने टैक्टिकल पॉज ले लिया है. भाई मैं कहूँ यार फनाटिक वाला गेम तो अभी स्विच कर दिए. यार कुछ बहुत ही अलग करना पड़ेगा यार, बिकॉज ऑलरेडी 1-0 हो गया है, इसमें 4-1 से पीछे चल रहे हो तो भाई ऐसे तो नहीं होगा. मोमेंटम बहुत चाहिए, एटलीस्ट 1-2 राउंड बैक टू बैक 2 से 3 राउंड लेंगे तब जाके मोमेंटम मिलेगा. प्रज्वल भाई फ्री फायर टूर्नामेंट सारी डिटेल्स आपको थ्रिल और ग्लेजर गेम्स का जो डिस्कॉर्ड है उस पर मिल जाएंगी, सो वहाँ पे ज्वाइन कर लो. जी 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 सेंटिनल्स लिए हैं. यस रेक्स भाई. Owl drone.
The side of Sentinels. Now going to be going in for the danger, man. Second though, it is the dive across from Jing. He sells his life to give them the opener.
भाई क्लासिक सेज बॉल गेम भाई, क्लासिक सेज बॉल गेम. भाई एकदम बेसिक गेम स्टाइल के साथ, बेसिक गेम प्लान के साथ निकाल ले रही है यार PaperX.
Someone has to be holding that.
You will not kill my ally.
You got to expect the swing to come through.
Where are you?
Got to expect that spray on the body, but they don't get him.
रिजरेक्ट किया है ना सेज ने जिनको.
Real control there. Okay, he's right back in play.
Oh, something.
Further TP through the smoke. Getting
John.
aggressive is Forsaken as John QT tries his best.
पीछे भाई.
Slipped past
So
him.
close
With a
भाई,
solid step,
so
and that
close.
secures the round. A disaster
भाई
again for
बहुत close
Sentinels.
था यार.
It looked like they had a real shot at that one.
Wait, I'll say, that was a split second from Bang getting that spot on. Like, he looks back to check the smoke, but then obviously there's a million other angles that he's got to be keeping an eye on, so just can't quite catch him at the end. Man, this is the sort of moment we talk about where Jing is happy to sell himself so that they can get the trade, and then when you're one off that res, well, especially after Levi gets the kill, it gives them that extra advantage.
भाई कुछ भी हो रहा है रेक्स ओपी भाई, कुछ भी हो रहा है.
It's around the very nearly could have gone
सेंटिनल्स इतने थिन मार्जिन से राउंड्स हार रही है ना. आई एम काइंड ऑफ फीलिंग सैड फॉर सेंटिनल्स नाउ. ऐसे हारेंगे तो भाई बहुत दुख होगा यार.
If Sentinels are going to keep themselves in this tournament, it needs to be now.
भाई साइफर इज ऑल अलोन. अगर एग्रेसिव एंट्री की ना बहुत इजी एंट्री मिल जाएगी. ओमेन
Spike hasn't gone with, so players still need to cross. Full mid control for Sentinels as well. They're playing this one slow. Shouldn't see an overcommit towards that B side.
भाई ये लोग कहाँ घूम रहे हैं?
Has to be the retake. They cleared out so
बैटमैन का गेम है भाई, बैटमैन का. ओह हंटर्स फ्यूरी, हंटर्स फ्यूरी बैटमैन. ओ भाई 2 किल थे भाई ये तो.
No. Is a lifeline for Sentinels avoiding that backstab, and look at PaperX. They push spawn and they're wrapping Divide back around. They shouldn't expect the second flanker. It's all down to timing, but they closed the door.
The problem now is just the time. Divide. The spike is somewhat planted for him, and they don't have a clue where he is, but it's already being diffused under the smoke. The player's low, but he hasn't managed to land the shots. They're just sticking it under his nose.
कोई शॉट कनेक्ट ही नहीं हुआ.
And it's Bang to be the hero.
No,
3
bhai.
for him in this one.
10.
But more importantly,
Finally,
I think
bhai.
it was the goal.
Finally.
You can see where PaperX go into that site. There's a level of confusion.
Finally,
Okay,
bhai. What a comeback.
we haven't spotted nearly enough for this to be a proper B defense. So let's try and make a move. It did come
कमबैक होगा भाई. क्वेश्चन मार्क आपने जो लगाया है ना वो बहुत बड़ा है रेक्स भाई. आई डोंट थिंक भाई कुछ भी कह सकते हैं अभी, बिकॉज ये भी बहुत क्लोज राउंड था यार. अगर पैटमैन वहाँ गलती नहीं करता ना, मतलब पैटमैन के पास 2 किल्स बहुत इजी थे. अगर वहाँ आ जाते ना बहुत इजीली PRX का राउंड था ये भी. नो नरेट. ओ भाई अब मोमेंटम आ गया है भाई. अब अलग ही लेवल पे खेलेगी सेंटिनल्स.
जीत गई राउंड भी. बस कुछ
कमबैक हो रहा है भाई. कमबैक हो रहा है.
Pushed up alongside Zalsis. There's a Hail Mary jump past the smoke and
Nice. Oh, something. 1v3.
A little bit concerning. Zekken should have him. He's seen the
Zekken easy.
get a little bit
Easy
scared.
भाई. Easy. भाई but 1v3 still bro. इकोनॉमी तोड़ दी उनकी. यार मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ इनको कितना मजा आ रहा है जो वहाँ देख रहे हैं लोग यार. असली जिंदगी का मजा तो यही लोग ले रहे हैं.
It's exciting to see this team have some moments, bang, back-to-back rounds. But he's showing the individual brilliance we know that he has still though. There's a moment where something seems like he could have
Guys, Sen अभी भी गेम में है भाई, no doubt. Sen अभी भी गेम में.
Even still, Sentinels now within just 2. The economy still hasn't been broken yet though, PaperX. And while with a showstopper, a Viper's Pit, and that Hunter's Fury not far off, this is still a dangerous place for Sentinels to be.
Oh, it just got a little worse.
अरे
Down. It's not your mid control completely gone. Still a trap.
भाई बहुत main player down हो गया यार.
The A side is much lighter in defense. Patman's been pushing up. He sees nothing here. Nobody looking to fight, and a one-way smoke put down on short. I think he's starting to guess at elbow being open, and with the control Sentinels have towards B main, they may go for a flank. They may even get there before that push comes in on the A side, but the question is, can Bang survive? And he's repositioned, so this showstopper won't find him easily.
Yeah, the problem is
भाई वेस्ट हो गया भाई. शोस्टॉपर तो completely वेस्ट हो गया.
Unless they decide not to use the Viper's Pit. Because you're basically allowing them, to be in a position where they have so
Viper's
much
Pit.
of this
Easy plan,
control.
bhai,
Getting
easy
into this
plan.
corner is going to be difficult, and even leaves a little gap.
ये तो बहुत मुश्किल है भाई सेंटिनल्स के लिए.
Getting back into the site as well.
वाइपर्स बिट के साथ तो ऑलमोस्ट
Sage will use
इम्पॉसिबल.
to slow them down, and guess what? There's extra slows as well.
TSM लीड में है एपेक्स लेजेंड में. कल सर्वाइवल राउंड में. अच्छा कल एचटीएल भी खेली होगी ना आई थिंक एपेक्स में तो भाई रेक्स भाई. भाई 3v5 रीटेक वाइपर्स पिट इम्पॉसिबल. सेव कर लो भाई, सेव कर लो.
They're trying to fall back, but they're being boxed in by something. Bang is stuck
भाई
down on both sides. And these weapons, they
सेव भी नहीं करने दे रहे हैं यार. सेव भी नहीं करने दे रहे हैं.
Although he'll get 2. He's got players in the spawn. He needs to run far and fast.
He's running towards.
Yeah, this is a bit of a risk. This could get spooky, but I think he's good.
Yeah, he's just about able to save, but
अच्छा आज है उनका. अरे कल कुछ लोग स्ट्रीम पे आके बोल रहे थे कल है. मैंने शेड्यूल चेक किया, मुझे दिखा नहीं यार. मैं कंफ्यूज हो गया.
It is kind of crazy. Like you look at the guy who has the showstopper, the guy that can get you into a site, just swings, just takes a raw fight versus the player up mid. But then, when you have a showstopper and a Viper's Pit, it's such a difficult couple of ults to play against. But you basically are forced to play retake against something that is so difficult to play into. And the second they get that spike down, you can already see the moves of PaperX to box these players in. It's a second tactical pause already in the first half for Sentinels.
भाई second tactical भाई साहब. यार कितना स्ट्रेटेजाइज करोगे भाई.
At this point, they need to find answers, and so far they've been able to get around.
जो भी पहले
maybe
13
two
जीत
on
ले.
the board. Even then, look back. If Patman has his weapon out, the second round that Sentinels found, that's a completely different flavor.
Yeah, who knows?
He probably gets 2. The round flips. We see an even bigger
ALGS
lead.
करके होगा नेम अच्छा
Potential 1v5. It was damn close.
ALGS से है ना by the way I am God like fan
Look at how they close out a 5v2 is more the thing. For PaperX, when they win rounds, it's dominant, it's convincing. For Sentinels, even when they get the 5v2, it still feels like there's hope for PaperX, and that's very concerning.
Well, they come into this one still with a purchase onto the board. Rolling thunder for Jong QT, but it seems like Jing's just run it down.
चलो इंटेल तो मिला एटलीस्ट इंटेल ओह जिंग भाई जिंग खत्म कर देगा गेम जिंग खत्म कर देगा भाई गेम नो
Just fumbles from the side of Sentinel. This wasn't even the goal. There was no plan for PaperX to even take the A site. It was send Jing in and see what he could do. Mentioned
Team
it in round
India,
number 2.
yes,
This
bro,
guy
Team
will
India.
disrespect your utility. He will do
देखूंगा यार आज
things
मैं
you
भी
do not
देखूंगा मैचेस
expect.
उनके
But add in some mistakes for Sentinels, and hey, it doesn't get much easier than that.
Oh, I like the Forsaken TP to pull them back off the angle, but Jing taking the space like that is ludicrous. Zekken needs a big play in this court. They might have just seen him. They might have seen him backing around, and now they certainly have. Zekken getting out of there.
भाई गया ये राउंड भी
Waiting, and everyone hits their shots.
भाई वो दोनों तो सेव कर रहे हैं आराम से जेल्सिस और जॉन तो सेव करेंगे
An open ult and a blast, well, two blast packs, I suppose. The second, I don't
यार
know
क्या
how
हो रहा है यार
I
सैन
guess
के
he
साथ
mustn't have heard it. That's a
किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं होगा यार ऐसे ऐसा PRX डोमिनेट
You're gonna
करेगी
have to fight, most likely with a res online, whether it's by
भाई
orb.
नेक्स्ट लेवल डोमिनेशन
Certainly won't be by exekill here with how far away Sentinels are, or by plant. And not only that, the Hunter's Fury is there too.
Well, yeah, we saw it before when he was close. They just send Jing in to almost sacrifice himself. My only assumption is that when Jing last took the A site with the showstopper, he gets that opener and then he takes site control. So I guess Bang's logic there is they're going to smoke or wall this and I'll be up above. It ends up being an oversight just off. Probably most players don't do that, but you're not up against most players. You're up against Jing. And you have to be so aware of what this man can
भाई
do.
मुझे तो लग रहा है पिछले वाले जैसे ही ना हो जाए भाई इसमें भी गाइस बट रिमेंबर ये वाला पिक जो मैप पिक है वो सेंटिनल्स का है लास्ट मैप पिक चलो ये था कि चलो पेपर एक्स का था ये तो भाई सेंटिनल्स का मैप पिक है भाई नॉट अ गुड थिंग भाई अगर सनसेट में हार गए तो बहुत बहुत बड़ा झटका लगेगा हाँ भाई आता है ना फुटस्टेप का साउंड आता है आपको आ भी रहा होगा थोड़ा थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड में फुटस्टेप का गन का हर चीज़ का साउंड आता है हाँ अगर शिफ्ट करके वॉक कर रहा है कोई वॉक कर रहा है तो नहीं आएगा अगर कोई ऐसे चल के जा रहा है तो क्लियर आवाज आती है गार्डियन से भाई भाई ज़ेकन भाई ये बंदा हर बार सरप्राइज देता है भाई एकदम
At least 4 on the board at the halftime for Sentinels.
Hey, Zekken के सपोर्ट में चैंटिंग चल रही है वेन्यू पे. Let's go Zekken.
Recovery on what could be a much more dominant half.
Very.
You know when they played versus DRX. Their attack side. Zekken online. You put this man into position.
भाई येस कर रहा है क्या ये?
You at least have yourself a chance.
Oh, cancel कर दिया हूँ मैंने.
Some of the angles here, of course, they have.
Oh, bang!
Everything into the win, but finally.
यार जितने आई थिंक 4 राउंड जीते हैं 4 में से आई थिंक 3 तो भाई ज़ेकन की बदौलत जीती है भाई सैन एक में 4K किया था ये भी उसके भरोसे और आई थिंक एक और भी कोई था 3K वाला वन मोर भाई अगर निकाल लिया एक और तो 5-7 पे ख़त्म कर सकते हैं सेंटिनल्स फर्स्ट हाफ को और 5-7 से कमबैक इज़ वेरी इजी मतलब बहुत बहुत कोई टफ चीज़ नहीं है बस पिस्टल राउंड जीतना है तुम्हें उसके बाद इको बिल्ड हो जाएगा साथ साथ इजीली इक्वलाइजर दे सकते हो 7-5 कर पाएंगे क्या
Orb taken by Jing and he's now just one away from another showstopper. 3 big ultimates to play from. Spike drop play with. It will be the spike given to him to ensure that's the case. This will be a very difficult retake for Sentinels. They have the rolling thunder.
showstopper actually going to be used early. And that now makes this a little bit tougher through the rolling thunder. They go, and actually the showstopper doesn't land. A good opportunity to walled off. Divide just looking to keep himself safe.
No.
But he's been caught by the rate. Giving them the man advantage, but still lots to deal with. The snake bite should buy them a little bit of extra time. They can't get that defusal in just yet, and that will
Perfect snake bite. No, Batman, why?
All onto something once
Oh!
again. The first goal is
Oh,
no! He will not be able to.
Hey.
Two to deal with, and something does just that.
PaperX, another big lead at the halftime. Now they just need
Just wow,
to get
bhai,
it across
just
the
wow.
line here. The send Sentinels out to crush their key. We'll find out if we've got map 3 after the break.
Just wow, bhai. पहला हाफ तो भाई 8-4 ऑलमोस्ट वन साइडेड भाई, ऑलमोस्ट वन साइडेड. देखते हैं सेकंड हाफ में कोई कमबैक वमबैक होगा या नहीं होगा. गाइस चैट में बताओ यार कौन कौन देख रहा है, चैट पे नजर है मेरी. बताओ भाई क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? क्या बंद हो गई क्या?
नहीं चल रहा है, मैं तो वो देखने गया.
स्क्रीन स्विच कर लेना. चलो भाई चैट बातचीत कर लेते हैं. मैं कुछ नहीं देखा. अच्छा आपने ज़्यादा नहीं देखा इसके नॉर्मल गेम प्ले. आते हैं भाई फुटस्टेप वगैरह आते हैं, क्लियर साउंड आता है हर चीज़ का. गन रीलोड का साउंड आता है, गन हाथ में लेने का साउंड आता है. ला 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 ला. एनिमीज का पूछो क्या भाई? रेक्स ओपी समझा नहीं यार मैं. एनिमीज का क्या पुश? हाँ उसका भी साउंड आता है. हर चीज़ का आता है भाई. ला 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 ला. क्यों शुरू हो गया क्या सेकंड वो? अरे
हाँ चालू हो गया.
चलो भाई सेकंड हाफ राउंड 1 लेट्स गो. जैकन भाई, अब जैकन का गेम है भाई. ओ 1v3. गुड राउंड भाई, गुड राउंड एंड गुड राउंड.
Yeah, for sure. And as I said, although it's good when the rate is popping off alongside, I think that when you have this man leading from the front on the attack, if you can get Zekken online, sometimes that is enough. Obviously, versus PaperX, it's a very difficult thing to rely on a single guy to take you over the line, but you will have seen the stats at the halftime. Like, he was by far and away the best player in this server, even in the first half. Being the tip of the spear. Look at him, 17 and 9. Currently 3 rounds behind. Of course, for PaperX, just a couple of pistols thrown in. They still have the majority of their utility. It's whether or not they'll expend it.
Oh, A-main's being cleared out. PaperX have an idea about this mid play. 4 of them towards the top of mid. And it's the B main push-up for Patman that gets them all that intel. But when Sentinels don't make a move, they go pushing on in. This is exactly what Sentinels wanted. They were waiting patiently for a misplay, for a bit of aggression. They come in quickly with the punish. 4 versus 1. Not a chance. That
6-8.
solid sign.
2 more rounds to go.
We don't want to see hiccups in what should
क्या
be
comeback
easy
होगा?
rounds. Now the gap closes.
Yeah, it's important that they don't give anything to PaperX if this comeback is going to become a reality. Of course, this is where the current Masters champions are going to get their buy back onto the board. And the thing is with this composition is it can be incredibly awkward to play against. Mentioned it before, they like to lock off one portion of the map and then a lot of the time aggress alongside it. That mid push already coming in from GenG. It's something I mentioned, and I like the pacey hit being attempted, but Zekken already going down. Definitely not the start they were looking for.
हो रहा है comeback, क्या बात है?
Does very well here. They win this.
Oh भाई!
Bang with a double as well. And now Sentinels all
Batman.
have to deal with
Batman.
isolated one, and the wall lets them know where the other players
miss
coming
किया
from.
क्या?
The steps heard.
देख लिया चलो.
Celsius on the other side.
Oh भाई!
Win the round.
भाई shots.
Great sign from Sentinels yet again with huge damage dealt.
भाई साहब.
Do we just have a room? Is that what's going on? I feel like he's got his own camera at this stage just to get his live reaction to this. But no, yeah, a nice attempt. I think Narrate especially doing very well in the early stages of this round, being able to bait the plant to get them these fights. But that is the strength of Patman. He has so much to his game, be it the read of it, be it the clutches, or be it the flexibility. Here's a player that I'm sure many teams are going to regret they didn't go for before he ended up on PaperX, because I imagine that contract is strong. Of course, that was the bonus though. Send right back on the horse.
भाई PRX इतनी easy तो give up नहीं करेगा यार.
Left it down to one player. Looking at this happen, isolation. That's where you start to believe in.
Oh भाई Zekken.
He's got himself two, and Patman's dealt with as well. This is perfect.
यार Zekken तो अलग ही चल रहा है यार. भाई Zekken ने अपने कंधों पे भाई कमबैक तो किया है भाई.
The gap to 2 again. The rifle round going their way. The low by very nearly. This is looking like their half.
If anything, that might end up being worse for PaperX. It's going to put them in a hole in terms of economy. Of course, they spent everything. I have no idea what has happened there for Divide. Obviously stunned up a bit, but you'd still expect him with the amount of time he had to correct. But it seems like Zekken has got away with it there. While being 20 and 12, the rate starting to show up as well. And as said, now back to the pistols. They got off to a
PaperX का भाई को तो गया यार. बिना इकोनॉमी के तो पिछला राउंड जीतना था यार. पिछला राउंड अगर जीत जाते ना तो अलग ही सीन था. उसके बाद सेंटिनल फंस जाती. Good trade guys, good trade. Phantom मिल जाएगा easy.
That res is not likely to be used. Well, I forgot what team we're watching.
Oh,
they've brought for
भाई.
back. They believe.
भाई सेज ने अल्टीमेट यूज कर दिया यार इको राउंड में. नो Zekken. Oh भाई. भाई पैरानोया से तक नहीं डर रहा है बंदा. गाइस चैट में बताओ मुझे कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो यार तुम. But guys, Sentinels Zekken is on another level भाई, no doubt. क्या खेल रहा है भाई Zekken. Another 4K for Zekken.
Throughout the entirety of this map, he has been a completely different player to what we saw. Of course, the maximum amount of kills.
भाई यार सोचो ऊपर से रिजरेक्शन भी यूज कर लिया यार PaperX ने. उम्मीद लगाई थी उनने ये निकल जाएगा भाई. Zekken ने पूरा पानी फेर दिया उम्मीदों पे.
भाई
साहब. So close. Guys, are we going to the final map of Lotus? क्या लगता है आपको चैट में बताओ. Tactical pause first time पेपर एक्स की तरफ से एक tactical pause हमें देखने को मिला है. Let's see. अगर इस tactical time out के बाद भाई अगर 2 राउंड्स भी निकाल लिए भाई अलग हो जाएगा, बहुत अलग चीज़ हो जाएगी. हाँ रेक्स भाई एक और 4K आ गया यार जैकन के लिए. जैकन इज ऑन फायर टुडे.
See Alex firing away the instructions to this squad. They had full control of the game, a strong lead, and 8-4. Divide would be delighted they didn't even get that 9th round. They didn't curse themselves, but it didn't seem to slow them down on Icebox. And here, it has led Sentinels to be just
8-9 guys. बस एक राउंड का डिफरेंस.
Really surprised me. 4 pistols, a rifle retrieved, and they say screw it. We can win this, but that is Paper X, and they're not often wrong.
Cover going out. See if the pause can make a difference for Gaplin on the other side. Thus far this match, it hasn't seemed to, but are now walking up. Charge being led, Patman under serious pressure. We'll just be looking to try and survive at the back of this site. He's dealt
Batman.
with
Oh no भाई 2 चाहिए थे at least.
Dealt with a Forsaken, just trying to make sure he stays alive here, which he will. Now has the support of the rest of the squad.
भाई
Nate's dangerous. John QT is going to be in a bit of trouble. Has to step forward, but the smoke goes down in time. Forsaken drop, shock dart. The spams chasing bang down as he eventually falls. The numbers are even.
3v3 retake होगा क्या?
There's a lot of numbers towards the spawn. If 2 eyes
बहुत hard है भाई, बहुत hard है.
locked in on that position with Zelsis covering for this market wraparound. It's a good job too, because something is about to challenge.
Oh भाई.
Sentinels in the kill feed. 9-9, tied up and
तीनों 1v1 ले गया Sentinels at the same time.
No longer present. They're firing back across the board.
Yeah, it's a more direct.
भाई कमबैक हो रहा है गाइस, कमबैक हो रहा है. 50-50 Lotus. Yes bro, अब 50-50 chances हो गए that we are going for Lotus now. 9-9 Sentinels. और भाई पिछले कुछ राउंड्स जिस हिसाब से मोमेंटम रहा है Sentinels के पास ही गए राउंड्स. एंड PRX they do not have any economy. बस Forsaken के पास एक बकी है, बाकी चारों प्लेयर शेरिफ पे खेल रहे हैं.
Sentinel on their side
PRX.
to slow down this Neon. This round though, again, it's a bit of a stinker. A Bucky, Sheriffs, not a lot of shields. The only ultimate could really change it seems to be that Viper's Pit, but I would be surprised to see it come into play.
It has been a hard-fought battle so far. The problem here for Sentinels, if they do go for a B
यार मिड
split,
से जा रहे हैं भाई
looks like
क्लियर.
just pressure on top mid. Yeah, they're going through market. So many pistols here.
शेरिफ से तो बहुत
Slow
मुश्किल हो जाएगा.
sends them the other way. They go deep in the spawn. Jing lands.
Jing!
Nade goes through.
Inshell!
Stops them following up on that flash, but look at the space taken towards this A site. Spike now on its way to join them.
नहीं Forsaken.
The classic, and they've avoided the main danger, which was if going through that market.
It seems like Forsaken was completely unaware of how much ground had been lost.
भाई weapon disadvantage साफ नजर. Oh something. Phantom. भाई 3 Phantoms on PRX now.
John QT, if he can get one, that's a rolling thunder, and it might just save them. But instead, Aftershock will be the start. Stun thrown in, but Ching has already gone flying past it. That's down as well. It's now on to the IGL.
John.
They were looking for a chance to take the lead, but Paper X
Come
won't
back.
let them.
PRX finally break लगाया है भाई. Rex भाई what a comeback. If Sen wins this round, Lotus wins Sentinels my opinion. अच्छा हाँ भाई chances are pretty high कि अगर जीत लिया ये मैप तो जीत सकती है यार. सनसेट के बाद Lotus भी जीत सकती है. बट भाई easy नहीं होगा यार. What a round भाई. Sheriffs के बूते पे राउंड निकाल दिया PRX ने. भाई जैकन को टेक डाउन करते हो ना, वहाँ से राउंड आता है. 3 rounds for PRX. PRX needs 3 rounds to win. Sentinel needs 4.
Ultimates online for Paper X as well. Sentinels, luckily, they've got credits for days. There'll be no eco. There'll be no freebie. for that defensive side.
यार ये राउंड निकल गया अगर PRX का भाई तो इको भी नहीं बचेगा ना सैन के पास है अभी ओके दे हैव इनफ क्रेड्स बहुत देर से जीत रहे थे ना लेकिन भाई बहुत लिमिटेड बचेंगे बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं बचेंगे
Last time out, that Rolling Thunder was used into the showstopper. I'm sure Jing didn't hit it last time, but somewhat bet on him to hit it the next.
Oh, let's go, bang.
Patman playing outside the site this time, a switch up of positions and a nasty surprise for the Sentinel smoker. That's definitely going to make their takes a lot harder with him going down this early on.
Still a ton of information. Look at the lack of response as well from PaperX. You see one player outside A, especially your Fade on the other side, and they still have 3 players on that B side. They still have Jing playing towards the spawn.
अगर निकाल लिया ना तो जीत जाएंगे राउंड सेकंड चाहिए बस
I see him going aggressive. I see him walking up to the wall. I get worried, but the slow.
Oh, Batman blunder.
Almost taking second down.
Second बहुत लो है.
He won't dodge the shots from Jing as the site not quite overrun. Rolling Thunder not followed up on, but they've evened up the numbers at least. Showstopper now comes in and it's fired onto Zelsis.
That's it. भाई अब ना हो रहा कमबैक इंटेंस हो रहा है भाई बहुत इंटेंस हो रहा है बहुत इंटेंस बट अब कमबैक तो भाई बहुत मुश्किल 2 राउंड चाहिए बस सेंटिनल्स को बट देन अगेन भाई बहुत बहुत पीछे से वापसी आई है सेंटिनल्स तो मे बी 4 राउंड्स बैक टू बैक क्या निकाल पाएगी भाई 4 राउंड्स बैक टू बैक नहीं निकाले ओटी में भी जा सकते हैं
With the showstopper online, Zelsis didn't really stand a chance, and then it just comes down to trading effectively, which is exactly what they did.
Insane game, guys, insane game.
From sending Sen home, crushing their key. They are not out just yet. They still have the weapons to play with, and Zakin, he's just not missing a beat. Another opening for him.
Defy really wanted that kill once he heard someone stepping on his ice. But look at the A side. Again, PaperX have the right reads. They've got players, boots on the ground, where they need them. Sentinels have a choice to go back, but with no control, not even a trip on the other side of the map. And tiles locked down, as we can see, for Forsaken. They're going to have to run into this, not knowing the stack that's in play. Paranoia is good. Jing lands one, Cage goes up, but it doesn't
no.
give the protection that they need. Jing's on the edge
no.
of that. Sentinels!
भाई भाई एक टैक्टिकल ब्रेक ने सही करो भाई रेक्स भाई टैक्टिकल में भाई क्या टैक्टिकल टाइम आउट में प्लान किया है सेंटिनल्स नो भाई एक राउंड चाहिए दोस्तों बस एक राउंड भाई गाइस सेमी में जाएगी सीधा अगर PRX जीत गई ये राउंड तो और इतना एग्रेसिव It goes down. Something Forsaken.
Sentinels still stand. They have got to be careful. They are being pushed from every single orifice, and even when a player is low HP, something's first bullet accuracy has been insane. Even still, they are still limping on. They don't know where.
Hey, अभी भी सैन अगर ये जीत गई ना तो अभी भी there's a chance. There's still a chance for Sentinels.
There it is. That's the step. That's the info.
They pinged it.
एक राउंड बस guys, बस एक राउंड.
Where he is, where he was, at least. And that gives them the intel that these players are split. They know that something's been hit, but look at the reposition from something. This is a nasty angle.
Top mid.
He was top mid 10, 20 seconds ago. Now behind the box in B main. That's a huge risk. With low HP to go pushing in. But the reward here, it could be the round, the game, and Sentinels
No! What?
4 pieces. Sentinels
भाई साहब
not here for a map or a series.
PaperX 2-0 सेमीफाइनलिस्ट पहले सेमीफाइनलिस्ट Esports World Cup Valorant के भाई साहब नरेट भाई सेकंड के लिए बेकार लग रहा है यार, सेकंड के लिए बेकार लग रहा है यार, क्या खेला बंदा भाई हर राउंड। What a game भाई, what a game. PRX got their medal to crush. Yes Rex भाई, भाई और क्या तरीके से भाई, what a way to finish things off. यार पेपर एक्स टॉप नॉच फॉर्म में है, पेपर एक्स टॉप नॉच फॉर्म में है। आई डोंट थिंक इनको तो कोई भी टीम हरा पाएगी। आई थिंक जेंजी सेमीज में शायद जेंजी अगर जाती है, जेंजी बहुत बड़ी टक्कर दे सकती है पेपर एक्स को, बिकॉज जेंजी भी कल ऐसी फॉर्म में थी, बट इतना डोमिनेटिंग तो यार वो भी नहीं था दोनों गेम्स भाई सेंटिनल्स के अगेंस्ट। दिस इज सम क्रेजी स्टफ भाई, क्रेजी स्टफ, एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। गाइस फटाफट लाइक करो यार, जितने भी लोग देख रहे हो चैट में बताओ भाई क्या खेली है यार पेपर एक्स, बहुत बढ़िया खेली पेपर एक्स, एंड भाई बहुत अच्छा, बहुत ही अच्छा खेली पेपर एक्स, बहुत अच्छा खेली। सेंटिनल्स जैकन ने भाई बहुत ट्राई हार्ड किया। अगला गेम अब होने वाला है गाइज, वी हैव जेंजी, तो जेंजी का मैच भी देखेंगे बिकॉज जेंजी से भी मुझे कुछ ऐसी ही एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं। जेंजी एनआरजी के अगेंस्ट खेलेगी, तो दोनों अगेन बहुत अच्छी टीम है, और जेंजी से भी मेरी कुछ ऐसी एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं जैसी एक्सपेक्टेशंस हमने पेपर एक्स से लगाई थी। भाई क्या खेली है भाई पेपर एक्स, हेड्स ऑफ टू दिस टीम यार, हेड्स ऑफ टू दिस टीम। इंटरव्यू चल रहा है।
PRX's big performance and 2 matches away from heading to the grand final and winning this trophy. I have GenG with me, amazing performance in both maps. Again, 2 matches away from a back-to-back international title. Does that add any pressure at all to you guys?
I think not really. Like this tournament, we came in, we just want to enjoy the moment, have fun, and
Fnatic और केसी का मैच ओवरटाइम में गया था।
last year, and now we don't put too much pressure on ourselves.
14-12 पे खत्म
yeah,
किया है
I think
Fnatic
mental
ने।
is good and games are good, so everyone's happy.
Amazing. Well, on our stream B, we have Fnatic and KC playing, and Fnatic just won first map 14-12. And it's looking good for Fnatic, so you guys might have a rematch for the grand finals in Masters Toronto so soon in EWC. How do you feel?
I mean, of course, it's going to be exciting to play Fnatic again. I think they are a really strong team, and they pushed us to our limits in Toronto. So, yeah, if they win, I'm really excited to play them. But if KC wins, I don't mind playing them as well.
Absolutely. It's going to be an exciting match for sure. Congratulations again. But, well, right now, this is PRX's first ever key crush in EWC history. This marks a big moment for you guys. So are you ready to do it?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. Let's go. PRX are heading to the semi-finals, only 2 matches away from pulling a back-to-back international title so soon. And again, it is their first ever key crush. So here we go.
Woo! Let's go! Superb guys. ये तो खत्म हो गया, सेकंड गेम होगा। आई थिंक हाफ एन आवर का ब्रेक लेंगे शायद, 20-30 मिनट का। भाई क्या राउंड है, क्या बोल रहे हो? कहाँ जा रहे हो?
थोड़ा मैच देखता हूँ।
हाँ अच्छा चल रहा है, रुक जाओ यहीं चला लेंगे, वो भी तुम्हारे लिए स्क्रीन पे कर देंगे अभी। चलो हो आओ।
ठीक है।
ओके। ला 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 ला। चलो भाई गेम 1 एंडेड, What a game it has been. मज़ा आ गया, मज़ेदार रहा. And PaperX भाई क्या खेली भाई. But still भाई जैकिन भाई, no doubt जैकिन ने बहुत अच्छा प्ले बना के दिया था. जैकिन ने ऑलमोस्ट निकाल भी दिया था. सोचो पूरी लॉबी में सबसे ज़्यादा हाईएस्ट फ्रैग्स अभी भी उसके हैं, even though the team lost.
You're forgetting for a second that it is PaperX and like literally all of the players have the potential to pop off at any minute. Like Patman in the previous one, something the way that he closed, but the way he's also been playing with the operator previously, forsaken the MVP. You know, like there's literally no downside. Davai rocks up the operator. Like PaperX, it's impossible to defeat sometimes.
By the way, crazy little fun fact, we were told that PRX didn't even practice Icebox going into this. So they just went out there in 13-3 descent without no practice.
Well, the practice is win in Toronto.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That's true. I mean, we got to see what the result was the last international. As we take a look at some of the highlights here from this last one over on Sunset, and just PaperX firing off, and a good fight back here after an 8-4 half for PaperX.
24 karat gold. No doubt भाई, 24 karat gold भाई, absolute cinema.
For PaperX, and it always does. It's the movie that keeps on giving.
Yeah, and you saw in the replay, Zekin was having big moments. He got that 4K, and for a second you thought that Sentinels were going to be able to amass some type of momentum, but no.
भाई अगेन जैकिन ने सीरियसली बहुत अच्छा ट्राई हार्ड किया. कास्टर्स भी वही चीज़ कह रहे हैं. गाइस बताओ यार चैट में कौन कौन है, थोड़ी देर चैट से ही बातचीत कर लेते हैं. अपार्ट फ्रॉम रैक्स भाई तो हमारा बड़ा साथ दे रहे हैं. बहुत मज़ेदार था यार मैच, नो डाउट. बहुत एक्साइटिंग मैच था ये. टेबल टॉपर्स यस ब्रो, एंड पहले सेमीफाइनल्स में जाने वाले टीम पहली. एपिक्स में 3 टीम्स का क्रश करते हैं टेबल टॉपर्स लोग. I think Sentinels का वो चल रहा है इंटरव्यू.
Map 1, I don't think we were shooting to our standard at all. We came back a little bit more in map 2, but some small mistakes cost us the game. But yeah, we just definitely weren't shooting that well.
Yeah, and going back to VCT Americas, were there any learning lessons, stuff that you'll be working on going back?
Definitely learned to play against a lot of different playstyles this event, and I think we can take that experience back to VCT Americas and be ready for the next matches.
Well, there's one more thing you need to work on, and it's called Pudots. And it's right here, right now. Let's go. Come in the frame. Come in the frame. Lower. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Zekin from Sentinels.
Fnatic का क्या हुआ? हाँ यार,
so
let's
Thank you.
चेक करते हैं यार Fnatic का क्या हुआ.
Back to you guys.
I think जहाँ तक मुझे आइडिया है Fnatic जीती थी गेम नंबर 1 OT में जाके. गेम 2 में क्या चल रहा है?
Joining us now on the studio.
2-on-2 चल रहा है भाई, बहुत क्लोज है. पहला 14-12 गया था.
What was that series like
Let's
for
see
you?
अब आगे क्या होगा.
I mean, kind of play with them before, right? So we kind of know how they play. And
इसकी आवाज़ बहुत slow नहीं आ रही.
Yeah, I mean, that first map felt easy.
Yeah, you know, we wanted to also ask while we get your microphone turned on in just a second so that we can hear the answers a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. So, Forsaken, just in this tournament so far, it has a similar format to, I think, just getting used to international play. What are you learning from EWC compared to other Masters tournaments?
I mean, I would say because the format is kind of like different, right? From like VCT, Master and stuff. It's kind of unique. And like the first match is like BO1. So I think what I learned is like the BO1 win is really important. I think like the first match. So luckily we won.
I want to ask you a question because obviously when your mic was cut out, you said that Sentinels was really easy this time. It's not cut out anymore. You're good. You're good. But I heard that you guys didn't practice Icebox at all going into this tournament. Is that actually true?
One time.
So how do you beat a team like Sentinels?
Magnus Carlson, हाँ भाई हो तो रहा है यार chess.
Because
let's see, maybe
they showed their Icebox
ALGS कितने बजे से शुरू है? शाम के 7:30 8 बजे से.
They kind of copy everything what we did, so we kind of know how they play. That's why like we just picking Icebox.
I love to hear that answer. And following up
Apex
on the
Legend
Icebox
Global
conversation, we know that you're IGL and kind of like leading the team a little bit, but I still have the question of how does it sound? Like, because you guys are so proactive, especially from the defense, right? On just doing this micro plays, being a little bit aggressive, and some of it's so well coordinated. It's not something that looks like it's done in the moment. So how does it sound before the barriers go down and you have one of those set plays thought?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I mean, like some of them is just like they also call like what they want to do.
अच्छा टीम लिक्विड के लिए खेल रहा है मैग्नस कार्लसन. डैम भाई.
Kind of thing, like sometimes
इंडिया के लिए कौन खेल रहा है? पराग.
Map, like the bonus round.
कौन खेल रहा है भाई?
Man said, I want to gamble, I want to go here, blah blah blah. So we just like support him, like these kind of things, you know. So yeah, we just like trust on the teammates call, you know.
You should, yeah.
So we asked this question earlier, I think, to Davai, and so we want to ask you. You get to keep 3 keys from any team here if you end up winning the trophy. If you got to keep someone's key inside your trophy, which 3 teams would it be?
Someone's key inside the trophy?
Yeah,
Magnus Carlson,
the teams you can have within your trophy.
Yan, Arjun.
So you want to keep Sentinels? Let's start with that.
Arjun Erigasi कहाँ से खेल रहा है भाई?
I want to keep my Pacific GenG.
Okay. Any others?
No. The rest I will break. But if I can, yeah.
All right, unique trophy there. Fnatic is currently winning 14-12. Would you be down to go ahead and take another rematch against them later on if they end up defeating KC?
Yeah, no big
Fnatic are winning?
Yeah, they won map 1 for you.
Map 1.
इंडिया से तो नहीं.
Not yet.
होना चाहिए था यार, मजा आता.
You were pretty fast.
Yeah, like here it is on your
speed round.
How long was it?
I don't know, but it was one of the fastest series we've had all tournament long.
Like the 13-3.
13-3 is the fastest.
Magnus और एकारू खेल रहे हैं यार, तो होना चाहिए था यार.
I don't mind playing against them again.
Indian Grandmasters
play,
को भी होना चाहिए था, मजा आता.
I think we're still like above them, like we're still like confident. So yeah.
Kukuka, any final questions here?
No, really. What have you been doing, especially because you've had those 2 days off? You're saying that you only practiced one Icebox. What have you been up to here?
Actually, not much. I haven't go out that much, but I've been eating a lot in the hotel.
What food have you liked?
Like all the chicken. I don't know how it's called. I forgot, but usually all the chicken. Oh, there's a prawn risotto. It was really nice. That one I tried totally.
Enjoying all the amenities here in Riyadh. Forsaken, everyone, congratulations on your win. Best of luck in the semifinals. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll set you up for our second series.
Oh, sad भाई. चलो guys, time for a break. So मैं भी थोड़ा सा break ले लूँ. Break के बाद देखेंगे game number 2, GenG versus NRG का. Let's go for a short break.
This land is calling.
This is Mitch, and I'm Tom. We are here at the Riot Zone of the Esports World Cup, and
there's plenty to do here, a lot of fun to be had. We're going to show you around. We might even run into some friends. Let's go. So we've got 5 players teed up to play against the 3-14 Phoenix known as Baby Bay. It should be an interesting team deathmatch. I don't think they're ready for this. This guy used to be a professional player. None of us were, so it'd be pretty embarrassing if he lost to us. Cue the embarrassing montage. Four kills. Wow. Top 100 player. What can we do? While we've been enjoying the Riot Zone and playing some games with our friends, Ahmed has been drawing both of us as Valorant agents. And now we haven't seen it. It's time for the big reveal. Let's take a look at us within Valorant. Ooh.
oh, that's actually banging. That's bang. Oh, you ended. You got the French agent. You love the French. And I got Brimstone.
Awesome.
That's really cool.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. That's sick.
Thank you. I don't see you as a chamber player. I'm going to be honest, it's not quite rappy enough, but
I can imagine it. Guys, I have my steel defense.
He's made you look very good. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's a very flattering.
Chamber's a little bit like taller though, right? I think we just leave it there.
Look, we gon' make it. Push through, too cool. They can't take us. Break rules, you know we the ones they afraid of. Ain't no stopping us. We do the impossible. Ain't no stopping us. We do the impossible. Straight to the top. With the top dogs and you're not. So I knew never fake it. So close I can taste it. Ain't no stopping us. We do the impossible.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting Valorant. Digon here alongside Kukuka, swapping out for big time after Baby Bay kind of did crush us in the team deathmatch 1v5.
I heard that, you guys lost 5v1. Is this what happens when I go home early?
Yeah, we needed you. You know what? I knifed him once. That's all that mattered. Okay. And more importantly, look at this work of art that we have here. Yeah. Great cast on the way, by the way, guys. There's Mitch and Tom for you. We'll put
that
this.
That is so cool. I want to go get one.
Yeah.
I love that they gave Tom a hat.
Yeah,
The hat was good.
The hat was good. Now time to turn our focus to our second best.
Well, चलो कास्टर्स तो हमारे वापस आ गए हैं वंडर की प्लेयर्स को आने में कितना टाइम लगेगा गेम नंबर 2 के लिए गेम 2 कुछ ही देर में शुरू होने वाला है
My God. Speaking of energy, we have our next series.
GenG versus NRG के बीच में मुकाबला तो chat is open for you guys.
For North America, the
बताओ
final
मुझे
remaining
chat में
team from BCT America.
Exactly, they're the last hope, and to many people's surprise, they made it out of their group completely flawlessly with a 3-0 score in maps, beating Team Heretics, if I'm not mistaken, first, and then RRQ to follow up and close things out. So I think that this is one of the teams that we probably have the most questions about, because it is not that they have not had a good run or anything, it's the fact that Ethan is now IGLing. We know that he has previous experience, but it wasn't the best. But we want to know how this team is going to go, how the new facers are going to show up, and how they're going to face up against very different and tougher opponents.
Yeah, I think now the playoffs is the biggest test that we're going to see for NRG. Don't get me wrong, Heretics, RRQ, strong teams, but I would argue both underperformed in that group stage. So NRG got through, don't get me wrong, they looked fine, but GenG is a whole nother beast that they have to overcome today to make it deeper into this tournament.
I just want to clarify. So the team that won Pacific, that's the one that NRG beat, right? So yeah, they underperformed because NRG beat them. Yes, okay. I was checking big time, right?
That's exactly right.
I think there's a deeper conversation there to be had, but I think that we're going to get some answers today. I have very, very high hopes for this NRG squad. Again, to me, it comes down to what is going to happen and what phase we're going to see from them from the rest of the year. We know that those spots for champs are still up for grabs. This is, again, the best practice that you can get going back at home.
Yeah, and they have so much momentum as well heading into this tournament. Of course, they're going through those qualifiers, playing great there, smashing their way through the group. You know, we saw Brock with his Odin. I feel like this is a very
so fun.
Yeah, it was fantastic to watch. It's such a momentum-heavy team, and they have that speed. They're really picking up heading into the playoffs. But as we mentioned, GenG might just be a wall stood in their way here.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that the rest of NRG are going to find an answer for. Like we set up earlier in the tournament, this is a team that's in transition, trying to figure out what the next phase and chapter kind of looks like for them as a team. And to answer that, we got a chance to sit down with Mata in an interview standing by right now.
I'm standing by with NRG's Mata. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, at the beginning of this event, before it even started, you seemed really confident about winning it all. Now that you've, sampled a bit, you've played a bit, and seen how the other teams have played, how confident are you still?
Still very confident. I mean, our team is playing incredibly well. Everyone's very confident, everyone's in form, so can't ask for much more than that.
Even against the trophy-winning GenG?
Yeah, even against GenG. Doesn't really make a difference. We beat them at Soup 3-0. Granted, it was a different team at the time, but it's nothing crazy. It's just another team.
All right. Well, I think there are some doubters out there. I'm sure you've seen it. Do you have any words for them, for those who doubt NRG?
Just keep doubting and just keep watching, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Good luck on today's match. Thank you, Mata.
Definitely doubters out there, and it doesn't seem to phase Mata. I do wonder how much, the confidence comes from just winning and not really hitting a road bump. You guys were saying it politely, but, underperforming teams gives you false confidence, but how much is that confidence really going to help when you start facing a team like GenG who's going to have a little bit more strategy up against them?
Yeah, the strategy and the doubters are very important. NRG came into the tournament with not a lot of people thinking that they were going to make it far, maybe even make it out of the groups. My question to them would also be, now that they're going up against GenG, if they asked G2 how to, go up against them and try and close those matches even when things start to go in the favor of GenG, because that is what worries me today. With all the experience that GenG has, with all the brilliant players that they have, they're not going to be scared and faced by anything.
Yeah, to be honest, I think GenG will be quite happy that they got NRG in the draw. I don't think that they will be particularly worried about this, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say really, because NRG do have that potential, they do have that momentum, even if it is against struggling teams.
Well, there are some of the favorites from Pacific as well. Championship aspirations for GenG. They arrive now with our friends from Jamil Motorsport safely and promptly. GenG, they've looked like they've been firing on all cylinders, and the scariest part is that it's been multiple different players having pop-off moments here, Kuka.
Yeah, it seems like that is what's defining Pacific right now. The fact that most of the players in the team are giving a very, very good performance, depending on the map and the situation, and obviously the needs. So you have Texture, obviously, with the operator in same place. We also have Munchkin yesterday from the Viper just being insanely pivotal and necessary. Foxy9, one of, if not the best Sentinel player that we have currently in the tournament.
Yeah, he's electric. The way he plays Sentinel is so different to so many others. He's aggressive, he's in your face. He doesn't care if he's in front of his setups. And I'm really glad that you touched on Munchkin's Viper, because against EDG, we saw Lotus and Haven as the veto. And those are arguably GenG's two strongest maps. If you pair that together with Icebox, his other Viper map, they're 24-10 this year. That's over a 70% win rate when he's on the Viper, and Foxy Foxy9 is on that Sentinel. This duo is absolutely insane. So I think the veto will be a key part of this match coming into today.
All right, stats there from Dr. Big Time. Appreciate it, man. You know, we don't really talk too much. We haven't had the opportunity to talk too much about Ash and Karn as well, but we know what they are capable of when it's their time to shine.
Yeah, I think that sometimes it might be difficult when you're paired up with people that are performing and putting on the numbers, just getting insane openers and whatnot. I mean, if Foxy9 and Texture are on your team, like, things are already going to be difficult to get kills for yourself. But in many situations, it's not only the multifrags. To me, Ash, like, especially playing from the Fade, you get so much value out of what this man can do. But I feel like on the side of Sentinels of NRG, we can say the same. I think that, to me, the head-to-head of the initiators is going to be even more important than that so of the duelists.
Yeah, I mean, I think to add on to that, I also want to put almost a little bit of pressure here on the coaching staff of NRG. They are incredibly talented with Bonkar and Strong, but GenG, you know, they have this formulaic way to play. So I want to see how they can pick that apart, because that should really be able to help NRG.
Yeah, and everyone at home, this is the part of the segment where Kakuka gets to talk about Bonkar and how much she loves him and his strategy.
Bonkar, you're the best. Please win today. You're the last hope for Americas, but you count as EMEA. Strong as well. Strong is a good pair of mine. So love actually that coaching stuff with GenG. I think that is very important. But it's also not only in the part of the strategy. It's about keeping things in play and not losing the head once things start going their way.
Yeah, well, Foxy9 is standing by right now with the thoughts earlier in an interview.
I'm standing by with GenG's Foxy9. Now, you are so phenomenal on the Killjoy, especially on the Sentinel role. Some people might not even realize you used to be formerly an entry duelist back on DRX. You're a bit of a flex role, but I really remember you on that duelist. Can you talk us through that journey, through your role journey, and if you like being on the Sentinel role now?
일단은 폭신하인 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 아무래도 지금 감시자로서 굉장히 잘하고 계시지만 이제 또 팬분들은 DRX에서 이렇게 또 엔트리를 하셨다는 사실을 잘 모르고 계신 분들이 계시거든요. 그래서 또 엔트리로 하실 때 그리고 감시자로 하실 때 그 박유로 변경을 하셨는데 그때 좀 여정을 그 과정을 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
이제 정말 엔트리를 지금도 정말 하고 싶지만은 이제 제가 감시자로 오기 전까지 제가 다른 룰도 엄청 많이 했었거든요. 그러면서 이제 기본기도 많이 늘고 하면서 좀 이제 은근 엔트리보다 감시자를 했을 때 장점이 더 많이 빛을 발하는 것 같아서 저는 개인적으로 감시자 굉장히 마음에 들어하고 있습니다 지금.
Yeah, I still miss my duelist days. I still want to do entry, but still I've improved myself on my mechanics. So I'm pretty confident on the Sentinels. I think I can contribute more. And yeah, so I feel more comfortable as a Sentinel.
Well, you are definitely contributing on that Sentinel role. And I want to ask you, with that, how confident are you feeling today against NRG?
그러면서 또 오늘 NRG전을 또 상대하게 되실 텐데 오늘 NRG전에 좀 임하는 좀 각오나 좀 임하는 좀 자신감이 좀 어떠신지 좀 궁금합니다.
저희가 이번에 EWC 오기 전에 토론토에서 경기를 좀 진행하다 왔었는데 그때는 좀 마지막에 안 좋은 모습을 보여드렸거든요. 그런데 이제 EWC 오기 전에 저희가 그 단점들을 많이 보완하면서 좀 많이 강해졌다고 생각해가지고 아마 이번 NRG전도 이기지 않을까 싶네요. 그리고 나라 형이 캐리해주지 않을까 싶습니다.
Yeah, we definitely learned our lesson in Toronto. Yeah, we didn't show up in our last matches, but we definitely learned from that. So I think we're definitely confident against NRG, and I believe Texture will carry us.
You're going to carry the team too, Foxy9. I believe in you. All right, that's, ladies and gentlemen, Foxy9, back to you.
I love to hear that he is referencing learning from Toronto, learning to stay in the game, to not let those rounds, learn to close things out and not get derailed by the other team, just gaining a lot of momentum. On the same side, if you want to go back to duelist, you can always run the double duelist if you find another bump in the road.
I mean, he was fragging out like duelist. Final thoughts here, Big Time, as we are ready to get ourselves in the game in about 20.
Maybe there's something about that duelist to Sentinel pipeline, you know what I mean? But for me, this is a 2-0 GenG. It's Pacific all day. They look strong, going from strength to strength. I think it's all over for
Should have expected. What do you think, Score?
Drake's gonna hate you. Like, why do you do this to Drake? We're gonna send all the Americas teams today. I don't know.
All right, the final hope for North America here at the Esports World Cup against one of the most mercurial teams in all of Valorant. Let's see what happens. NRG versus GenG starts right now.
This stage has already witnessed dominance and greatness as the petrifying Paper Rex cut through to the semi-finals, crushing their very first key in the process.
Absolutely.
Go guys, let's go. Teams आने वाली हैं कुछ ही देर में. I think मैच भी हमारा बहुत जल्दी शुरू हो जाएगा. Guys, chat is open for you all. तो चैट में आप जरूर से अपनी फेवरेट टीम को सपोर्ट कीजिए.
A second, let's bring out our teams. They haven't just won here in Riyadh. They've crushed everything in their path. Now they have their sights set on a key. It's NRG.
गेम नंबर 2 GenG वर्सेस NRG. बहुत मजेदार होने वाला है भाई ये गेम.
Are they hitting form when it matters most? It's GenG.
Let's go. सेम आकाश भाई कैसे हो यार? थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग आकाश भाई.
Guaranteed heartbreak, guaranteed triumph. Our final quarterfinal here on the main stage begins now.
It is now time to send another team home. GenG will be squaring up against NRG. The winner sticking around, moving forward here in the playoffs. The loser, he crushed, flights booked home.
And now you look to NRG as the last representative of the Americas region, with Sen falling to Paper Rex. It falls on their shoulders to keep the hopes alive for their respective region. And now we get the map pick jam. This is really interesting. Sunset, NRG hasn't played this at all this year. They haven't played it since last year, so not only have they not played it with this current iteration of the roster, they haven't played it at all.
Icebox,
and then
Lotus.
Icebox is where we go for NRG's map pick. That could be quite interesting, a map that...
Sunset है GenG का pick, then we have NRG on Icebox, and then we have Lotus as our decider.
And it is, but they were looking damn good in the debut here at EWC. Scuba, it's in particular, I think, having some wonderful performances under the tutelage and guidance here of Ethan from that initiator position. Certainly are going to have their work cut out for them. Now these teams, you know, they've clashed in the past widely over at the SVL. Couldn't remember which one it was for a second. It was after they rebranded to Soup. And NRG were able to lift the trophy at that tournament. So they are going to be a little bit familiar with some of GenG's game, but as you said, this current iteration just a tad bit different, given Ash is now on the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some changes, you know, this year across the board for both sides. And what are we going to look at? Really, my eyes go directly to NRG. So it's going to be Mata, the superstar duelist, on the Neon. Somp, as always, on Omen. Ethan going to be on the Breach. Brock, so they're going to run the double initiator with the Fade. And then, of course, Scuba on the Cypher. So kind of a stock standard comp here for NRG, whereas GenG does kind of run something a little bit off kilter with the Viper and with the Deadlock. And we've seen it before that when GenG runs the Viper, those are the maps
guys, chat में बताओ किस टीम को आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हो. Texture on a Neon, Ash, Sova, Munchkin, Viper खेल रहा है, Foxy, Deadlock and Caron खेल रहा है, Omen. सामने NRG को देखो तो Mata खेल रहा है, Neon, then again Omen, Breach, Fade and Cypher.
Aware of that, the negative space that we always
talk
about.
काफी इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है भाई.
How much of the map you have conceded?
Composition से देखें तब तो.
Ready for when those flanks do come in. My eyes, of course, going to be going over to Foxy9, getting a couple more reps in on this Deadlock. What we've seen from him thus far has been good.
Yeah, no, he really does pilot the Deadlock extremely efficiently. I like the way that he's patient with the barrier meshes. I think he does a great job of finding the right moments to get good value out of those. He doesn't just drop one off the rip and let his opponents deal with it, maybe on the pistol rounds, but outside of that, he's also really good with the grab nets. I think he finds really good value out of those, and sometimes you'll see good combos come out of those. So I agree with you. I think he really has shown that he has a good fundamental understanding of that agent. On the other side, you got to look to Scuba on the Cypher. I mean, absolutely a difference maker for NRG. Him and Mata generally are going to be the two you look to kind of do the heavy lifting in terms of fragging. Let's see if they can keep it up here against a fearsome GenG squad.
One team from Pacific forward, Sentinels, has just fallen in the previous set at PaperX's hands. We'll see if Pacific are going to have NA's number here today, or if NRG can be the difference maker. Trying to continue to advance forward.
भाई कितना फास्ट यार पहला राउंड है रुक जाओ थोड़ा शांति से एनर्जी टेक्सचर
finds the kill, trades it back immediately.
Yeah, you can see though, even though Foxy dies there, he buys a little bit extra time with his util for the rotations to come through. Sam gonna get the kill there on the Munchkin. Texture is paranoid, has to back off.
Quick little reposition, but it looks like it's all of NRG. So he's scrambling here to reposition, sliding back away from this A site. To play against some lesser numbers, so we'll slowly drift back through the attacker spawn.
यार मैन एडवांटेज तो मिला है एनआरजी को अभी.
This is the right call.
Remember guys, कल का मैच याद हो तुम्हें तो जेंजी बहुत अच्छे फॉर्म में है, टॉप क्लास फॉर्म में अभी.
Make a go of it, challenge Karan. You know, granted, it can be a nightmare, but he's just got a classic and a paranoia to work with. He's gonna tuck himself into this corner. Are they gonna be ready?
Commonly used position here. The Hawk has to be cleared.
अरे कैसे भाई?
No real chance to try to swing back out of here, so does eventually get taken down.
Easy entry भाई, easy plan. Retake तो बहुत मुश्किल होगा यार.
Sheriff in hand. 2v3.
Guys बताओ किस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो तुम?
Up this pistol round, but damage going to be suffered. Swing in, looking for the headshot. Can't quite make it happen. It's going to be a minor connection there on to Ethan.
There.
Scuba firing off that shot with the ghost. Does alert Texture.
No!
In that spot, but eventually they're just able to overwhelm.
NRG.
NRG get the pistol.
Yeah, great start here for NRG. Getting the quick kill onto Foxy9, eliminating that annoying deadlock utility, especially on the pistol round. Not having to deal with that barrier mesh. Extremely valuable. And then the rotate over to the other side of the map here. Great reaction by Ethan to throw the stun out onto Karan to make sure he can't do any more damage. Haunt as well from Brock. Well placed.
Guys, hit that like button अगर अभी तक नहीं किया है तो. पहला गेम भाई बहुत ही ओवर द टॉप था यार. पेपर एक्स क्या खेली है. सेकंड गेम में लेट्स सी क्या एनआरजी वैसा परफॉर्मेंस दिखा पाएगी, बिकॉज़ जेंजी का फॉर्म कल हम ऑलरेडी काफी अच्छा ही देख चुके हैं. इको है भाई जेंजी का, कंप्लीट इको.
Neon bounding forward. Foxy9 better of it, holds onto the grab net for a little bit longer as all of GenG start rotating across towards the B site.
It's going to be interesting. Texture, the only one who bought anything in this round. Sheriff, how aggressive does NRG want to be in this post plant?
Seems like very.
Oh!
Completely
Wow, Texture.
Dead. Majority of the players tucking back now.
Bring them down.
Weapon can get scooped up. That's really what's afforded here to them. Go ahead and spray away.
भाई साहब.
Kills, and in the end, it's just Mata on the floor.
यार ये होता है अगर पोस्ट प्लांट अच्छी सी पोजीशन पकड़ के बैठ जाए ना प्लेयर्स, तो कुछ ऐसे ही होता है. बहुत इजीली सोम और ब्रॉक इन दो प्लेयर्स नहीं निकाल दिया राउंड. ऑल्दो बहुत अच्छा ट्राई हार्ड कर रही थी जेंजी, बट देन अगेन दैट वाज अ सेफ राउंड फॉर देम. भाई चैंट सुनो यार एनर्जी के लिए. प्लेयर्स को कितना सरियल फील होता होगा. गाइस लाइक करो यार फटाफट.
Putting GenG down low. Scuba on the flank. Textbook stuff here from NRG. Handle their anti-eco very nicely. A bit of util here to start.
A little bit of additional up and here as well. Able to hold things down here at Alley. Going to be forced backward. As Texture gonna get dropped. Ethan a decent range. You can find him there with the stinger.
Not again.
Still here with a vice grip on this
position. ने बोला भाई इस बार तो बाय है हमारे पास भी.
Gonna be anticipating that second layer. Munchkin then arrives.
No.
A very fast round. GenG laying out the anti-bonus.
Well, finally बाय आया, वैसे ही बहुत बढ़िया राउंड निकाल दिया.
Battles there, especially Ash on the backside, dealing with Mata, who made a quick maneuver to get in towards the back alley. He deals with that, but that's huge, because otherwise this could be a very different round. Double layers. There, Munchkin and Foxy9 working together nicely. That's a solid win. It's exactly what you need. You only lose a couple players. Take that as GenG any day of the week. Coming in, everybody's gonna have full rifles across the board. A couple regen shields. A little bit of contention here early. NRG turning up the pace, but Relay Bolt gonna back him off. Texture.
बहुत हार्ड होगा भाई टेक्सचर के सामने से तो एंट्री लेना. Oh no! What? Please. भाई a counter push. No भाई टेक्सचर on fire. GenG को अब चाहिए भाई. इस राउंड के बाद तो GenG का कंट्रोल आ जाएगा बहुत अच्छा.
Nope, does just about get deep enough to actually spot him out. And with position now known, I think it's going to be an exercise in seeing if Scuba try to get a bit of damage in, but double face here at the alley. A little bit of a high-low setup. Swings in, finds a burst.
What?
Second, now something trying to make a go of it, but Foxy9 doesn't swing the corner fast enough.
क्या चल रहा है भाई? एक प्लेयर भी पूरा गेम चेंज कर सकता है यार.
That's going to be GenG closing on the round.
That right there is exactly why we've been hyping Scuba up, able to isolate those fights, even with that high-low setup. Very nicely done, but love this from GenG. They know that that orb is going to be grabbed to set up the Nightfall, and they want to get ahead of it. They have Karan ready with the Paranoia to set Texture up for the go, and Ash there right behind to get 4 kills between the two of them.
भाई साहब what a game guys, what a game. चैट में बताओ यार तुम्हारी फेवरेट टीम कौन सी है? सेंटिनल्स तो आज हार गए यार पेपर एक्स से पहला ही BO3. टैक्टिकल पॉज दिस अर्ली इन द गेम भाई. भाई 5th राउंड आएगा अभी, 4 राउंड में टैक्टिकल पॉज ले लिया. एनआरजी रिस्क बिल्कुल नहीं ले रही यार. एनआरजी एक चीज तो क्लियर सोच के आए हैं कि रिस्क बिल्कुल भी हम नहीं लेने वाले हैं, एंड वही कर रहे हैं. जरा सा भी रिस्क लेने को रेडी नहीं है. इतने जल्दी टैक्टिकल टाइम आउट पहली बार देख रहा हूँ मैं EWC में. लेट्स गो. भाई टैक्टिकल टाइम आउट में कुछ तो डिस्कशन किया होगा, अच्छे से यूटिलाइज करना चाहेंगे उसको.
Depends on if anybody really wants it. Mata though, gonna start accelerating.
Around those relays.
No, Munchkin. Whoa!
Zips up for the shot of the sub. What is that?
Munchkin
tears apart 3. Can be scooped up.
Hey, Sam.
Watching here for the cross, can't quite get the timing there onto Ethan. Just dancing around these bullets. Continuing to re-peek, trusting in his aim, but in the end, maybe Ethan spike plant interrupted as the Hunter's Fury crashes across and GenG.
Hi, Sahab.
Opportunities there for them.
Tactical timeout के बाद का राउंड जीतना भाई बहुत मुश्किल होता है हमेशा.
Some of what you saw here from NRG, able to deal with Texture's aggressive push early. This is just Munchkin being Munchkin this event. I mean, just disgusting. Just picking up right where he left off yesterday against DDG. But you got the Hunter's Fury out. So that's not the end of the world here. For NRG, got a big ultimate.
3-on-2. I think ये बहुत क्लोज जाएगा भाई. ये मैच बहुत क्लोज जाएगा. Like Sentinel and Paper X.
Be a difference maker. Scuba's got the neural theft as well. The texture operator will be a thing to be feared, of course. Talk about it all the time for good reason.
Shifted over into market. Repositioned. So far, NRG cutting the noise, keeping them guessing. Sonic sensor to try to alert if they come storming forward into this market position, as there you go. Stun goes off, Texture now on the line. Finds the first, Ethan gonna be taken down, overdrive. Gonna be sent, Paranoid, slides across the opposite side of the fast lane, just repositioning consistently here, but now out to the open, but still is just too damn fast. Escapes unscathed.
बच गया भाई टेक्सचर।
Beautiful maneuvering. Beautiful use of the util as well there for texture.
अगर यहाँ से जेंजी ऐसे राउंड ले ली ना, एक और राउंड ले ली तो जेंजी को बहुत बूस्ट मिल जाएगा यार, बड़ा पुश मिल जाएगा। क्या लग रहा है तुम्हें, क्या जेंजी जीत पाएगी बताओ यार चैट में गाइस।
Smoke telling the tell here for Ash, so decides to back away.
30 seconds left.
Ash को देखो भाई, फॉक्सी को देखो,
This way to push, so
फॉक्सी को इजी किल मिल सकता है यहाँ।
TP coming through, ends up getting canceled.
फॉक्सी नो,
just breaking the aim, tries to go for the overdrive though, and Munchkin's right there at Boba, striking him down. Texture at the same time, able to find kill.
No, Texture भाई साहब,
now
1v2
to try to clutch it out. The 1v2. Paranoia coming through, has to stick the plant. Ash drops down and stops him before he can draw the weapon out. Up
good round, GenG. Another good round for GenG, guys.
I mean, again, this is just brilliant work.
Munchkin और Texture दोनों ने मिलके निकाल दिया।
At the beginning of this round, to play his life and keep himself going in this round, it looked like, you know, maybe NRG was gonna have.
भाई साहब, Munchkin और Texture इन दोनों ने मिलके क्या तो राउंड निकाला है, ऑलमोस्ट लेके चली गई थी NRG। बट मैंने बोला भी था जेंजी अगर ये राउंड ले गई तो इसके बाद इनका बहुत बूस्ट हो जाएगा कॉन्फिडेंस, एंड वही होगा। अब देखते जाओ भाई, देखते जाओ।
Breach util. It's a nice one there on the Brock, 3K in the round. And even though Mata looks like he might be able to be a difference maker, got Foxy9 was quickly dealt with there over by Boba. Now you're on to another weak buy. It's going to be Sam with the Bulldog. He's been taking some of those high positions, caught GenG members off guard, but it seems like GenG now maybe playing a bit safer here. This time, Deadlock util going to be set up over onto B. 3-player stack. My ult ready. Over onto A.
As they get ready to come through, there's the barrier mesh. About to confirm that now. Quickly
Rolling
does get
Thunder.
broken through.
Easy entry. Easy plant maybe. Som.
Slowed up on the
Paranoia.
Sight open for them.
Okay.
There's the fast lane.
Ethan, Scuba.
Retake here. Shock dart's not quite going deep enough, so damage not going to be found. Spike planted. NRG.
जेंजी के लिए ये वाला तो मुश्किल होगा भाई। what a sleek and what a clean entry NRG। oh Foxy,
Annihilation now online. Has that at the ready, and he's going to try
no,
to send
पता है साइपर की पोजीशन भी deadlock,
can only fight back for one, and now that player is absolutely dead.
Easy peasy
his demise as Foxy gets
भाई। Foxy 1v4,
GenG get a 3-round lead.
ऑपरेटर से 1v4 सुनो भाई, जेंजी के नाम की चीयरिंग सुनो भाई। Awesome. गाइस चैट में बताओ आप कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, NRG और जेंजी?
Makes the most of his opportunity here.
Yeah, gets the follow-up as well. Clean stuff from Foxy9. Always
So
worth
clean,
remembering
so
that
clean.
he was a Jet convert, so the hopping is going to be very, very clean. Where is Liquid? Oh, you have to ask BBL that. Relay bolt, not connecting on the Mata, but GenG, oh, never mind, he does actually eat it.
Just a bit.
Not really scaling forward. GenG playing back, playing respectful.
Karan.
Gonna be Ash this time with the operator.
5-2 already हो चुका है।
Oh,
no!
Decent chunk of damage.
Karan did a TP to get into this position.
भाई अगर पुश होता,
oh! Gets timing.
No,
Seems like they thought maybe
भाई।
this was gonna be a little bit of a pump fake outside of A. The lines of the players still lurking around mid, so Karan getting taken down. It's a very good sign here for NRG.
1 मिनट बस है भाई, वो भी ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा। 1 मिनट में साइट लेके प्लांट भी करना है 55
I don't think he ever saw him.
न्यूरल थेफ्ट किया है।
Exactly where he was. That gives the neural theft here. They're just going to try to push their way forward. Going to get stunned up and taken down by Foxy9.
Once again, just chokehold here on the side.
Foxy9 is in a very good form.
Reposition. Foxy just looking to double up the angle, and Scuba now going to be taken down over by Tiles. Munchkin finding the lurk. That opens him up to go over towards
Foxy9.
Now going to be left on the floor. Texture finding it.
Foxy9 एक और 1v3 भाई।
He's getting himself another multi-kill.
भाई 2 राउंड में 7 किल्स ले लिए इस बंदे ने, Foxy9, and that too with a deadlock.
7 in 2 rounds for Foxy. Absolutely brilliant work from him. Again, I talked about it earlier, how good he is at his util on deadlock. And he plays off that sonic sensor perfectly. Then the aim to boot there, backing up Texture.
भाई इतना अच्छा एम अगर मेरा हो जाए,
And the coordination here
अगर
from
मेरा
GenG
एम हो
so
जाए भाई
good.
इसका
I mean,
आधा
they're
भी।
willing to send these players out early to get aggressive. And this is going to be another
Finally a tactical
timeout
timeout from NRG. भाई पहला तो 5वें राउंड में ही ले लिया था, ये वाले में भी अभी आई थिंक 3-4 राउंड ही हुए हैं उसके बाद। बहुत अर्ली NRG की तरफ से टैक्टिकल टाइम आउट्स आए हैं, इसके बाद कोई टैक्टिकल टाइम आउट बचा भी नहीं है उनके पास, सो दे हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ द गेम। गाइस चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ मैं, तो चैट में बताओ यार किस टीम को आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, एनर्जी और जेनजी।
Your sight takes are just getting stalled up every single time. You know, if you go A, you're getting bullied by, you know, maybe the Neon util and the Sova util. And you're trying to find a way through there. You go over to A, or excuse me, to B, and it's Foxy 9's util. You're trying to cut through market, and he's constantly changing these angles of where these sonic sensors are, just ever so slightly. So they're kind of not able to get a good read on how they can get through there. And if you could slow Mata down early, then that is going to be a huge detriment to NRG. Because again, he's one of those win conditions for them. When he can pop off, they are such a force to be reckoned with. But so far, GenG has kept him held back. He's trying to scale up again towards mid. He's got a double stack on his right.
बाय नहीं है भाई NRG के पास, but still अगर ये राउंड जीत लिया तो बहुत बड़ा कमबैक होगा।
Beckoning them forward. His flash will connect though. But it will turn to that.
No, भागो भागो भागो।
Not going to be found. Mata just sprinting at him, but eventually Karan able to find the headshot. Ethan there to trade
Texture.
it back. Texture there to trade it up. Ethan now dead. The insta headshot into the spray down. Sam on the floor.
गया भाई ये राउंड भी NRG के हाथ से, और भाई इन्वेस्ट किया था उन्होंने, पैसा नहीं है फिर भी गए थे किको बाई के लिए। टेक्सचर गॉट अनदर 3, 12 किल्स गाइस, 9 राउंड्स में 12 किल्स ले चुका है भाई टेक्सचर अकेला।
They're laying alongside it. Munchkin pushing forward, hides back for a brief little moment, does not get spotted here by Scuba.
Oh, what a shot with the Guardian!
Shot.
Wow.
Instantaneous one tap. Needs 2 more of those. As Munchkin is holding the angle, and Foxy can just go ahead and rotate over to grab the
again and
operator,
again,
cover that GenG.
Munchkin on fire.
Just shrugging off these timeouts, not allowing for NRG to find any momentum whatsoever.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see why GenG felt comfortable going into this map, even though there's zero information on what NRG was going to be doing. They just feel like they've got this map figured out well enough. Of course, it helps when this guy's just going bananas. Foxy 9 as well has another annihilation. Didn't need to use it in this previous round. I mean, Scuba, look, he's hitting some shots, but the rest of the team's got to get going. Foxy 9 there. Thought about playing out towards mid, but
TP to spawn. Mata sprints all the way forward here. As looking for the grab.
No.
And it's going to be quickly cleared out. Fast lane going to be set up. Eventually the break is there. Foxy 9 take it down, so no way to try to play off the back of this one. Munchkin now trapped within the pit as the rest of the team tries to get rotated across here towards the A site. Great free fire, however. Clearing out one. Ash going to be taken down as relay bolt sent flying. Sam's actually jumped over top of Texture. Trade's going to be there. And still NRG in with a solid advantage. Mata trying to break the crosshair of Karan.
No,
who's got one
reload.
And he cannot make it connect to his skull. Munchkin's position known the entire time. Ethan hiding back in market. Fault line at the ready. Scuba, the first to challenge, the first to fall. Munchkin pushing, finding him. And my God, can he actually clutch it out? Taps it, has no real read. Here's the footsteps now. Just running out of it.
No
just play back.
time.
The first shorty pump not going to connect. Munchkin cannot win this round here for GenG.
भाई टाइम होता तो निकाल देता यार Munchkin. I mean Saudi, क्या बात है जिया? You should go to the venue भाई, जाओ यार. इतना मज़ेदार, इतने मज़ेदार मैचेस. It's 7-4 for GenG.
Able to nullify
trust
the annihilation as well.
Okay, I trust you.
Again, a quick scale
7-3 तो हो ही गया है, so I think I'll have to trust you.
And they just start spraying through smokes, knocking players down. Got a little bit shaky here at the end, but it ends with a win, a much needed one here for NRG. Texture still enough money to get the operator.
Thank you so much for joining, by the way, bro. Like जरूर करना.
Only a Guardian. Yeah, only a Guardian though for Sam. Oh boy.
His position going to be known, but there's the fast lane. Quick move of the exit. Foxy 9 take it down to Sam. Finds a kill there. Brock, however, dead. trying to make their way forward here onto the site. The swing out, Karan eventually dealt with some. Good with a second kill. Finds himself a third. Ash just couldn't steady that spray. Now Scuba goes ahead, engages with the flank. Once again, it's going to be Munchkin on this lurk. So wait up the cage, doesn't want to make a peep.
Spike planted.
Just huge for Sam.
Thank you so much, bro.
Big couple kills with the Guardian.
Poison orb emitting.
Smoke dissipates, Sam up over the top. And there you go, 4K for Sam. Massive round, 4 rounds.
7-4 guys, 7-4 for GenG.
Would be a decent rescue of
Let's
this
see.
half.
7-5 अगर हो गया so it's gonna be amazing भाई. अगर 7-5 हो गया बहुत चेंज हो जाएंगी चीजें and कहीं ना कहीं कमबैक के चांसेस बन जाएंगे NRG के.
Box with the Guardian, that high pen gun coming in so valuable there. And Ash a little bit whiffy, left Sam on 5. Might have been a difference maker there.
Come on.
Yeah, man.
And just again, these
7-5 for
aggressive
NRG. Nice. NRG भाई finally. आखिर से फर्स्ट हाफ के एंड में they've gained some momentum.
Net out, very mesh as well.
Oh, good one.
Go wide, the slide forward. No! Texture gets the no-scope. Put down Mata. Still eats a decent amount of damage. Ash going to be taken out at the same time as all the rest of NRG are piling forward here onto the B side. The Rolling Thunder going to be going across that. Gets a connection onto Karan. Munchkin, however, unspotted until the Prowler ends up coming through.
Opportunity थी यार Munchkin के
Big
पास.
fight going to be dropped down. Flash finding a bit of a connection there. Munchkin still dancing around, but Karan able to find one. Scuba watching the angle.
Scuba.
Takes him apart. Texture having to swing into the angle. Low on HP. The shot goes wide, but Texture able to skirt back. Stays alive as Munchkin tries to make something happen, but cannot.
This is it, guys. It's a 7-5.
Looking fantastic.
7-5 हो गया है भाई. Texture 21 HP, and there you go.
Two back-to-back monstrous rounds here from the Omen gets NRG up to 5.
A nice comeback here at the end.
NRG finally, NRG back in the game. Finally back in the game.
Very tight-knit here. It's a good run back from NRG, starting to find their footing, but now they pivot to the defense. We'll see how they fare. And who takes the pistol when we come back after halftime.
भाई साहब गाइस कमबैक होने लग गया है ऑलरेडी एनआरजी का एंड अगर ऐसे चला सो दे माइट इवन विन द गेम नंबर 1. चेंजी अच्छा डोमिनेट कर रही थी लेकिन ऑल ऑफ अ सडन एक बहुत बढ़िया कमबैक एनआरजी की तरफ से हमें देखने को मिला है. लेट्स सी क्या होगा यार सेकंड हाफ में भी अगर एनआरजी इसी फॉर्म में रही तो दे कैन इवन यू नो विन दिस BO3 एज वेल, दिस मैप देन दिस BO3. Amazing bhai, amazing, top class. I am in Saudi. Yes bro, I believe you bro. I believe you. Thank you so much for giving us so quick updates. कैसा है भाई वेन्यू वहाँ पे, कैसा है वेन्यू पे, मज़ा आ रहा है नहीं आ रहा है बताओ हमें भी. हम अनलकी यहाँ नहीं जा पाएंगे बहुत दूर जो हैं. Bro, stop giving me spoilers. Can't wait to see this, bhai. Can't wait to see. Gen Z with the pistol. Let's see. भाई अगर एंट्री हो गई तो बहुत मुश्किल होगा यार रीटेक पिस्टल्स में भी.
Spot out there on to Brock.
7-5
players
already.
relays that here to the team, so NRG now
Texture.
gonna start get the rotate going over towards this A site. Barrier mesh to try to hold them back.
The entry.
It's Karan in the spike planted here on the ground.
भाई Brock already बहुत low है यार.
Defender side. It's gonna be a massive fight here in the alleyway. Brock now down to 8.
Munchkin Texture GenG.
Go ahead, scoop up some kills, scooping out. Work cut out for him.
गया भाई NRG 2v5 अब ये राउंड तो गया 8-5.
Setting up the cage. Oh my god. Saw finding a nice little tap there. Texture going to be taken down, but needing a bit more of that. As Foxy's position going to be a constant concern here, and the time is starting to get away from him. Net not connecting. Foxy's shots do. Scooping out. Pinged out, pushing forward, dead.
Munchkin gets the final frag.
That's going to be GenG taking down the pistol. Stretching that lead once again to 3 rounds.
क्या जीत
Yeah,
पाएगा?
this is one of those rounds where the deadlock util
Big question,
becomes
guys.
so
क्या
oppressive
GenG जीत
in the
सकती है game
post-plant.
number 1?
Foxy9 there, able to set up the sonic sensors to watch the rear, but more importantly, the barrier mesh to cover off Link. And that forces all of NRG to try to make a move through the back of sight. And that is where the gun barrels of GenG are able to be pointed, because they know without that barrier mesh being cleared, that is where NRG has to come from. And they make mincemeat of NRG. Dart out early, not going to scan anything. NRG tucked way back over by Market.
But they are. Couple shots here. See if you can get some early damage on anyone playing these corners. Scoop it. Just sat. Shorty in hand. This is a good gamble stack overall from NRG. All 5 players in position here on this B site. Munchkin, though, gonna go checking around A.
Poison's off.
Might still yet call for the rotate.
Yeah, you got to find a way to bait a response here from NRG. You know, GenG just used that recon dart, didn't get anything. And then a little bit of an exploration, though, by Munchkin. Might be able to recognize this. Spike's still pretty far forward.
Deploying drone.
They're going to use the drone now. They really need to figure out where this stack is. Didn't catch anything again, but they're still going to make the rotate. They're still making a decent read. And NRG, the gamble stack, not going to be able to find the value that you'd want.
भाई ये पे कोई है ही नहीं पूरा B पे stack था NRG.
Definitely going to be a little bit more difficult. They are quick to go ahead and start making this pivot. Late lurk coming through from Ash with that Bulldog. Might be able to intercept this. Here comes the peek. The jump across, though.
Ash.
Puffer,
No, Ash.
trying to find him. Turns for the flash, turns back, eats it fully to the face, and Mana eventually is able to go
Munchkin
ahead
gets
and find
Scuba,
the
but
kill on
Mada
Ash.
gets Ash.
Weapon going to be picked up now. Full
Ethan भी काफी
rewrap
low
here for
है.
NRG. Cover going out. We go right into the barrier mesh as well as Munchkin.
Guys, timing का भी ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा यार
It's not going to be
NRG को.
easy.
The clock is ticking.
If they even do go for it, looks like maybe it's now
बहुत
just
hard होने वाला है ये
die
round.
to the spike time. See what GenG wants to do.
Texture
Maybe
भाई.
try to play for some exits, but rotating away from this tile's position.
हमारा कुछ जल्दी जाना पड़ेगा. Oh, I think they are giving up. They are going for a save. अब तो नहीं हो पाएगा. Maybe exit frags. Maybe पीछे Foxy9 पीछे तो देखो, but Som gets him.
As there you go, everyone just piling forward.
GenG gets another round, guys. GenG on fire.
Yeah, not too bad though at all from NRG.
भाई साहब क्या
On the
खेल
sequel
रही है यार
round, You
GenG.
get a couple kills, you die to the spike. I mean,
Sentinel Paper X तो था one sided, but GenG making sure कि कुछ ऐसा ही ये रहे, although NRG. देखते हैं क्या कुछ कर पाएगी. Texture ace today. क्या लगता है क्या Texture का ace आएगा? गाइस क्या लगता है तुम्हें टेक्सचर का क्या एस आएगा ये देखने के बाद जल्दी से बताओ चैट में. थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन जो भी देख रहा है फटाक से लाइक कर दो. 50 लाइक्स जल्दी से करते हैं हमें. 9-5 बिग लीड फेवरिंग GenG. अब बाई की बात करें तो GenG कहीं ना कहीं बोनस राउंड के साथ जा रही है. NRG के पास प्रॉपर और बेटर बाय रहने वाला है. ओह ब्रॉक अगर किल हो जाता ना ब्रॉक का तो मज़ा आ जाता यार GenG को. GenG इंतजार करेंगे. एक ही तरफ एंट्री ज़रूर हो रही है. नोबडी शॉट पे कोई भी नहीं है. वीक साइड पे एंट्री लेना चाहती है GenG. ईथन अकेले हैं. अच्छा स्मोक ड्रोन को ज़रूर टेक डाउन करेंगे बट स्टिल एंट्री रोकना मुश्किल. जल्दी रोटेशन आएगा NRG के बाकी के प्लेयर्स का भी, बिकॉज अगर नहीं आया तो ये राउंड निकल जाएगा. Easy plant. No, what? Scuba. Foxy 9 फंसना नहीं था. Easy kill यहाँ पे दे बैठे. Brock 3 HP सही, बट अपनी एबिलिटीज का अच्छा वैल्यू निकालते हुए. पैरानोया का क्या इस्तेमाल करेंगे उमन? पैरानोया का इस्तेमाल हो सकता है. पैरानोया करके अगर पीक करते हैं बेहतर रहेगा. एंट्री. नो. मादा. मंचकिन को अच्छा फ्रैग. मंचकिन गेट्स द सेकंड वन. 2 किल्स मंचकिन के नाम. मंचकिन शायद तीसरा भी ले जाए. ऐश और टेक्सचर के साथ सोम को किया जाएगा खत्म. स्कूबा आखिरी खिलाड़ी. टेक्सचर उन्हें भी करेंगे खत्म. 10-5 हो चुका है अब. जेंजी फाइनली इन अ बिग लीड गाइस. एक बड़ी लीड जेंजी के पास अब है.
It's a nice trip setup from Scuba. Kind of punish how Foxy 9 wants to get that deadlock util into place. How much else comes of it? And it's Munchkin again. He's been so fearsome throughout.
भाई मंचकिन ने आज क्या खेला है गाइस. नो डाउट मंचकिन एक अलग लेवल पे खेल रहा है आज. वाओ.
Rightly so. Foxy 9 gonna have the outlaw, giving him another chance. Go for that sniper to watch mid.
Quick update since we did get it. Fnatic closing out their series 2-0 over Carmine Corp. So that does send the French organization home from EWC. Eliminated in 7th, 8th position. And it means that the winner of this series is going to have to try to get through Fnatic.
I'm out of here.
Let me tell you, I cast that first map. It was Sunset, one where you wouldn't typically think that they're going to be favored. And they looked tenacious.
I mean, they're fired up. You know, Fnatic wants to not have what happened in Toronto happen again. But anyway, back to this round. Mata there, going for a bit of a peek, takes a scrape of damage. Stingers and a Sheriff here. Shocked right at his feet.
Go, go, go.
Down to 39, the drone now. Flying up in towards his face. It's a spot on the 1. Can't quite go deep enough, though. Spot out Ethan, but it seems like it won't matter too much. GenG immediately are pivoting away.
They're just so methodical.
30 seconds left.
भाई साहब
Trying to find some entrance into the map.
NRG जी जान लगा रही है यार. एक राउंड भी अगर यहाँ से मिला उन्हें तो बहुत फायदा होगा.
Decent damage. Foxy 9 going to be taken low. The push forward. Texture
मिस किया यार सोम.
But still is able to find that kill. The approach in from behind now. Coming in. Munchkin on the wrap. Striking. Finding value. Scuba dead. Ping out.
Munchkin.
Ethan will get the finisher there onto Foxy 9. Just the outlaw that he could try to scoop up, and that's not going to do much against anybody that isn't named Texture at the moment.
Impossible भाई. 1v4 Stinger के साथ impossible.
Left to his own devices.
Impossible होने वाला है भाई ये.
Might just be another spike death, but it's certainly not a round win.
Yeah, just... Oh, okay, you're going to get the kill on the Munchkin. Not bad. But certainly, no way you're winning this round. We'll have to do some more damage.
Just try to beat weapon recovery, but Texture won't allow it.
यार अगर Phantom वहाँ से चली जाती बच के तो बहुत फायदा होता है NRG को. But GenG 11. NRG so bad. यब bro NRG कहीं ना कहीं बहुत लेवल अप करने की जरूरत है यार गेम को.
Just steady GenG has been, and you know,
बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है भाई. GenG अब all of a sudden momentum gain करने के बाद तो बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रही है. Almost impossible कर दिया है उन्होंने GenG NRG के लिए एक भी राउंड जीतना. ऐसी गाइस 2 राउंड और चाहिए. क्या लगता है क्या बैक टू बैक आएंगे या फिर NRG की तरफ से कोई रिटेलिएशन हमें देखने को मिलेगा?
He has been.
It's in every position that you don't want him to be in.
I'm out of here.
Decent amount of util spotted out over there. Ethan not being noted, but all the same, GenG looking to explore greener pastures here on the map.
A little bit of duel coming. Mata versus Texture, and Mata pre-fires, but Texture gets it on the swing.
GenG.
Just a quick reset.
भाई ये मिला तो गेम खत्म है क्योंकि अगले राउंड में फिर एनर्जी के पास कोई इकोनॉमी रहेगी ही नहीं. भाई ही नहीं ले पाएंगे वो. GenG ये राउंड ले गया ना तो आखिरी में ले जाएगा इजीली.
Ethan going to be the first line of defense. He has to try to win this out. Doesn't manage to do so, but Karan quickly strikes him down. The A site now open for the taking.
3v4.
Rotates. It's Brock sliding forward. It's to a spot where he can try to hold the line, but Ash quickly replies.
गया भाई राउंड। वाइपर स्पिट का भी इस्तेमाल कर लिया। स्कूबा आई डोंट थिंक ज्यादा देर सरवाइव करेंगे। यस तो वाइपर स्पिट 1v4। हम सबको पता है भाई रिजल्ट क्या है इस राउंड का भी और इस गेम का भी। NRG बहुत अच्छी शुरुआत मिली थी भाई, बहुत अच्छा कंपटीशन यहाँ पे दिया था, लेकिन उसके बाद जो खेली है GenG। GenG on fire भाई, GenG on fire। चॉपर एडिट्स कैसे हो भाई? थैंक यू सो मच ज्वाइन करने के लिए। फटाक से लाइक कर दो भाई। बड़ा गेम भाई GenG का। आखिरी अब मैच पॉइंट पे आ चुकी है GenG, एक राउंड और होने चाहिए। बताओ मुझे चैट में क्या GenG जल्दी से जल्दी खत्म कर पाएगी? भाई 20 किल हो चुके हैं टेक्सचर के। वन साइडेड डोमिनेशन। मंचकिन वाइपर के साथ 17 किल। Oh no टेक्सचर भाई मैच पॉइंट पे गलती कर रहे हैं। एक और चाहिए रहेगा मंचकिन। एक और चाहिए। YouTube पे
an advantageous position. Annihilation going to be online here from Foxy9. The spike down on the floor. Not sure if there's much of anything that they can do. Karan does not have the From the Shadows available to try to get the pickup.
I think ये राउंड तो निकल गया है यार हाथ से। 2 बनाम 4 की परिस्थिति है। सोम लो जरूर है लेकिन 2 किल्स ले चुके हैं। मादा, ईथन, स्कूबा अच्छा करते हुए। जेंजी, वॉक्सी एक लेंगे जरूर, लेकिन मादा का इंस्टेंट रिटेलिएशन। 1v3 कैरोन भाई, अगर कारोन ने यहाँ से 1v3 कर दिया तो मज़ा आ जाएगा, लेकिन बहुत मुश्किल। 30 सेकंड्स के अंदर अंदर जाना है, साइट लेनी है, प्लांट करना है। ओ साइफर ने देख लिया। वेल साइफर को अंदाज़ा तो लग चुका है कि एक ही तरफ अब यहाँ पे आने वाला है खिलाड़ी। साइफर इजी किल, यस इजी किल। NRG फाइनली थोड़ा सा रिटेलिएशन, फाइनली थोड़ा सा रिटेलिएशन।
NRG hold on by a thread, needing 6 more rounds in a row to go to OT.
Yeah, another big round for Sam. Really looking fired up. That third kill on the Munchkin. Ridiculous. And Munchkin just kind of goes, oh, okay, all right, I'll give you that one. Gives him a little golf clap at the end. Nice hold here, but able to shut down that overdrive early.
एक राउंड बस चाहिए जेंजी को, बस एक राउंड।
Spike down and basically end the round off the back of that. But now you've got a Hunter's Fury and an Annihilation.
मैं ही जानता हूँ भाई मैं कैसे बैठा हुआ हूँ यहाँ पे, खुद कैसे नहीं रहा हूँ अपनी कुर्सी पे।
To try to set texture up, but nobody home from NRG to receive.
Quick correction on what I had said a couple minutes ago, and of course it's going to be Paper X versus Fnatic. I should say that. Oh, a little bit of a misread there. As Karan, well, quick to swing out and find the one, but does get traded out. As well. On cleared, but no punish to be found. Brock able to just go ahead and stay tucked away. Can now looking to join in with the rest of the squad. It's a proper 4v4.
He's also checking for Sam, just making sure that he's in a TP in the spawn. But they're gonna maybe make a go of this on the A site. They don't have.
फास्ट करते हैं ये वाला राउंड। 4 बनाम 4 की परिस्थिति है। टेक्सचर के पास फैंटम, ऐश पे वैंडल, मंचकिन फॉक्सी पे भी फैंटम जरूर। सामने से ओडिन ब्रॉक के पास है। देखो ब्रॉक को टेक डाउन करना पड़ेगा। बहुत बढ़िया डेडलॉक अल्टीमेट काम आएगा नहीं आएगा। सोम, गैजमन, टेक्सचर सोम को टेक डाउन करेंगे। पूरी जिम्मेदारी मादा के ऊपर अब आ चुकी है, क्योंकि फॉक्सी 9 जाते जाते अल्ट में फंसा गए थे स्कूबा को। एंड 1v3 नहीं होगा, मौका भी नहीं मिलेगा। 13-6 के स्कोर पे खत्म करेगी जेंजी। व्हाट अ राउंड गाइस, व्हाट अ राउंड। सनसेट को अपना बना लिया। क्या अगले मैप पे भी ऐसा ही परफॉर्मेंस आएगा? जेंजी इट इज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, जो कि पहला मैप जीत चुकी है BO3 सीरीज का। क्या आप भी सपोर्ट कर रहे थे जेंजी को? तो फटाक से करो यार लाइक, और चैट में मुझे बताओ क्या जेंजी 2-0 कर पाएगी? इज देयर अ पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ अ 2-0 स्कोर लाइन? अगला मुकाबला आइस बॉक्स में खेला जाएगा। लेट्स गो गाइस, बहुत मजेदार होने वाला है। टाइम फॉर अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक। तो चलो जब तक टीम्स हमारी वापस आती हैं हम भी फटाक से वापस आएंगे।
CT랑 이설 나 스모크 다 있어.
나이스!
찔러. 안全버.
나이스!
이쪽으로 벌렸다.
나이스! 나이스 선수!
콘 있어? 나 리콘 3초 남았어. 기다려. 우리 앞에 하나 있다 바이스. 나 지금 하는 중. 찍게 일단. 나이스! 우리 앞에 있어. 사이트. 나 받았어요. 이겨줄게 형들.
나이스!
제대로 좋았다.
아,我人体地少弄一场。他
包掉完了。
对啊，想弄啊！弄啊！
우리 앞에.
나이스!
老子早已经忙完了，兄弟，你们3哥们儿兄弟站一排站在那儿，兄弟。
别，我跟你说，他那个
他不过있어 얘들. 옆에. 나이스.
나이스!
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, presenting Valorant. GenG taking care of business on Sunset against NRG, making it look easy. Utility, gunplay, everything as expected from one of the Pacific favorites. Welcome back, Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And all right, Big Time, time to gloat. Pacific on top.
I wish I could say I was surprised. You know, some of us have been watching GenG all year and absolutely not shocked. We see them come out with this Sunset composition once again, and I think it's really fantastic. Keeping Munchkin across on that Viper, which is where he is so spectacular. NRG not being able to put up any fight against this Korean super team that is GenG.
Things were looking better for NRG at the end of that first half, but they didn't manage to do that faster. I completely agree with you. I wish that we would have had the map veto to discuss before we went into the game, because this Sunset I absolutely love. I am a complete loser for Deadlock. I absolutely love her, especially on this map. Well, and now that Bind is coming back, like, I cannot wait to see what all the teams are going to prepare, because Ace of Sentinels, it's a bit underused.
Our highlight spotlight in this series, or this match, goes to Foxy9. Had a great series himself so far, and looking to again get Pacific where they want to be through GenG's performance.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going crazy. It's every single game. Nobody can stop this guy. We see him bring up the op, and of course, he is on that Deadlock that you just mentioned, Kukuka, and I think it's such a brilliant fit for the map. It gives so many wrinkles that we don't see other teams be able to use, and I think he's very, very excellent at using it. This is the pistol round, round 13. Look at how he uses all of his util. He's able to cover the flank, and he funnels the retake, so it has to come through CT. He makes them all group up, and they're able to shut it down so easily.
Yeah, I absolutely love this kind of plays, because when I play myself, I'm usually the kind of person that also buys full util if I can in the pistol round, and just get the pistol when somebody else dies, right? Like, you gotta save money, and I think that he was definitely one of the different makers. We have this head-to-head also. Speaking about the controllers, keeping the side locked down, Munchkin versus Som. I think that especially when we look at Som, I want to see how far he can take things. Now that we're going to jump onto Icebox, remember, yes, this Sunset was heavily favored on the side of GenG, but it was also their map pick.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to say that maybe the map pick would help, but we saw in the last series with Sentinels, they just got bodied by PaperX, who were a better team. We know that GenG are the favorites coming on in. We know that NRG won their group, but it was kind of a weakened group, but they've got to be able to find a way to turn this one around. Speaking of turning things around, over on the B stream, we have a little bit of an update for you there. Fnatic takes care of business 2-0 in their series. So Fnatic, yet another favorite moving on in. This tournament has just been littered with favorites, making sure that they are the ones getting the victories here big time.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad for KC. We did see them put up a good fight here, though, for sure, especially in that map one. They played Fnatic really, really quite close, and they can be optimistic for the rest of the year. But of course, Fnatic take this win. It's Fnatic. They're so hard to stop. And yeah, mad respect for them. They're going to look to keep moving forward and get revenge.
funny, I think that since we were seeing it, that was Ascent and they closed it out on the attack. So KC allowed them to start on the defense. Okay, like I like this train of thought. I think that maybe we would have seen a different scenario if that overtime, would have gone the way of KC. But I think that it was a lot of back and forth to get onto that overtime. I like what I'm seeing from there, but on the side of KC, guys, we need to get over the 2-map map pool, okay? There is a world outside of Sunset and Icebox, and it is bind. So I will see you on stage 2, week 1, on bind.
That's right. As you let us know, that is the same matchup that is going to be in week 1. Let's take a look at the updated bracket now. With that victory, we now have our first series for tomorrow in the semifinals. It's Paper Rex, it's Fnatic, a rematch yet again that we've seen time and time.
What a game!
Rings a bell. It was an absolute banger the last time around. I think it only makes me a little bit sad that this is not the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, both these teams really in contention to win it. As we say, it's a rematch of that Masters final.
All right, we're turning to map 2. Big time, what do you want to see here from Pacific to close it on out for GenG?
I want to see exactly the same thing. I mean, it's a map that they know how to play. They'll do the same things that they always do. So trust yourself, trust your game plans, and I think they'll be just fine.
I'm going to put you in a weird spot. Trying to cheer for the Americas region and give us what you want to see from NRG to bounce back, because we've got about a minute or so left.
Okay, I will say that it makes a lot of sense that they decide to go for this Icebox throughout the entirety of the tournament, and I do not mean only the 3 days that we have seen so far, but also those very important qualifiers. They have played this map a lot, and they have not lost it a single time. Do they run the harbor? Yes. Do I like it? No, but it is Americas. It is what it is. And no, but I think that they have, especially because they're coming from Americas, I think that the people have figured out how to work with the harbor. You can definitely make it work. Like the harbor thing for me is just a preference. But the agent is not bad at all. And I think that is going to merge and collide very well against GenG. On the side of GenG, they played it against Fnatic. They lost it. It was close. That's the thing with GenG. It's never going to be an easy map. So I really like that they have something that they played, that they failed a little bit, and they showed a lot of.
AL at home, just getting a little small update. Have a little delay on stage, but we'll get to the game in just a little bit. Now, when we think about the club championship here at Esports World Cup, both organizations have multiple teams across multiple titles. When I think of GenG, I think of Rocket League, I think of League of Legends. When I think NRG, I think anything in terms of FPS is where they get a lot of their bread and butter. But also here, NRG kind of playing with house money, making it through with a unique group, and now in the top 8. You can imagine what it could be mean for them in terms of club championship points, the overall prize pool, and the prize pool here for Valorant big time.
Yeah, they are representing something bigger than themselves, and that is really something to play for. But I think the big thing I do want to see from NRG is relax a little bit, let go a little bit. A lot of people didn't have them making it out of that group, right? To make playoffs is good. You're in the points, you're in the money. You are bringing that positivity to the whole NRG as an organization. But I think if you get wound up too tight, you get too worried about, oh, are we going to be able to go the whole way? And you start getting a little bit too far ahead of yourselves. That's when these problems start to come in. Just go round by round, focus on the game that's in front of you. Because it felt like, once again, they just couldn't get that ball rolling against the firepower.
All right, well, there you have it. Let's see if NRG are able to loosen up a little bit and try to get themselves on the board. The final hope for Americas might end here in map number 2. Let's find out as we send it on over to Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Up against the ropes are NRG. Staring down the barrel of elimination here at EWC. GenG out in front. After a 13-6 scoreline on Sunset, we now go to NRG's pick of Icebox.
Yeah, and NRG, like the desk was talking about, this was their bread and butter. This was a big map that got them through here to this event. Stormed their way through a bunch of different teams. Leviathan, Cloud9, MIBR, to get to this point by beating them on this map. GenG a little bit up and down at times on this map, you know, destroyed EDG and then lost to Fnatic later in that same day. So they can have some shakiness for sure. And it's just, are you going to be ready to kind of deal with that harbor? You don't see it too often in Pacific these days. So definitely going to be looking to that. But it's a flashless NRG comp. You know, you have the Omen paranoia from Karan for the side of GenG. And otherwise, it's just the smokes, the KJ util, the Sova util. And then, of course, Texture Mata going to be duking it out again on the same agent. This time it's going to be Jet for Icebox. It's going to be GenG starting on the attacker side. So looking to build that momentum on a favored side of the map. Maybe just close this series out 2-0. But NRG would love to take this map away, send it over to Lotus and give themselves another chance. So we just wait for everybody to get ready and load into the game. Should be getting close.
It seems like we're moments away getting this underway. Let's see who's going to be able to find this first pistol. It is GenG, of course, starting on the attack. Their side selection, looking to give themselves as best of a start as they could possibly get. We saw GenG dominate on this map just a couple days ago. They squared off against Carmine Corp, and or rather, that was Paper X. Never mind. The days are blending together.
They
Let's go, guys. It's time for the map of Icebox.
The Pacific teams, it's starting to just overlap a little bit.
मजा आएगा भाई.
So
Finally, Icebox देखने को मिलने वाला है भाई हमको. Let's see. Already GenG के पास अच्छी खासी लीड आ चुकी है, तो वो बहुत हेल्प करने वाली है उन्हें. चैट खोल लेता हूँ, रुक जाओ मैं.
You saw teams kind of flirt with it when it became in vogue, but after that, just sort of everybody kind of realized that maybe there's some better options for us, some better agents that we feel a little more comfortable on. GenG again being very cautious here on the pistol round on their attacker side, just like we saw in Sunset. Very unsure of what NRG might want to bring to the table. They lean towards B. There's a stack there. Got Scuba, got Mata, got Brock to follow up with some util.
Tell you what I was thinking of. I was thinking of GenG versus EDG, which was a similar stomp that had happened on Icebox.
Yeah, it was just the other way around.
Yeah. So, both Pacific teams having some stomps. Just a difference in opponent. Snakebite out nice and early. One gets scooped up that goes over to Foxy9's hands to try to get the lockdown online. Once again, though, NRG
ने इस बार शुरू से ट्राई करेगी थोड़ा कंट्रोल हाथ में रखने का. But then again, भाई अगर डर के खेलेंगे तो दिक्कत होगी.
More committed. Not looking to go on the rotate out.
Oh, Mada.
Going to be taken down. Some decent damage dealt, but kills not yet found here for GenG. As Texture sliding forward.
What?
With his demise, Ash eventually able to find one.
Foxy9 के हाथ में भाई अब सब चीजें.
Apart. They try to hold this spike in for the plant scaling off the back of the wall. Foxy able to find one. Ash now.
भाई Foxy के हाथ में है game भाई. Foxy के
just
हाथ
the classic pulls back away, but no recon for 20 seconds. No shock darts. He's playing against a Sheriff and a Ghost.
Ash के हाथ में भाई. Ash is all alone. Don't peek. Don't peek. Oh no! Cover में drop करना चाह रहा था भाई.
NRG once again finding the opening pistol.
Yeah, and this is just them having a good read, and it helps that Sam has absolutely zero contact over on A. Nothing ever comes his way, and that gives NRG the comfort that they want to just plant their feet onto B, wait out GenG, and just be really patient in their positioning. A little bit of a fighting retreat here from Mata. Does a great job to find one. They're able to avoid Texture there doing any damage. They had a high-low setup. Love the positioning, love the ideas. Fundamentals, phenomenal for NRG in that round. And they're going to need more of that. As they are going to come in with an Outlaw, Guardian, 2 Stingers, and a Bulldog. Couple Sheriffs, though, going to be bought for GenG. Foxy9 and Texture going to be grabbing those. They're just going to go for a big mid push. No util here to check this.
Munchkin making some noise. Jumping forward, another footstep going to be heard there as spam shots out from the Guardian. Scuba looking to try to the Suede, sends out the bite, and it's going to be GenG very much coming away with the lion's share of damage suffered.
I have to assume that was intentional there from Munchkin, trying to bait out a reaction around the corner. Shot is going to not connect on the Foxy9 there. So he's just going to back off, and it's a pivot over towards A here.
भाई बहुत ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट किया है इस राउंड में एनआरजी ने.
Watching the flank. Ethan.
ऐसे इन्वेस्ट किया है कि हाँ ये राउंड जीतेंगे तो अगला राउंड बोनस अच्छा खेल सकते हैं.
Okay, Foxy goes down. Sheriff now on the floor, just Texture with one in hand.
भाई all in जाना पड़ेगा.
Texture sliding up though. Sam is going to be able to collect the kill.
Garen.
It's traded out, but Spam comes in, the Bulldog in hand. Sure, lingering, lurking, pushing forward, trying to catch them off guard, but just can't steady the aim. Ethan survives narrowly. They've been able to find that, get the transfer. Might be looking at a very different round, but it's going to be 2-0 start once again here for NRG.
भाई टेक्सचर और मंचकिन ये दो खिलाड़ियों की बात ही अलग है यार. एक से दो राउंड चाहिए, उसके बाद ये मोमेंटम को बहुत इजीली कैरी कर लेंगे.
Trying to wait out a response, good paranoia to at least create some space, get the plant down, get a little extra cash.
Down A.
A few kills here and there, a lot of damage done. You consider that not too bad usually. As far as egos go. Would love to have found that last kill though for Texture. Just missed the head onto Ethan. An early high tide getting aggressive for NRG. They're going to take space and Foxy9 just going to use that. Try to set up some util maybe. Nope, had to clear the dart. Over towards B though. That's where GenG is going to be leaning. Do have that KJ util there. Interesting nano placement spot right at the front of yellow. Maybe anticipating that they can catch somebody, kind of pin them in that spot off the alarm bot.
Driving top yellow. Recon avoided Scuba, however, too many targets. Can't really get the damage across. Texture is able to collect it.
Plant the spike.
Some immediately rotating over, grabbing up the Vandal. Close plant. Swings it. Could be a massive
no opportunity थी वहाँ, bro.
Will be able to find Ash though. In the end, 4v4. So around the back, Ethan trying to get the one taps here on the Foxy9. Just managed to win out the fight. Then gone.
Texture.
Dead. Cloudburst forward, paranoia.
No, Mada, no.
Trying to scale up.
अगर ये टेक डाउन हुए भाई तो it's gone NRG.
Down now on the swing. Finds the headshot. Karen eventually dead. The follow-up shot. Gorgeous. Texture on the floor. Now a 2v2. Already decent damage dealt, but Foxy interrupting the defuse. Knows that it's not held to half. No, the time is dwindling. Foxy finds the fight.
भाई मैंने बोला था Foxy9 और टेक्सचर ने अगर प्ले में आ गए भाई वो खत्म हो जाएगा भाई गेम उसके बाद तो.
On their bonus, doing a fair amount of damage to GenG. Mata there, kind of just trying to make a play, and he does. He's going to be able to get around that side of yellow and win two big fights against Karan and Texture. The opening here really nice, but response really strong from NRG.
भाई फॉक्सी के रिफ्लेक्सेस ब्रो क्या है ये प्लेयर भाई, ये अलग प्लेयर है भाई फॉक्सी, जो आज के दिन इसने खेला है मजा आ गया देख के. चलो यार एक गेम कास्ट करते हैं. एनआरजी ब्रॉक वेल मादा यहाँ से अच्छा एक किल जरूर निकाल सकता है. अर्ली ऑपरेटर हाथ में है, बहुत इजी अब ये नहीं होने वाला है जेंजी के लिए एंट्री ले पाना. ऑलरेडी जेंजी स्ट्रगल ज़रूर किया है. 2 राउंड्स हारने के बाद फाइनली उन्हें मिली है एक ओपनिंग ओडिन के साथ. ब्रॉक वेल फ्रंटल एंट्री तो इम्पॉसिबल ही समझो, बिकॉज ओडिन का एक स्पैम आया तो पूरी टीम बाहर हो सकती है, तो थोड़ा सा स्प्लिट होकर ही खेलें, वही इनके लिए बेहतर. ऐश और मादा, टेक्सचर और ऐश दोनों ज़रूर एंट्री बनाना चाहेंगे, बट यार सोम के होते हुए बहुत प्रॉब्लम होंगी. और कोशिश थी बट थोड़ा सा रह गया यार. अलार्म बॉट अगर वहाँ पे चला जाता हो सॉक डार्ट के साथ तो बहुत ही अच्छा रहता, लेकिन अब वो अलार्म बॉट पक्का परेशान करेगा. जेट एंट्री ज़रूर यहाँ पे करते नजर आएंगे. परेशान हुए अलार्म बॉट को बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से टेक्सचर ने डिस्ट्रॉय किया है. ए साइड पे धीरे से एंट्री करना चाहते हैं. मादा को अंदाजा है शायद कि ये पे भी कोई आ सकता है, इसीलिए ही इज नॉट. ओ टेक्सचर, आई थिंक मादा को अब रोटेट करना चाहिए. नहीं, पूरी टीम जेंजी की रोटेट करेगी. एनआरजी को कंफ्यूज कर दिया है. हार्बर, मादा, जेट दोनों वहां ए पे होल्ड कर रहे हैं. मीनवाइल बी पे बहुत इजी एंट्री लेती नजर आएगी. ब्रॉक अगर स्पैम में कोई भी आया तो फंस जाएगा. ओ एक किल ऑलमोस्ट आया है. टेक्सचर अगर स्पैम कंटिन्यू करेंगे तो डाउन हो जाएंगे. स्कूबा टेक्सचर को टेक डाउन करेंगे स्टिंगर के साथ. ऐश स्पाइक जरूर प्लांट हो चुका है, बट लुक एट हिज एचपी लो है. ऐश स्नेक बाइट का इस्तेमाल. Foxy9 मिड से आए और Foxy9 के पास जो पोजीशन है वो बहुत वैल्यू क्रिएट करेगी, कर रही है. मादा को बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज उन्होंने जरूर से डील किया है. मंचकिन गेट्स स्कूबा, मंचकिन गेट्स ब्रॉक, जेंजी गेट्स अनदर राउंड. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन 2-2 की बराबरी कर दी है जेंजी ने ऑल ऑफ अ सडन. वाओ गाइस, जेंजी इज नॉट गिविंग अप यार. उन्होंने बोला है 1-0 लीड की है, 2-0 करेंगे. कल भी किया था, आज भी करेंगे. जस्ट वाओ. यार अभी आप बस ये देखना ऑडियंस जो चैंट कर रहे हैं जेंजी का नाम, वो सुनोगे मजा आ जाएगा आपको.
Then Foxy9 doing a good job on the flanks.
Amazing game,
able to
amazing
weather the
game.
storm, and that's going to be a broke NRG coming
Guys,
into
आप बताओ चैट में आपको क्या लगता है, क्या NRG का कमबैक होगा इस मैप के साथ?
Once again trying to get forward. Ethan, great shot, does find Khan. So far, Mana
No!
unscouted. Finds Foxy9 to boot.
Foxy9
drops down. But not gonna be picked up with Mana. A belter of a shot. Can now try to go for the gun. Munchkin tucking into the corner, trying to dodge out the drone, but it goes deep enough. It spots him.
मादा ने गेम बना दिया NRG के लिए.
Trying to send it here at his feet, and they will flush him out. This is a gorgeous round for NRG. As they pull off the thrifty, Mana
जीत
gets
लिया.
it started, closes.
शेरिफ्स के साथ राउंड निकाल लिया. Insane. NRG not giving up at all, guys. गिव अप करने को रेडी नहीं है ये टीम. और हम जानते हैं जो गिव अप नहीं करते उनके साथ क्या होता है, कमबैक्स होते हैं. लेट्स सी. जेंजी बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है यार जेंजी के लिए, कैसे भी ब्रेक लगाना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज अगर एनआरजी ने स्पीड पकड़ ली ना तो जेंजी के लिए दिक्कत हो जाएगी. जेंजी बिल्कुल नहीं चाहेगी फाइनल मैच में जाएं. ये स्टेज क्वार्टर फाइनल की है, ये स्टेज बहुत बड़ी है. सेमीफाइनल्स में आप जाओगे अगर आप ये मैच जीत लेते हो जेंजी, याद रखो.
It's going to be an early interrupt on the drone. It's a well-placed nano. It's right there at Ash's feet.
You can see here a bit of a change up from Foxy9. Puts the alarm bot right at the bottom of Nest there. Does get cleared though. Identified by NRG. It's going to at least keep them busy on that side of the map, but a lurk being attempted. The bot here to check.
Noise being made. Munchkin knows that drone, that turret rather, is right around the corner. Second
दो players को tag किया है Hunter's Fury के साथ.
Hit of that Hunter's Fury rather does get a connection on the texture, puts him to 70. They're much more vulnerable with the knives in hand.
But Munchkin's hearing all this, all these footsteps, so he's
going to try to find the timing. He's able to do so.
Patience game, Munchkin.
Try to slide into position to get the catch on this tube exit, but the turret placement from Foxy9 is up down, but it still snaps onto Munchkin's head. Cleans up the kill, and now GenG. Player advantage, but Reckoning in play. Foxy repositions, sends down the lockdown. But
भाई ये लॉकडाउन गेम निकाल सकता है.
NRG gonna push forward, gonna try to clear this out. Ethan has found it, and now is saved to stick around.
Ethan is so low.
Does fall, so too shall the harbor.
Brock gets 1, 2, 3.
Looking for the fourth.
1v3 guys.
Staving them off, getting the alts out.
NRG.
Brilliant stuff here from NRG. This looked like
भाई साहब चैंट सुनाई दे रही है मुझे यहाँ तक वेन्यू पे जो लोग चेयर कर रहे हैं NRG के लिए.
He has the info. He knows which side of the map is open, and they still can't get it done. The Reckoning buys just enough time here for them to get through and get ahead of the lockdown to clear it out.
Yes, Brock!
Massive.
Come on!
Brock's position just not checked at all.
Bro.
All the attention being paid towards screens by GenG. They're on a weaker buy. A couple Guardians. Phantom Protecture.
Foxy is just dead.
क्या शॉट था ये.
He has come alive. 7-4-0 at the moment.
Foxy9 को टेक डाउन कर लिया, बहुत मुश्किल है भाई. अब टेक्सचर और मंचकिन को गेम लेवल अप करना पड़ेगा इस राउंड के लिए अपना. लेट्स सी. लेट मी एंजॉय दिस राउंड.
Our NRG saw it earlier with, you know, a push out
Ethan
on an eco, so they're checking for that again. This might allow the plant. Could have a nano pop. There's another one around the corner. GenG now.
Guys, remember GenG lead कर रहा है एक मैप से.
Make sure that they can try to get this down as clean as they can, or at least wait for Munchkin to continue on his lurk. Let's see if they want to make a pivot, but if they do, Mada's going to be in a great position to punish.
Here's the pre-fire, smokes getting raised. Tap attempts, but yep, the call to rotate now going to be made. But as you say, Mada in such a fantastic spot to try to interrupt this.
Viper को देखो, बस Viper को देखो.
It's actually going to be the TP forward.
No, what?
Ash wins the fight at range.
Sheriff के साथ.
With here in this map at least.
Perfect eco. अगर ये eco निकाल लिया GenG ने तो NRG.
Trying to see if that cross comes through. Scripts back across the opposite side, and Ash will be intercepted.
Good lord, Som.
Backside now. Opened up. Texture going to be trying his off screen, getting ready to peek in, but Karen at the same time here on the side.
Panic कर रही है guys. NRG panic कर रही है.
Smoke going to be cycled.
Sharon.
Shoulder with two
No
players.
idea.
The smoke falling. Munchkin able to find one. The trade coming in.
Munchkin
trying to arrive, and Munchkin holding his own. The pit
Viper's
going to be invested as he tries to make this an impossible task for Sam. Would need to get onto the spike right here
no
and
time,
now.
guys. Time
बहुत
कम है.
This pit will go ahead and confirm the round win as Munchkin wants to try to take the weapon out of hand but cannot do so. Loses his own. GenG
Munchkin legendary round भाई साहब.
A scrappy round here.
Guys quick thinking देखो, quick thinking देखो. Viper's pit अगर instantly नहीं आता ये round हाथ से जा सकता था. भाई Munchkin on top bro. Munchkin heads off to this player guys. अगर जेंजी जीतती है ना तो मंचकिन और टेक्सचर इन दो प्लेयर्स का बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा गेम 1 गेम 2 दोनों में. ऑल्दो टीम पूरी बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है बट स्टिल भाई प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड भाई अलग लेवल है. फाइनली अ ब्रेक थ्रू.
So get the kill, okay? Get the pit down.
गाइस जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं फटाक से लाइक कर दो. 50 लाइक जल्दी से करवा दो प्लीज. एंड ऑल्सो चैट में मुझे बताओ आप किस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो.
4-player stack on the A site now, starting to drift across over towards mid.
4-3.
Just a cascade out early from NRG has set GenG on high alert. Waiting this out. I mean, again, you've seen in a lot of the early parts of these rounds where NRG happy to get aggressive, to take control.
अगर ये मैच जीती NRG तो हमें लोटस देखने को मिलेगा for map 3.
Parts of the map. This round, they're just content to play a little bit of passivity. See if they can lure GenG into a false sense of security.
कितना स्लो खेल रहे हैं all of a sudden. कोई कह नहीं सकता ये वही दो टीमें हैं जो अभी हमने सनसेट पे देखी थी.
Slowly inching their way forward. Wide open sight for the taking if they can figure it out.
Reading this well. Drone starting to come through. Rotation's going to have to begin here from NRG. Its wall does go up.
अंदाजा है भाई उन्हें कि इथन का है.
For the moment, they're still not advancing forward. They're really running the clock down now. There's, I believe, a bit of a glimpse spot.
Guys, like कर दो फटाक से. We need 50 likes.
Again, the wall raised.
Munchkin.
Push forward. Plant into position. Knives going to be popped. Mata sprinting over, joining in with the rest of the squad. Double implant though. This Munchkin spotted, but nothing they can do about it. Takes Brock's head clean off. Knives just dumped.
भाई मादा का भाई डंप करना पड़ गए knives.
Lockdown coming through, but it's a fairly shallow
Ultimate wasted. GenG, oh, Scuba, perfectly done, perfectly done.
Able to find the kill on the counter. That second layer has been rotated back around Foxy, joining in with the rest of the team as Mata once again trying to take some forward space. And it did this time. Mows them down, picking them apart. Back yellow.
1v2 Ethan का perfect time पे. Okay, okay, diffusing, Foxy और Ash.
Kills get cleaned up. Scuba now
Half
trying to arrive. Has the hold to half.
जल्दी. No! Good Lord Ash. भाई साहब.
4-4.
Oh boy.
1v3.
That one got very dicey there at the end.
Almost हारे हुए round में 1v3 Ash का.
Using that cove as well. Try to push GenG back, to create some opportunities, and Ethan gives them hope.
Guys, मुझे यहाँ तक चैंटिंग सुनाई दे रही है जो वेन्यू पे लोग GenG के लिए कर रहे हैं. Just imagine players को कितना अच्छा लग रहा होगा. although उनके इतने हाई क्वालिटी हेडसेट में उन्हें आइडिया लग नहीं पा रहा होगा उतना. People are cheering for them. भाई util dump Ash का top class.
To make NRG uncomfortable, not be able to really stick that defuse. They'd get it to half, but wasn't quite enough. So now timeout going to be called, and I'm going to assume it's NRG.
Bit of a later one compared to what we had seen on Sunset.
Well, अब तक जितने टाइम आउट देखे हैं उसके बाद अगला राउंड प्रेफरेबली जो टाइम आउट लेने वाली टीम है मोस्टली उसके पास जाता है. लेकिन जेंजी जिस फॉर्म में एकदम से वापस आई है और इको भी अब उनके पास आ चुके हैं. आई डोंट थिंक सो कि एक टाइम आउट अब मोमेंटम बहुत बदलेगा. बट स्टिल एनआरजी का क्या प्लान होगा, गेम प्लान होगा, वो मैं देखना चाह रहा हूँ. ऐसे गाइस चैट में जो भी है एक बार बताओ, अपना नाम लिखो, अपनी टीम लिखो जिसे आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हो. अगर वो एनआरजी है तो एनआरजी लिखो, जेंजी है तो जेंजी लिखो. एक स्टिंगर है गाइस एनआरजी के पास, एक स्टिंगर और एक गार्डियन के साथ आ रहे हैं. GenG on the other hand, सारे players के पास automatic rifles हैं.
Right now is another deep nano early. Drone has to check that corner. Sam has to peel back.
It gets over the top, allows him to scale forward. Alarm bot just here around the corner as per usual. Gets triggered, gets cleared. Sam has to reposition. Ethan up over the top, trying to get some damage in. Eats a little bit in kind.
did desperately need this round.
But eventually does get flushed out. Munchkin able to find that kill. As GenG just stormed forward, overwhelming the players here on site. Shock Dart not going to be in position. They misread the plant spot. Now you've got Texture lurking forward over towards Kitchen. Back Snowman.
3v5 retake, guys. 3v5 retake.
Drop downs coming through.
Chat में बताओ क्या होगा ये retake.
On the first layer here, and they have to try to break through. He wins the fight.
भाई साहब reflexes. Guys क्या लगता है क्या retake होने वाला है?
Trying to hound them down. Cloudburst to cover the escape.
No, I think यहाँ से save के लिए जाएंगे. Save के लिए जाएंगे. Exit frags के लिए जाएंगे. No way भाई. Retake impossible है. Exit frags के लिए चली गई है भाई NRG. और भाई save तक नहीं करने दे रहे हैं भाई साहब. आधा.
A little bit brutal here for them. This is just going to be the one weapon held onto for the moment at least. Is Texture.
I hope.
Up and over the top.
I hope Mada save कर ले भाई weapon.
Trying to find this, just playing a little bit of back and forth with Mada, who does manage to survive. But GenG, once again, did not allow for these timeouts to find value.
Class play, guys.
What I really
Class
like
play.
about this is you're seeing
GenG की तरफ से हमें देखने
minor
को मिल रहा है.
changes. You know, GenG happy to be aggressive towards B as they've discovered that this is often the weak side of the map. And they're having more success over here, and they also changed their plant spot. Something I was talking about during the timeout. They're able to make a minor adjustment.
GenG is on fire.
Some of that damage, some of those setups that NRG has to disrupt the plants. Do have a Hunter's Fury here for Ash. Another TP available for Karan. Ethan, another Reckoning. Saw what he was able to do with that earlier. Scuba has the pit. And he's going to pop it now to prevent GenG potentially from scaling forward. Are they just going to go for this?
Ride the rope. Munchkin catching double glimpses there of Sam.
Wow.
It seems like they might just be happy to go ahead and grab this orb and try to cycle up.
भाई देखा इंटेल पूरा लिया. वाओ. ये गलती कर दी यार NRG ने. GenG के इस प्लेयर को जो इंटेल लेने गए थे उन्हें वापस नहीं आने देना चाहिए था. वाइपर स्पिड देख के देखो ना, रोटेट एज वेल. देखो माडा जरूर वैल्यू निकाल सकता है, लेकिन अगर माडा टेक डाउन हुआ ना भाई बहुत इजी हो जाएगा फिर GenG के लिए. Let's see.
They're going to be ready for this one.
Let's see.
Seems like they are.
They know.
No.
No, Mada.
Huge. Tail wins his way out.
भाई साहब 1v2 एक HP भी नहीं गवाई माडा ने.
For the Jet of NRG.
Blunder, big blunder.
Some a real opportunity. Tying it up again, keeping things neck and neck here on the map. Position noted. Not ready for Ethan. Wall immediately getting ready to.
GenG. चीजें जैसी सोची थी वैसी नहीं हो रही हैं उनके लिए. माडा अच्छे फॉर्म में है. Foxy9 उससे भी अच्छे फॉर्म में. Foxy9 एक और. Foxy9 1v2. Oh no Foxy पीछे तो देखो.
Not letting GenG run away.
Yeah, just phenomenal stuff again from Mada.
Guys बताओ इन 10 में से आपका फेवरेट प्लेयर कौन सा है? मेरा तो Foxy9 भाई. आज के गेम प्ले के बाद Foxy9 ने मेरा दिल जीत लिया है. आप मुझे बताओ चैट में आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन पसंद है? मंचकिन, Foxy, माडा, कौन आपको पसंद है? कैरॉन बताओ मुझे चैट में, या फिर ऐश.
There's no hope for Foxy9. Really solid stuff from NRG.
Solid
GenG
game, भाई, solid game.
Looking to maybe try to challenge A early once again.
5-on-5 चल रहा है.
KJ util over on this side of the map. They're going to leave Mada over on B. One of the big changes we're seeing here now. No Ethan, no
अगर
Sam.
GenG ये मैच जीती तो सेमीफाइनल्स में चली जाएगी.
Leave Mada because you've seen what he can do. Let him be the one to try to win those
guys,
duels.
मैं बता दूं आपको.
It's been so reliable so far.
ऑलमोस्ट 1 करोड़ का प्राइस पूल है पहलों में.
Able to backpedal with Sam tag down to 35. Great damage found here for GenG.
Yes.
Go over the top. It's the ping. Hunter's Fury available, still just going to be pocketed though. This Texture tries to go on the opener.
Sure.
Reckoning in response. Looking to save them all.
No, Madan, नहीं rotation आएगा अब. Instant rotate करेंगे. Oh, ultimate.
Just escorting that spike
Perfect teleport.
Here in mid, Cloudburst coming down, catches a glimpse, but they see him.
Wow, GenG
challenges the angle for the fight. Ash advantaged.
Guys, GenG ने completely outplay कर दिया इस round को.
Spike planted.
Mind games खेल रही है भाई GenG.
Shock dart and a shot from Brock.
Still sticking around, and I think Texture
save करेंगे भाई. Brock और Scuba save करेंगे. Save करेंगे.
He wants to take these weapons out of their hands.
क्या चल रहा है भाई ये?
Forward. Seems like Scuba going to be suspicious of this weapon drawn out about the clash. Swing coming in, Texture. Just instantaneous with the punish. Won't be ready for Brock in this position.
My ult is ready.
Once again, seems like maybe one player from NRG able to retain a weapon, but GenG securing 6 here at least for the half.
Yeah, GenG being really creative in these rounds.
दोस्तों चैट में बताओ यार.
There on the other side of the map and having the exit plan, have the Omen TP over to site. Phenomenal work there by Munchkin and Foxy9 to get rid of Mata and open the B plant up.
Rescue move.
Let's take a look at this.
सुनो guys, आवाज सुनो आप.
Coming back.
A record scratch.
GenG के लिए जो cheering हो रही है वो
puts Mata on pause. Oh, Ash. Great smoke there from Texture as well. That might have been really difficult to deal with otherwise. Never know, maybe a double kill comes through there. We've seen plenty from NRG.
That's just that overzealousness, that reswing of the angle. Could potentially been a little bit of a different round outcome. But Ethan not challenged back forward. Now finds himself just a stinger. Is at the wall, blocking off the turret enough that it doesn't trigger. And Mata gets tucked into this corner. Are they going to read this at all? Texture for the moment. Checking the angle. There you go. Shots flying through, but Ash quickly trades it back. Jet for Jet.
Not good.
Go into the 4v4 as NRG try to tie things up at the half.
Have to use the high tide here. Give yourself a little bit of control. Ethan wants to try to find the info. Relay it over to his team for any kind of response, but there isn't going to be any. GenG playing the beginning of these rounds very, very patiently. Bit of a mid hold here. We haven't seen GenG really explore that too much other than a lurk or two.
Spike in hand at the moment here for Ash. Suspecting that we'd see a pass over because that Hunter's Fury has been online for quite some time, and now that you're the last round of the half, Psalm 4 charges away from the lockdown. Don't have to worry about trying to clear that out. They keep it in the back pocket, try to counteract and cancel Brock's. Use it as a bit of a stalemate, but we'll have to wait and see. And now it seems like it is going to be the Silva going for the plant. Psalm creeping back over by Orange, up into the smoke. Plant here on the corner. And that's going to be the kill on the Ash. Time now starting to dwindle.
10 seconds left.
Having to commit in for this one now. Karan pushing forward, able to find one. Psalm taken down.
Hey, Hunter's Fury top class tha.
As Recon will get cleared. Here's the Stinger. Goes for the push. Just waiting for that wall to fall, but Scuba peeks in. A flank angle. That completely disrupts the flow here from GenG. Foxy9 trying to reposition. Eats the decay. Here's the reload on the far side of the wall. Just waiting for the timing swings. Finds a headshot instantly.
Last player standing.
Bringing it down to the 1v1, and Scuba can't get the weapon ready in time. Was trying to go for the swap, but Foxy is there. GenG out in front, 7-5.
ऐसी पोजीशंस पे जाके उन प्लेयर्स को टेक डाउन करना. Top class, guys. Top class play coming up.
We'll see how they fare on.
पहले हाफ के बाद 7-5 का स्कोर GenG के फेवर में. बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस GenG की तरफ से.
After halftime.
क्या खेले भाई, क्या खेले हैं ये सारे खिलाड़ी. चलो 1 मिनट का हाफ ब्रेक है, 7-5 हो गया है गाइस। तब तक प्रेडिक्शन दे दो सारे लोग अपनी अपनी चैट में। आई थिंक जेंजी की तरफ जा रहा है ये मैच। आपको क्या लग रहा है, एनआरजी या जेंजी? सारे चैट में अपनी अपनी प्रेडिक्शन दे दो। हाय रेक्स भाई, कहाँ चले गए थे आप इतनी देर से? आपका इंतज़ार कर रहा था मैं। क्या लग रहा है रेक्स भाई, जेंजी की तरफ जा रहा है गेम नंबर 2 या फिर एनआरजी की तरफ जा रहा है? एम आई लेट? येस सर, यू आर अ लिटिल बिट लेट, अ टैड बिट लेट, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी एक राउंड जो है वो जीत चुकी है, एक पूरा मैप जीत चुकी है जेंजी, और इसमें भी 7-5 से लीड है जेंजी के पास। यू आर सपोर्टिंग जेंजी, नाइस। मुझे भी लग रहा है जेंजी जाएगी भाई लेके। गाइस बाकी लोग भी बताओ चैट में, जितने भी देख रहे हो, कौन लेके जाएगा ये मैप। रिमेंबर अगर जेंजी लेके जाएगी ना, अगर जेंजी ये मैच जीतती है तो वो सेमीफाइनल्स में पहुंच जाएंगे, और सेमीफाइनल्स के लिए बस उनको अब आई थिंक 7 हो गए, 6 राउंड और चाहिए अगर जेंजी को सेमीफाइनल्स में जाना है। ऑलरेडी सेंटिनल को हला के पेपर एक्स फाइनलिस्ट नंबर 1 बन गई है। यहाँ से अगर जेंजी जीतती है तो वो बन जाएंगे अगले सेमीफाइनलिस्ट। चलो लेट्स गो, Game 2 begins.
They are looking to make
Fearless
this
Ninja Whitey, कैसे हो ब्रो? यो ब्रो,
Gen-Z.
Yes sir, Gen-Z ही जीतेगी I think
NRG,
so.
this is generally where they've been better.
But NRG भी जीत सकती है,
on this
यार।
attacker side.
जैसी हम बात भी कर रहे थे राइट, कि जेंजी ने अभी NRG ने इस राउंड में डोमिनेट किया है अर्ली गेम। अगर आप देखो फर्स्ट हाफ का तो बहुत डोमिनेट कर रही थी। आई लव इट जेंजी, थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, डू हिट दैट लाइक बटन। चलो लेट्स फोकस ऑन द गेम।
As the killjoy on Icebox, they're going to be able to slow this down. A bit of a jump push here.
Tap of the rope noise it made. Khan going to be spotted repositioning. So Mata, free reign on this map, immediately scaling it so far forward. GenG starting to rotate over as the plant comes down. Shots just a hair off on damage on the Brock. Question is, do they read this position at top screens? The wall about to fall. Mata sends up some shots, but has to drop away. Karen riding up the top, and Munchkin just fishing one out there. Says, okay, wall falls. It's a shooting squad as Mata gets the one tap. Munchkin going to be taken down out into the open. Goes Texture, but Foxy9 swings around the back of 410. Scuba low, Foxy riding forward.
No,
Zom
Foxy
dead.
what?
Foxy down to 1 HP. Scuba at 10. Some clean shots from the Ghost, but certainly get it done.
No,
Looks for it, but
Foxy9.
It's something about
Foxy9 क्या फॉर्म में है भाई? Foxy9 is a crazy player. Yes, Rex भाई, Foxy9 is a crazy player. टेक्सचर एंड देयर IGL में से कुछ है दो डैम क्रेजी भाई। टेक्सचर, Foxy9 भाई क्रेजी, ऐश भाई क्रेजी प्लेयर्स हैं भाई ये। क्या खेला है भाई आज?
Ready for the re-swing, and Texture's
क्या
holding the
खेल रहा है
defuse.
Foxy आज दोनों मैचेस में।
That is
Nobody can deny
It's going to be a buy up here
how
for NRG.
impactful he is.
coming through, stingers across the board.
5-8 हो गया है।
Armors.
5 more rounds to go, guys. 5 more rounds to go.
Outlaw not in sight.
5 advantage
Still a
भी
good
रहेगा
amount of
जेंजी
weaponry
के
though.
पास।
Here in the hands of now, that Stinger starting to come through. Push forward, Munchkin dragging across, able to find some of Mana. Doesn't manage to draw blood as Ash goes down. Shock Dart at Karen's feet, and this buy is looking to work a treat.
Shock Dart
Just Foxy and Texture left versus 4. As the Bulldog upgrade does come through.
मुश्किल है भाई, 2v4 मुश्किल है।
Foxy plays it patient, waits back, drone not spotting.
टेक्सचर पे सिर्फ शेरिफ है भाई।
Jumps over the top, just trying to keep it quiet here. Back box, nothing spotted. Forward corner plant here. Checks up back sight, nothing going to be noted there. Some shots flying, Texture checking that left angle, nothing going to be spotted. Tries to go for the flick, it's going to be Foxy9 able to find the kill on the Mata. The plant still a world away. Dead now to the poison, as that is going to be Scuba collecting it. NRG, the force buy, works a treat, immediately nullifying the pistol.
Yeah, this is really nice. They get ahead of the recon dart too. So they don't
Foxy9
reveal
is in
that they got
prime, no
stingers
doubt
in
भाई।
hand until it's too late.
Prime.
Until they're striking.
It's his prime भाई, उसके गेम में साफ
GenG
समझ
tries
आ
to
रहा
play
है।
up close and personal, but coordination here from NRG, absolutely beautiful. Scuba combining with Brock.
इसमें यार शुरू में ये जो ब्रॉक ने
to keep GenG
एक किल निकाला ना, विद द हेल्प ऑफ शॉक डार्ट।
flush him out.
कोई नहीं, Still GenG is in a lead, a good lead.
Just going to give a
Although
Guardian over to
Biko का
Texture.
थोड़ा problem होगा.
Given that he just had the sheriff in the previous round, has the money to try to go for this, but is immediately going to be taken down. Outlaw in play. Munchkin will scoop up the weapon. Doesn't allow it to go into the hands of NRG.
weapon था उसे सबसे पहले.
Still going to be a very nice early advantage as NRG. Gonna win here. One round will be separated.
Guardian redeem कर लिया Munchkin ने.
See if Munchkin has anything to say about it. He is
Nice.
Finding 2 quick kills. Immediately pauses within the poison orb. They're still trying to fish for
him. Is he gonna survive?
Surviving with 11 health here as Munchkin now comes out. Gets himself to safety.
Munchkin. भाई Munchkin बहुत impact create करेगा.
Here in hand. Shock darts finding damage. Foxy9 down to 48.
दुनिया भर की abilities भी waste करवा दी सामने वाली team
Munchkin is
की
giving
और
them a second lease on life here on the round.
survive कर गया भाई साहब.
Just always seems to find a way. Passes the Guardian over to Ash. Gives himself a sheriff, being so low on health.
Foxy को Vandal मिल गई है भाई.
Hope to be broken.
Foxy की Vandal बहुत काम आएगी.
As it looks like NRG just going to be cutting noise.
Munchkin बच गया उस वजह से Ash को भी Guardian मिल गई. Otherwise वो भी trade नहीं हो पाता.
They want to play this out here in this position. Wall coming up, and Munchkin finds the timing. Foxy gets proc, and we're just going back and forth.
Sheriff के साथ इस बार.
The force buy into the hero Guardian, pass into Munchkin's hands.
NRG.
Mata, nothing more to be done.
10 seconds left.
Round भाई, what a round. Hello, he did it. Text तो yesterday भी crazy खेला है Texture and yep sir बहुत crazy खेला यार कल भी GenG में. दोनों ने बहुत crazy खेला. And सिर्फ Texture और Foxy9 नहीं भाई. Munchkin आज बहुत crazy खेल रहा है. भाई just look at this play.
Was checking the angle.
Just look at the patience.
And then Scuba was looking the other way. That's his job. Nothing
भाई heads off Munchkin.
Munchkin just outplaying him.
Spike down.
Foxy9 के 20 kills हैं भाई 20 kills. कोई आसपास भी नहीं है Foxy9 के.
It looked like NRG is going to be able to get themselves back into it. Now they're back onto a weaker buy. Still have that outlaw that's being carried over, a Guardian of their own. A couple stingers. GenG here not able to get a full buy going, but plenty of firepower behind this.
No timeout call, but also no clear on the recon. Gets enough information and Texture. I mean, here's the drops. Goes on a timing. Som loses his head. Damage on the Karn, puts him down to 10. The Outlaw shot disconnects, but kill can't be found. And Ash counter spams, finding a headshot on the Ethan.
My Munchkin is amazing, भाई.
Here in the hands of
Munchkin
GenG.
top
That's
class.
the reckoning gone.
जब जरूरत है ना तब भाई perform किया है आज Munchkin ने.
For NRG.
And Foxy9 ने तो हर round में perform किया है.
Looking like they're going to try to go to the other side of the map. Plenty of time to work with.
भाई बहुत crazy mindset है
no
no doubt भाई. बहुत crazy mindset
now he's
है भाई बंदे
spotted
का.
out by the drone, so nothing he can do but back off.
भाई NRG अगर ये वाला round हार गई ना game निकल जाएगा आज से.
Oh, this is still going to be A. They're committing the bulk of their forces over. Munchkin.
Holding back, has the bite to try to interrupt. Go for the forward plant. Won't be able to do too much there. It ends up being default.
30
work cut out
seconds
for him. Plays it quietly. No timing shots, but a timing bit of util here. At the ready, sends it down. Oh, great push, finds the headshot.
भाई hard attack कैसे नहीं आया भाई?
Knives now get popped.
क्या entry की माठा ने all of a sudden?
How much they really need this round win, and Knives can carve up 2 players
Mada
instantly.
has a very good position.
Alright, however, reading this. Decently, but it's about to be caught. Util in hand. The peek coming through. Looking for a little more. A bit more damage going to be dealt. Mata slides back out. Texture goes up and over the top. Hunting. Chasing for him. But Mata again doing wonders here for the squad. The peek. Texture finds the kill but eats the damage. The bite ends up bouncing off the top. Doesn't really do too much here for them.
Right.
They have the damage on their side. The cleanup is going to be coming through.
अगर टेक्सचर एक किल ले लेता भाई, अगर टेक्सचर को एक किल मिल जाता ना तो ये राउंड भी आ जाता GenG के पास.
Hold on to those. NRG fighting back as we continue to go blow for blow.
This is absolute madness. What a wild back and forth on this side of the map. But the good news here for NRG,
भाई crazy
not only
game.
winning these rounds, but you're keeping the economy
NRG जीतने तो नहीं दे रही है इतने इजीली. NRG हाथ तो आया, मुंह ना लगाया, मुंह तक जाने दे रही है मैच. अगर यहाँ इसका टेक डाउन हो जाता ना भाई, इजीली ये राउंड निकल जाता. What a round NRG, heads off bro. क्रेडिट तो देना पड़ेगा भाई, क्योंकि खेला है उस लायक उन लोगों ने. भाई जेनजी 4 राउंड चाहिए, NRG को 6 राउंड चाहिए. क्या लगता है कौन लेके जाएगा चैट में फटाक से बताओ भाई. आई होप जेनजी हार जाए, क्योंकि एक और मैच देखने को मिलेगा. हाँ भाई, वो भी डिसाइडर ऑन लोटस विद हायर स्टेक. बहुत मजा आएगा, लेकिन भाई हारेगी तो बुरा लगेगा यार थोड़ा.
GenG now a rough position to try to go for the retake.
Okay. Oh,
double push up the snowman. Wall falling, Somp into the open.
Yes. Oh, Munchkin.
Suddenly, player advantage is theirs.
Perfect support, bhai. Perfect support.
Kill for Foxy9. Give him the lockdown as well. He'll jump across. Eats a good amount of damage. Then can't quite confirm the kill yet. Texture now felled. The Jet no longer a concern. Foxy9 dead. Ult going to be gained in his demise. As Ash flushing forward, finding one. Shock darts could absolutely wreck them.
तीनों की कम है, शॉक डार्ट परेशान करेंगे.
As the recons get exchanged.
Oh, उन्हें नहीं पता क्या?
Ash gonna be taken down.
Defusing.
Swing out.
No.
Big shot. It's held to happen. Munchkin just cannot get there in time.
How?
The round goes the way of NRG. 8 to 9, persevering,
भाई
fighting
दो
back.
बार से इतना करीब आके हार रही है जेनजी राउंड.
Absolute madness. It just when one team seems to have an advantage,
लोटस
the
है
other
तो
one
वन
just
साइडेड है
punches right
जेनजी
back.
के लिए.
GenG
भाई
found a 2-man advantage. It was a 5v3.
भाई नो, इतने क्लोज राउंड्स आज से निकल रहे हैं यार. गाइस 42 लोग देख रहे हो, फटाक से लाइक करो. 50 लाइक जल्दी करवा दो. एंड चैट में सारे लोग बताओ, 45 के 45 लोग बताओ किस टीम को तुम सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, जेनजी और एनआरजी. बहुत क्लोज कॉल है.
Trying to cross and he just gets lit up so much he can't really do much.
भाई कोचेस के चेहरे पे देखो तुम तो यार, सैटिस्फैक्शन.
Try to stabilize, try to figure this out.
भाई क्रूशियल टाइम आउट है, बहुत क्रूशियल टाइम आउट है.
Being called here by GenG. Try to make some adjustments here. There's some stuff being worked on stage as well. Hopefully be quick to get back into the action. This momentum has widely been on a pendulum swing, but NRG getting the better of GenG. Barely so in these last few rounds.
आपका इंस्टाग्राम भाई मेरा start.clashing start.clashing
certainly starting to feel
all
very
small
doable.
letters start.clashing.
GenG very shaky here on this defender side, especially on some of these retakes. Other than the pistol round, they've been having
भाई
some
चैंटिंग,
struggles.
भाई क्या चैंट कर रहे हैं यार. ऑडियंस टॉप क्लास है, ऑडियंस को पूरे नंबर 10 में से 10. 10 में से 10 नंबर भाई.
Taking some of these off angles. They're really working them to perfection. It's going to be kind of interesting to see what GenG wants to do. Are they going to want to be a little bit more aggressive at the beginning of the rounds, try to take a little bit of map control for themselves? Economy's going to be a little bit shaky here.
Oh, it's a technical pause. I thought it was tactical pause.
One rifle carried over by Munchkin, but outside of that, a lot of the players were lower on the economic side. So Texture and Warmer and head in hand. Let's see if we can get this resolved quickly.
Meditative here. Trying to maintain the focus. Same could be said here for NRG.
Crowd towards GenG. Yes sir, crowd का full support है भाई GenG को.
Been relatively quick to resolve, so we're hoping that that is going to be the same case here. You don't want that break in the momentum for either side. Just one more round for NRG to really tie this up, make a serious go of it, where it was looking like GenG were going to be able to run away.
It's just unbelievable, the sequence of events to start this half. I mean, GenG wins the pistol, and you think that might just be all she wrote.
टैग पॉज बहुत लंबा चल रहा है यार, जल्दी सॉर्ट करो.
GenG somehow punches right back with
इतने क्रूशियल मोमेंट पे मुझे टैग पॉज नहीं चाहिए यार.
Blade Storm for Bada.
Come on guys, फटाक से कंटिन्यू करो.
Just back and forth. kind of what you would expect on this map. NRG's best map here in the run-up to EWC. GenG being put to the test.
अंडरस्कोर नहीं है भाई, फुल स्टॉप वाला डॉट है. हाँ, बाकी आपने एकदम सही लिखा है, बस अंडरस्कोर की जगह डॉट लगा दो.
Wow. A lot of the fans excited for both teams. You could hear it when Ian was on stage there. Getting both sides hyped up. Both sides being represented pretty equally, I would say.
Yeah, it seemed pretty balanced when we heard the cheers coming out. I have to imagine, you know, obviously prior to 2 years ago with the first real tournament, not a place that you really get to enjoy esports. So true for the fans, big treat.
हाँ भाई
See them show
बहुत.
out in droves. Obviously, people were saying, "Whoa,
देखते हैं यार
where's
क्या
the
होगा
crowd?"
टैग फर्स्ट के बाद.
It wasn't open
I
for the
hope
first couple
mid-game
of
कोई
days. We were
problem
waiting
ना
for
हो.
things to kick off, but now it's in full swing.
Yeah, exactly, and it's awesome. Seeing so many fans out there, getting to take some pictures here and there, and
भाई पूरा एकदम ये
everybody
लोग
enjoying
ना
all the
build up कर रहे हैं.
amenities and the great games, the many different esports we've got going on throughout this 8 weeks of EWC. And we just have to wait and see if we can get this one figured out for you all, but man, good map so far.
It is. And, you know, there's still time, but I think one of the big positives to take away, I think that the overall, the harbor util from Ethan coming through has been looking very clean, setting up the team very nicely. No incidents. So, you know, we're avoiding catastrophe in that regard.
True. Well, it's really giving GenG problems in terms of they don't have much ability to get info behind those walls, or they don't want to commit the Sova util necessarily. And so they're kind of having to wait those things out, give NRG a bit of opportunity to take some map control off the back of those high tides and cascades. So just kind of looking to see if
Rex भाई, I want to work in esports. अच्छा, Rex भाई text me on Instagram अगर मेरे पास आपके लिए कुछ होगा. First of all मुझे ये भी देखना पड़ेगा ना भाई कि आप कर क्या सकते हो, right? अगर कुछ होगा so I'll just let you know.
Back up and running. Still meditating his car on.
भाई माडा is on 18 kills. 18 kill हैं भाई बंदे
Certainly
के
has
अकेले.
had his moments, but it's also a
कहीं ना
player
कहीं
that's
भाई
been,
NRG को पकड़
you know,
के रखा
very
है उन्होंने.
difficult on himself when it comes down to his performances. If he feels like he's having shortcomings, he very much takes that to
long
heart.
tech pause. A very long tech pause.
Very much seek
क्या
that
होगा
stability
गाइस, क्या लग
here.
रहा है इस tech pause के बाद? क्या GenG
Seems
अपने
like
momentum
things
को ऐसे ही
should
रखेगी
be
continue?
resolved and we can get
बताओ
this
chat में.
back underway. So we appreciate your
चलो,
guys' patience.
let's go.
Let's see what
NRG
now
को चाहिए
happens.
यहाँ से 5
NRG
rounds, GenG को चाहिए
economy
4
bustling
rounds.
for them overall. GenG be forced back onto just Sheriffs and a hero Vandal. Have some
भाई
ults
पिछला
to play
round
around
बहुत
with though if they
खराब
get
हाथ
into a
से निकला
comfortable
है
position.
GenG के.
That's what you're looking for here. The opportunity to sneak an eco away. The turret was on the
मंचकिन को
ground.
इस बार उन्होंने एक वैंडल दिलाई है. अदरवाइज बाकी जो प्लेयर्स हैं, they are playing on Sheriffs.
They're going to look to try to play for retake here.
Okay, easy plan.
Set up the alarm bot right next to that. Gotta wait out this util, make a go of it.
I think it's the plant, but I think if it's a Som, could have been seeing that lockdown available here for them.
भाई कुछ ऐसा.
Granted, they would
ओह
love to not
कैरोन
have to invest
Som
it,
को
but
निकाल
never
दिया.
mind. Well, Som has it now
भाई
with
गन
that.
मिल गया, वेपन भी मिल गया.
Seems like the meditation maybe
वो
working
मिला.
out. Defenders locked down.
No,
Texture
Texture अकेले थे जिसके पास वैंडल थी भाई टीम में.
This lockdown, some counter spam, however,
नहीं
pushes him down to
भाई,
40
नहीं.
HP. Foxy9 pushing up, able to find a
Karen.
weapon, and Karen hits another one,
दो
sending
kill
him out
भाई.
of the sky.
Sheriff
Foxy now
से दो
dead.
kill.
Time ticking, holds it to half. The spam coming through, and trying to make a go of it, but in the end, it's only 2 casualties, and it's NRG tying things up 2-2 with 2 weapons
भाई
being expended here from GenG.
Took a big gamble.
भाई NRG के लिए चैंटिंग हो रही है, लेकिन यार टेक्सचर के अकेले के पास वेपन था. अगर टेक्सचर वहाँ पे नहीं ख़त्म होता, डैम ब्रो, अगर नहीं ख़त्म होता ना तो बहुत सही रहता यार. अगर वहाँ पे वो बैंडल को थोड़ा यूटिलाइज कर लिया होता टेक्सचर ने, तो रिजल्ट कुछ और होता यार. It was so close.
It was used just to scale to sight and to get the lockdown placed. Texture has the op, but he's got a kill. Right off the rip, there's one for Kara, traded by Scuba.
Nice.
Player advantage.
Guys 3v4 बहुत मुश्किल होगा इस बार प्लांट करना.
Seems like NRG is still going to look to try to charge forward here.
Okay. Good drone.
Getting the spot. Texture looking for the mid-air. Somehow does not have that one connect. Unscopes, free peeks, hit now. From the attacker side in play, but it's going to be Ethan getting caught up in some spam.
भाई ऐश अगर एक किल निकाल लेगा यहाँ से ब्रॉक का तो गेम बन जाएगा.
Into the hands of Scuba. That puts him at risk if he tries to go for this plant. And
Munchkin को देखो, Munchkin. Munchkin को देखो भाई.
Trapped, and there's only one way forward, and that's the fight.
ये Munchkin का गेम है.
Trying to bait out a response. There it is.
Fury does get used.
भाई Munchkin का गेम
Force
है.
now into the back of the pit.
ये Munchkin का गेम
expiring. Recon at the ready. Sent. Cleared. Some counter spam. Foxy eating some damage.
Let's go,
arriving and mowing them both down. Diffuse to be found.
GenG,
regain the
so
lead
back.
by 1.
Technical post इसका था भाई ये तो नहीं पता but भाई
Now you
Munchkin
get that early pick from Texture.
ये level की patience
He's able
भाई.
to do some damage. Stymie NRG on their
Guys
execute
like करो
just
जल्दी से हमें 30 like
the
पार
rest of
करने
GenG
हैं.
there. Force out the pit. Buy time for Munchkin to wrap around. Set up for the
3
flood.
round चाहिए अब GenG को 4 round चाहिए
Right
NRG
out
को.
the rip, just drops down and clobbers some.
भाई 49 perfect.
As the pick goes up.
Munchkin को देखो भाई.
49
Wait किया पूरा जब तक distract नहीं हुए भाई
Timing there for
opponent.
Munchkin. Perfect.
Perfect timing.
Sam does have a lockdown.
Ultimates का क्या सीन है?
See if they can find an
सिर्फ
opportunity to
एक
use it. They're
ultimate
going
है
to try to
Karen के
challenge
पास.
this mid position.
Okay.
Maybe expecting Texture to try to double down.
ओ Som के पास भी है lockdown. भाई lockdown बहुत impact create कर सकता है attacking में. Easy plant दिला सकता
Seems like Ash pushing forward, awaiting the recon.
Let's see.
Clears that out. Orb is going to get snatched up.
Okay.
Shock Dart, no connection, no spam. So it's going to be one charge away from having that ult online as Texture tries to go for the flick. Whiffs it, gets the follow-up. Now Brock filling that space.
Texture भाई बहुत overcommit कर रहा है.
Now about to expire.
Texture ने बहुत overcommit कर दिया है. Brock HP. Oh, Texture.
Coming in.
भाई बाल बचे.
Poison Orb going to be set up.
एक kill चाहिए Texture ने अगर एक kill निकाल दिया मजा आ जाएगा.
Coming in, Texture force 3 position once again, just constantly being rerouted. NRG doing well to ensure that this operator cannot get set up.
भाई operator के shot नहीं connect हो रहे हैं.
Spam from Foxy 9, able to find
Lockdown.
one. This time,
बोला था
a
मैंने
much
lockdown
deeper
है easy
lockdown.
plant हो
This is
जाएगा.
all of GenG away. Kamada gets stuck in Snowman.
Texture को एक किल निकालना पड़ेगा भाई. Texture को एक किल निकालना पड़ेगा. माडा का किसी का.
Paranoia connecting. Ash
Oh,
clears it
Paranoia.
out. Very well read here. The Scuba tries
Let's
to hold
go,
forward, gets
GenG.
a dink there on the Karen, but cannot confirm the kill.
Munchkin.
And Sam cannot hold his own in kitchen. Gets taken down as Ethan. It's going to be death
Munchkin
row
on
above.
fire.
As GenG string together to further separate themselves. 2 rounds away from closing out this series.
Heartbreaking for
भाई
NRG.
GenG का mindset
I
अब नहीं
love
टूट
the way they
सकता.
played the beginning of this round.
GenG.
They give themselves such a great opportunity. But then GenG.
They are so back in the game, guys. 11-9 हो गया है अब बस 2 राउंड चाहिए. And remember अब इकोनॉमी टूट गई है NRG की. Let's go. चैट में जल्दी मुझे बताओ क्या लग रहा है, क्या NRG यहाँ से निकाल पाएगी. रिमेंबर ये मैप अगर गया तो NRG बाहर, GenG सेमीफाइनल में.
You keep the ball rolling for Texture.
और लाइक करो भाई, फटाफट लाइक करो.
To try to stop
जल्दी से
it.
लाइक कर दो. 30 लाइक पार करवा दो. Let's go guys. 50 लोग देख रहे हो, 30 लाइक इजीली हो सकते हैं.
NRG.
Oh, tactical pause इस बार.
So
बहुत
very
much
close.
needed tactical
Still
भाई,
the
बहुत जरूरी था
opportunity to
NRG
run
के
this
लिए.
back. We've seen crazier
क्या
things
plan
in this
करेगी भाई?
tournament. Yes. It's still
Guys, I'm
very
literally getting
possible.
goosebumps right now.
But right now the team
बहुत
absolutely
close
has
भाई,
their
बहुत
work cut out
close.
for them.
Let's see.
Very doable. Absolutely doable for NRG. I mean, I'm sure a big
Cast
focus
करते हैं भाई,
of
cast करते
this
हैं.
timeout is going to be,
यार मेरे पास
what can we do?
मेरे
How
पास
do we
यार
avoid?
without caster
Maybe
वाली
just
feed
kind
नहीं है
of
आज.
seeking the info,
नहीं
figuring
मिला
out where
मुझे.
Texture's at, and going the other way. Frankly, that's not a bad strategy.
Without caster feed का link नहीं
Many
है मेरे
teams
पास. I wanted to cast.
are very willing to try that out.
I really wanted to cast
They're
this
going to heavy
final
stack
round.
on A, our GenG.
Off in
चलो
Ash's
देखते हैं
hands.
क्या होगा GenG.
At least your fourth
Guys,
moment.
Foxy 9 के 22
Some
kills
kind
हैं.
of push.
18 किल्स हैं मंचकिन के, ये दोनों प्लेयर पिछले मैच में भी थे। डिस्कॉर्ड आ सकता हूँ कल फॉर श्योर रेक्स ओपी भाई, अगर मैं रहूंगा तो फॉर श्योर डिस्कॉर्ड पे साथ में बैठ के देखेंगे।
Plenty of players though from NRG to try to absorb this pressure as they swing down. Looks for one. Texture does find the headshot. Brock take it out. Texture says, "Well, happy with that."
भाई बाय लेके आई है NRG, so I hope GenG needs to be careful.
You would think with the op still in play that they might not go for something like that. Get the one and done and peel back.
Guys, chat में बताओ GenG या NRG?
Interesting play call there from GenG. Well thought out.
They'll have the op reposition.
Bhai, reflexes.
Any damage, would have had the kill. The bullets just go whizzing past. Texture hits him center mass.
Brock gone. 3 बनाम 5 में प्लांट करना है। Storm सुबह भाई कैरन नहीं करने देगा, भाई नहीं करने देगा ये बंदा प्लांट तुम्हें, नहीं करने देगा ये बंदा प्लांट। Let's go GenG। गाइस एक बार रेड हार्ट तो बनता है GenG के लिए चैट में। ऑल्सो लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को फटाक से, 30 लाइक तो एटलीस्ट ये मैच खत्म होने से पहले बनते हैं यार, फटाक से करो 50 लोग। क्वालिटी डाउन हो रही है, हाँ यार बीच में थोड़ी ब्लर हो गई थी, अभी सही आएगा।
Can see why we talk about this player with that weapon.
9-12
he is a difference maker. Spectre,
गाइस फाइनल राउंड NRG के पास बाय नहीं है, स्टिंगर गार्डियन पे खेल रही है। स्टिंगर गार्डियन क्या जिता पाएंगी? टेक्सचर को देखो, ऊपर से कोई नहीं आ रहा है, नीचे से आ रहे हैं प्लेयर्स। टेक्सचर गेट्स वन बट सोम इंस्टेंटली ट्रेड्स हिम ऑफ। सोम टेक्सचर को टेक डाउन जरूर करेंगे। अलार्म बॉट लगाया है साइड के ऊपर। ईथन, अच्छा कवर ईथन के पास जरूर। GenG पोस्ट प्लांट खेलने की कोशिश करेगी। GenG रीटेक बहुत मुश्किल होगा यार। टॉम को ऑपरेटर मिल गई है, रीटेक और भी मुश्किल हो जाएगा अब तो। टॉम को टेक डाउन करना पड़ेगा कैसे भी, टॉम को टेक डाउन करना पड़ेगा। पैरानोया बहुत अच्छा, टॉम जल्दी से पीछे हटेगा जरूर। और स्नेक बाइट, ओह नो Foxy9। Foxy9 को यहाँ पे सरवाइव करने की बहुत जरूरी थी। ईथन अच्छे स्पैम की कोशिश कर रही है। ब्रॉक गेट्स वन, टॉम गेट्स अनदर वन। GenG हाथ से निकल गया ये राउंड। NRG गेम में अभी भी बनी रहेगी। वाओ भाई टीम ने निकाल लिया रेड भाई इस बार, बिना माडा के भी निकाल लिया। What a round! What a round!
Not able to really go. You just have so much post plant.
Guys 10-12 हो गया है, बस एक राउंड चाहिए GenG को, 3 राउंड चाहिए NRG को। 2 राउंड और NRG ने निकाल लिया तो OT में जाएंगे।
But it's a good follow-up to hold on to that operator in the end.
Let's see.
Vector does have another half armor behind this. Some free fire spam coming out. No one eating any damage.
A lot of noise being made here by NRG. Do put up the high tide. Are they just going to make a go of this, or is this all just kind of a show of force? But GenG not making too much noise. Munchkin just trying to figure out. Ahead, and he gets one and gets a dink on the other.
Perfect,
just getting completely bogged on the entry Som now.
Tom only on 45 HP.
Having to do it all. Spike is in hand, but knives are popped and Texture swooping in from behind.
1v3 guys, 1v3.
Has to clear it and
there you go,
13-10. But NRG, they will fall
2-0 करेगी NRG को.
And be a
what a game, what a round. What a BO3 for GenG. Easy game.
Again, you talked about it earlier that he's an emotional player. He wears his heart on his sleeve.
GenG series winner, semi-finalist.
Felt like he could step up a bit more, but still, GenG playing very, very well here today. Dominant on Sunset. A close win on Icebox. Gotta like what you're seeing out of this NRG team. This new squad they've been putting together this year. starting to look
Just
better
wow.
and better and better. In fact, Mata topping the ACS charts in that map. Absolutely blistering performance from him.
It was a very good bounce back after a bit of a lackluster one on the opening map. Certainly more of what you wanted to see from the side of NRG. Just a couple things needing to be cleaned up, a couple executions going slightly awry, as well as GenG just being a damn talented squad. We've seen them time and time again get so far out in front, squander that, lose the map.
Rex OP,
This time,
yes bro,
they are able to
GenG.
secure the victory, so it's
Time
a
to
good
crash
start
medal.
here for
Yes sir,
Pacific
time
in the
to
playoffs
crash
with them and Paper X
the opponent's
advancing
medal.
forward, but
Gen Z it is guys, Gen Z it is.
Single
जाने
elimination.
से पहले लाइक तो कर देते भाई लोग सारे
Try to
लोग.
survive. We'll see how they fare, but we'll go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear from Texture.
Thank you very much, guys. This is your Amazon winners interview with Texture of GenG, who are indeed your semi-finalists. NRG exit the tournament here and now. Texture, firstly, the atmosphere inside this arena was electric. It was loud, and you had some serious support. How did that feel?
일단 텍스처 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 지금 관중들의 열기가 정말 뜨거운데 지금 어떻게 좀 생각하시나요?
일단 되게 좀 그냥 저도 재밌고요. 많이 즐기면서 하고 있고 남은 경기도 좀 최대한 즐기면서 열심히 잘 해보려고 하고 있습니다.
Yeah, definitely enjoying it, and I will enjoy much better in the later stages.
Confidence, that's what I like to hear. Now, Foxy said in the interview prior to this matchup that you would carry the team, but it turns out that he had an unbelievable performance. What did you make of how he played there?
이제 경기 사전 인터뷰에서 폭시나인 선수가 이제 텍스처 선수의 캐리를 믿겠다라고 얘기를 했었는데
Hello guys, I think this is it.
오늘 경기는
Match
오히려
하루가
폭시나인
कल
선수가
जरूर मिलना.
되게
Bye bye.
큰 활약을 해줬거든요. 그렇기 때문에 폭시나인 선수의 활약에 대해서 한마디 좀 해주신다면요.
일단 제가 솔직하게 말해서 그냥 너네 지금 내 폼 데리고 하는데 못 이기면은 너넨 바보다라고 말을 했었는데 근데 좀 그 말이 조금 효과가 있었는지 아주 굉장히 잘하더라고요. 근데 저는 이것보다도 더 잘할 수 있는 선수들이라고 생각하고 있어서 언제든 믿고 기다리겠습니다.
I mean, I used to jokingly say like, if you have a guy like Texture and you cannot bring it his home, your guys are fools, But at least I'm still believing in my teammates, and I will keep believing in my teammates to bring this home.
The last time you brought a trophy home on a big stage, on a huge level, was Masters in Shanghai in 2024. Why is this your time once again to rise to the top of the Valorant scene?
이제 또 마지막 우승컵을 들어올렸던 게 이제 작년 상하이였는데 또 이번에 또 우승컵을 들어오실 자신이 있는지 그리고 자신이 있다면 또 어떤 이유인지 굉장히 또 궁금합니다.
네, 우승컵을 들어 올릴 자신은 항상 있고요. 챔피언스까지 그 마음을 간직하고 있을 것 같고 이유는 사실 제가 요즘에 좀 퍼포먼스적으로 좀 되게 좋은 것 같아서 좀 일단 저에 대한 믿음이 있고 또 아까 말했듯이 이제 저희 팀원들의 포텐셜이 저는 되게 높다고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 저희 팀이 조금만 말리지 않고 좀 잘 풀어낸다면은 충분히 우승할 수 있다라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I always believe that we can still lift the trophy anytime, and I will keep that in mind until the champions. And that being said, I still believe in myself, and I believe that my ability is at all highest. And I also said before that I believe in my teammates, and I believe in my potential in my teammates. So yeah, we'll definitely try to bring it home.
Good to hear. Now, listen, the crowd wants it. You at home want to see it as well. Are you ready to crush the key?
키풋을 준비되셨나요?
네.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's do it. This is becoming a staple of this event. The Texture here will pull the lever and destroy NA's last hope once and for all. It's time to say goodbye to NRG.